Madness on the other side, getting 2 knocks there. So the Benchwarmers picking up 2 KP early on, getting themselves very early circle on here at Geyser.
Yeah, this is good because I like what Legends they're playing. I think that Knock is an extremely strong Gibby, especially with the fact that he's playing on Controller. Madness has always been one of the great entry fraggers playing on Wraith. This time, he's going to go with Octane. And they've already found themselves, in a priority position in the middle of this zone while picking up kills, which is something that's, fairly hard to do. This is a place where you typically aren't going to be finding kills along the way. So nice job by the Benchwarmers. We'll see which side of Geyser this pulls towards. Like you were saying, it is kind of favoring over towards this side, but you don't really anticipate that much more action on over here. We'll see if Benchwarmers is going to continue to have to fend off teams or if they're going to actually look to make some of their own action.
Rambo getting some decent damage off with the longbow, does get himself that purple Evo shield, and can definitely work towards the red one with how much ammo he has left for that sniper. Applejacks, though, as it looks like they're in a gatekeeping position now here on the south side. As you can see, that ring pulling over to Geyser now. Team Intel will try to make the cross. How safe will it be for them? And then they might have to bubble, or they can just kind of take their time, go for some cursory loot, because it doesn't look like anyone took that big building just to the southeast. So Team Intel don't need to barrel their way into this for now. They can just wait this one out and then force the issue a little bit later on. We'll see how long Applejacks decide to stick around here for, but typically we see teams really being able to favor a lot of these chokes.
And we've seen Applejacks play similar styles over towards these type of zones before, as we get a look at the sniper meta and what they're doing. They are, in my opinion, probably the best spot overall. This area has a lot of real estate. You have your back completely cleared. You keep everything in front of you. And the zones tend to pull over towards this side a little bit more often than not. So we'll see exactly which zone this is as we go into zone 3 and 4. But going back to Applejacks' position, you can see RCO has a lot of free area that they're working with. You can see Abe, Sambino, Kimchi playing the other choke on the opposite side of where Applejacks is. And then Intel, like you were saying, made their way over towards where Applejacks was playing the Geyser zone, Lava City zone last week, which is that 3-story building. But I do think that was a smart play from Applejacks, just to kind of get ahead of where they're at and just continue to just be a nuisance and try to just keep Team Intel out of there. And Intel's like, all right, well, if that's the case, we're going to sit here and craft, make sure that we have enough batteries for when you do rip our shields, because we are going to have to cross our area fairly soon. I guess what you're really hoping for if you're Team Intel is that someone's going to rotate, similar from where Sorting Factory would have been, and come that way on top of the rotation that is going to distract Applejacks. Then you kind of swoop in and try to be the third party.
Yeah, a team that does not looks like they have the tools to fend off the third parties is the caustic meta. It isn't as strong as I was expecting it to be with the changes to caustic, but we are still seeing him, right? Maybe he has like a 5% usage so far in a lot of the games that we've seen. But if you can get him to the late game, he can be incredibly strong. It's, we don't know, running that with the Seer, of course, and then the movement, the mobility, it's going to come out from the Wraith. So I've been loving seeing the just diversity in compositions that we've had this season. It feels like with every iterative change in Apex Legends, we are seeing more and more diversity.
No doubt about it. You have to take this one away. My dog is not feeling too hot right now, so that's all you, Jamerson. I'll be right back.
Go deal with it. Applejacks right now, though, have to deal with, it looks like Intel trying to creep up, and they did what was expected. A squad seems to be rotating in from Sorting, or well, Lava Siphon now. And if that team can close the distance up on Applejacks and maybe start off the fight early on, then Intel can come in for the third party. Blueberry Smalls here on the high ground, though, with the charge rifle, have the tools to try and fend off any pushes, but it looks like Intel have closed the ground without too much damage going across onto them. Intel going in first. Applejacks, Kupski's going to be forced back with that Q here, and you have Protectful covering him, though, with the Prowler. He's a little bit short in terms of ammo, as he's on, oh my goodness, actually, no mag for him. So he's got 4 bursts in that one. So there's going to be a lot of downtime on him, unfortunately, without having that mag. Hitting the Q, realizes that Intel are now going to be pushing for the roof. Blueberry Smalls going to try and challenge along with Protectful, but Team Intel have forced them down into it. We'll see how hard they commit onto this. Of course, they are running the Valkyrie on the other side. If they want to, they can just completely avoid this fight. We'll see how much intel they can actually get, as they have to be worried about the rotation coming in from the Sorting side. Tactful throwing down his ultimate. Not in the best of positions, it's out in the open, but they do challenge the door. The Arc Star cracking Protectful, but they have not cleared that Seer ultimate. So Team Intel are not ready to push quite yet. You can see how strong that Q really is out from the Seer, stopping the heals, slowing down the reset, defensive bombardment coming down as well. They'll just be able to drop down to the low, and that gives the opportunity for Applejacks to retake the height right now. And I don't like this. I want Intel to kind of stop this push, because you can see the team on the western edge has been poking away. They want to get involved in this fight as well. Pokes out from Protectful on the other side, and you can see that the roof control is just gone from Team Intel, and they might consider retaking. We'll find out. Maybe Dupe is waiting for his bubble as Verholst gets some decent damage off, and now Team Intel are actually starting to realize that another team's getting involved in this. They're being forced, Applejacks on the other side, to push this way. As they back off, we'll see. It's going to be Nestle Splash on the other side of this one, fighting up against Fat Brew Ninja. So we have 4 teams showing up right now, as they have lost out on one. They're trying to get the res onto Cardi B here, and we'll be able to get him back up. Just Gibby holds the angle for now, and it looks like it's just going to be a reset coming out from all 4 squads. Nestle Splash, considering just rotating out of this one, they have plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, looks like I came back at the right time, because this is what we were talking about before I left, is the possible third parties that are going to be taking place. And for the record, all the fluffy pets in this area are good. It was Nidalee. She's okay, though. And Splash is stuck. Ooh. Oh, the portal's saving him right there. Doja gets right back. That's a really big play, but it has to be annoying for Splash to try to get into this building, and you're trying to, again, worry about fighting this team and worrying about the other fight that's taking place. But a big nade right there from Doja is going to get Fat Fruit Ninja down, and that bubble is actually going to be very, very useful for them to get this extra cover, especially when they don't have a bubble to work around. There's the finish right there. There's a third party coming, though, perfectly timed from Applejack. The problem is they're not as weak as they were hoping for, so this is taking a couple extra shots. Blueberry's taking a lot of damage, and oh man, I love the way Protectful was sitting there using the PK, but here's another player with a massive, and that's the 4th party we were talking about, Team Razor.
Where's Intel throughout all of this? Well, they're in right now as Razor decide to push the portal. They finish off Applejacks. Where is Intel, though? As their rookie did go down, Intel might have just actually ulted out of here. They are running that Valkyrie. I didn't see them on the kill feed either. So, yeah, we're down to 13 squads, and I mean, that's what we expect in game number 1 of open night here for Series E. Things to go extremely fast. 13 squads, as a third ring hasn't even begun closing yet. But right now, Team Razor, they do have to walk in with the zone, and it looks like, yeah, Team Intel avoided that fight, and somehow took a really good position here in the center zone. The ring continuing to pull over to Geyser.
This is one of the ending spots too. We've talked about a lot of different Geyser endings before, but in the back is another very popular ending. You have a good rotation here, though, because you can play from there to the very back, and then you're also going to be gatekeeping the choke area. And it looks like there's 2 teams that are going to be gatekeeping the choke area. This was Rockstar that made their way down from the opposite choke, and now they're playing on the outside of the buildings, trying to make their way in. But you can see exactly where everybody is. You still have bench warmers in the area, and there's a lot of resistance in here if you're on the outside. So we'll see what Hambino's going to have to do on this Caustic, because realistically, I don't see anybody else on his team capable of making a play with the composition that they have. They're not able to bubble enter into anywhere. They're not going to be able to entry frag unless it's going to be Kimchi Lee flying through. So Hambino has to sit here and just, play AoE and just constantly own this outside.
Yeah, Horizon Ultimate going down there, but he's already pre-popped those barrels. No push quite yet, says they're trying to deal with the black hole and finally do clear now, making their entry into the building. There was already one knock on the aside as Aves goes down. Clinical able to get the 1 clip onto him. Answered back quite yet. No, they have not. Here comes the push, though, as a duo to try and finish him off. But Nemusona takes down Hambino, and 2 members of Rockstar are down. A third party already rearing to go. It looks like they have to recover themselves, and so somehow Rockstar survive and count their lucky stars as we join on board with Team Intel getting pushed by Razor. 2 already down. Team Intel wiped out. Team Razor barely surviving with the sliver. They've got the armor swap, but Zeratricky has fallen. Baby Thule himself is down, as well as Sniper Meta push this high ground angle. They come in for a successful third party, picking up 3 kill points there now. Blight will be able to get the armor swap for free as well. And they are in an excellent position to finish this off strong. Did you see he had about 400 light ammo left on his R301? He's going to have a swap off. So for a team that took like early position center zone, they have stabilized extremely well.
And it's really nice to go and get that extra loot. That's gonna be that third-party stabilization that they need because they've been sitting back here so long. But it's been nice to watch how they did that with just 2 players, and then Rolder sat back and was the anchor the entire time and made sure that nobody else was pushing up on this spot, because this is the game-winning spot. So you wondered, is it worth going for these kills? Is it worth going for this loot? Yeah, if you want to win the game, you're probably going to need that loot, and you're going to have to take out a team like Team Razor along the way. So might as well do it when they're weak and a little bit distracted, as we see where Team Asurus is. They're on the edge, playing down low here with Batro just hitting some heals now, getting some passive healing as well. Purple Bolt PK already being charged up outside of the window here, so we'll see if that player elects to go and walk in it, but it does continue to pull towards the very back. So Sniper Meta is loving the position they're in right now.
And Asurus have so much in their way right now. They have to deal with this squad as we're back on board with Sniper Meta. They're playing this one, at least Blight is fairly aggressively, making sure that that south side is clear. And so they kind of want to try and funnel people a bit more to the north and keep them away from their buildings, make it much easier to hold. And this junction, as we have 9 full squads here. As you can see, the bench warmers are still sitting center zone. It does look like we have another squad playing inside the vault tunnel right now. The exit might still be open for the next ring as well. And then, of course, Sniper Meta just holding far back inside that corner. Look at all that loot. Again, gold mag on that R3. It's just the perfect R3, basically, to play at this range. He's got 400 ammo, too, so he can just continue to poke and prod and just kind of fire for free without any worry whatsoever.
Well, with 30 seconds left, they need to be not concerned about swapping meds and more concerned about who's watching what and what position is going to be covered, because 20 seconds from now, every single team outside the zone is going to be pushing in. Yeah, there's a lot of other fighting that happens, but that's your opportunity to go and try to get some kills over here. Let's see if Rockstar's going to be able to finish this fight. The problem is you have to finish this fight and get some reses onto Hambino immediately afterwards, plus other teams are looking at you. It's not looking good for Rockstar. The 1 HP kill from Aves. Is there enough time, though, to go and get the res? That zone is moving, and it's moving now.
Yeah, they hopefully can get the next res here, but how quickly can they reset is the big thing. Kimchi Lee hasn't even been resed yet. They just have to move in, so it doesn't seem like they'll be able to get him up. Maybe Hambino has a gold bag and he can go for the res, but no, it looks like they have given up on him.
Now we know who he likes better.
Out.
Now we know. No, it's just a legend decision. Okay, he's playing caustic. Yeah. Okay, so he got priority.
Ooh, Scripps taking a lot of damage here from the Godly Daddies, but they've already gotten 2 knocks. That's a big pickup for them, but they've lost out on 1. The zone pressuring them, another squad gatekeeping as well, and Scripps is just going to go down to the ring. The Q actually hitting there at the end there. It's going to be PSS gatekeeping. We're wondering if this tunnel was still in, and it is. As you can see, on board with PSS Stomps. You got Sleepy Panda and Dank here, but they've got a caustic barrel outside on that door. We'll see if they kind of readjust that barrel to make sure that that door can't be opened, or at least they have to grief their way out as the benchwarmers on the rotate in. Almost lost out on knocked. They'll have the bubble for the reset here, and they've got plenty of cover, but this is still a little bit dangerous for them. 5 squads, 14 players remaining.
This is definitely one of the game-winning spots, though, so nice shot right there. Coming through Madness. The problem is that you're dealing with 2 teams on this right-hand side, plus this team on the left-hand side, so they're going to have to really put their focus on one side. And right now it seems like the head glitches are so strong on the other side, they may have to just back off. And now you have the team playing inside who's still in. So most likely the team that's still in isn't going to be the biggest threat, because they're going to be playing a little bit more passive. That's going to be Sniper Meta. Blight's been playing pretty aggressive on the outside. Rollers hasn't left the roof. I'm glad that they're not all just turtling inside on the Sniper Meta side, and they're giving themselves opportunities to even do anything. It was RCO that was being a nuisance on the benchwarmer side. They're going to send it over there. Bubble going down. I like that play. Madness going to have to heal, though. Let's see if he goes for the armor swap instead. He does. Back to full health. Rambo's taking some damage as well. Defensive environment's going to come down. They already used their bubble, and they're going to fall back right to these boxes where Sniper Meta's got their eye on them.
Yeah, they should be safe now, and They're looking to pick up some of those kill points, playing center zone early on. They weren't able to get that much KP. You can see just about 2 between the three of them currently. We'll see if they have more in just a moment. But now it's about fighting for this high ground as they try to get into this building. If they can get in here safely, they should be able to just reset for free. And it looks like they will be able to make it in, going in with the bubble, but they are getting pushed now. You have Blight there underneath, trying to push up, and you have bubbles coming out from either side, but the Phoenix kit is getting popped by Madness, and he will be able to get that off for free, as they're just going to coexist inside this building for now. We'll see who decides to get more aggressive, Sniper Meta or Bench Warmers. Sniper Meta looking to just actually back off now, retake roof control.
Which is something they've been doing for a very long time. They've been doing it extremely well too. So key is just continuing to not take as much damage as the other players, and don't just obliviously poke out. And ooh, I thought he was going to take one to the face right there. Pathfinder hitbox. Thankfully, he's no longer a complete refrigerator, as Madness was lighting that one up. But I like the idea to go inside here for bench warmers. The only problem is now you have to make it outside of one single door, and everybody is going to have their eyes on that single door. So you can go for a pick inside, and I like this play for Madness because the opportunity of going outside is not really looking strong right now. And they're going to be in the middle of all the action once they do go outside. So this is a really interesting spot for bench warmers. Really, it comes down to Madness having to do something big.
Oh man, the third party from the outside, the team that actually were able to finesse their way into the center of the zone for now, as Benchwarmers and Sniper Meta are just kind of committed to almost griefing each other here to see who ends up getting top 2 ultimately. But we'll see. Yeah, it's going to be PSS on the outside, Panda Stomps and Dink. They're just holding over by that respawn beacon, and they have full information. They know exactly where the last 2 squads are. Panda looking for something here, getting a little bit aggressive on the doors, hopefully. But here comes a push out, as we do have Sniper Meta still maintaining that roof control, and they're getting a little bit aggressive. So Panda has to be careful, might have to back off.
You could possibly see a crazy portal play here to even block the door where Noct is if they wanted to go for something like that. But I'm not quite sure if Sniper Meta is not rocking it, but on the other side of PSS they are. So that could be one interesting way to stop Benchwarmers from making their play. But again, remember, once the other team makes their way over towards their spot that they gave up, that was the game-winning position. It was just a very tough spot to go and hold down the entire time. And look at how Stomps is prepared to just lay down destruction with this defensive environment. That's going to buy time for Benchwarmers to go and make their move. That's going to make them force the bubble out on the other side. And now it's going to be a double bubble. Last team to put their bubble down typically has the advantage. Benchwarmers was the second team to do so. Noct is going to go down first because of that. And look at Madness Rambo. They want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid this as much as possible, but PSS is picking up every last kill. But Sniper Meta now coming in for that third party, just delaying that push for as long as possible off their bubble. And Sniper Meta getting center zone early on, but playing aggressive enough, will be able to navigate this game and take the win here in game number 1.
And it feels rightfully so that they win that game because they picked that position so early. The thing is once that first bubble went down, they were the first team to put their bubble down after the defensive environment down went from Stomps. I'm not sure how PSS decided how they wanted to approach the Madness fight over with Benchwarmers because of the fact that they had that position locked down. So that had to be a great job by Sniper Meta, just fighting through the spot that they earned the entire, 20 minutes of that game. Great job by them and picking up some kill points along the way.
And it all came down to timing with the Gibraltars, with the bubbles. You saw, PSS's idea was, well, we still have our defensive bombardment on the left side. That's going to cover us. We just need to finish off this fight quickly, because they did. They got all 3 members of Benchwarmers down to 50 HP, but that jump pad delayed long enough for the Sniper Meta team to come in for that third party. So congratulations for taking that win. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
This is the line Pop-Tart. My ideal Pop-Tart would be a Nutella-filled Pop-Tart or like a hazelnut variation-filled Pop-Tart. I think it would go amazing because the pastry crust of the Pop-Tart and the hazelnut spread would just go ideal together. Perfect breakfast combination. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
One shot, now the future is yours. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We get the bars and the breaks. I'm talking one chance episode. Go for the goal. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Let's go.
Mic pack's closed, brother. Unmute your mic pack, thank you.
Further, and now the turnaround happens. Sniper meta coming in, and you can see just that kind of delay makes such a huge difference in these fights. That sniper meta were able to top off in their bubble, come back out, and then take the win away from PSS, who honestly I think they did execute that well, but they didn't pivot quickly enough once that jump pad went down.
Well, they executed this okay, because what happens is they start to advance too far with this bubble, right? If they would have just backed off and just put the bubble on the very back of the map, then those two teams would have fought it out, and they would have inch by inch went forward and won the game. But PSS sees a weak Benchwarmers team coming outside the door. They think, man, I got a full send with this bubble over here and take this fight. They necessarily didn't have to. They could have just let Sniper Meta come up behind, fight Benchwarmers, then they could have taken out Benchwarmers when it was all said and done. So a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of a misplay there from PSS cost them about 6-7 points. But overall, I think Sniper Meta, you have to give them credit again for picking that spot and then holding it off for so long, going for the third party onto Razor, which is easy to do because you're giving up a really good spot. Benchwarmers could have took that. And then the very ending right there is huge to pick up all of those points that you needed.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 2. We have 5 more left to go on board with Sniper Meta. And hey, this is why they were able to get center zone. They drop over here at Geyser. We'll see if we have another Geyser ending. as it looks like their first ring did reveal itself, and does seem that Geyser might be in. So we need someone to bring up the map, but it doesn't seem like they got a beacon for themselves. So I'm surprised that you know, in this split they didn't have LV dropping towards that south side, but there we go. We have a better look at it. So Frag East in, No Name in. And so a lot of teams are going to focus on trying to get basically that tracks position. You can see the ping going down for Team Cheez It there, and realize that more than likely this is going to end just outside of Frag East.
If you're sniper meta, you really can't ask for two better zones, because this is 1,000% going to be over towards that no name fragment area. And yeah, you didn't get that back of the map scan in Geyser, but there's the two over towards the side, whether you want to take the one over towards Lava City or you want to take the one over towards no name. And you were talking about possibly splitting. The rule usually is you have to go over towards that beacon if you're Pathfinder. So it's not uncommon to even land no name over by yourself, since that other beacon was taken by another player. So you know, that could cost them some time. It could cost some rotation. We'll see if it comes up back to bite them a little bit. But PSS find themselves in a fight already over here. Look at the plays from Sleepy Panda. It looked like he did 1,000 damage right there. That was only 162 though, and 3 kills going PSS ways.
Line him up, knock him down there with the PK. Sleepy Panda surviving narrowly. But you can see how he just played patiently around the bubble. That was nice to see. And early fight over here at Overlook, was not expecting that. I'm wondering if like they dropped no Overlook, like what exactly happened. But that's gonna be nice for them. Of course, they don't have to move far at all. It doesn't seem like they secured the recon beacon as well, and so they'll have the opportunity over there at Overlook. On board with Team Pop-Tarts though, as remember that 50-50 took place, and they have not changed up anything at all. Back here at Lava Siphon, chasing down this squad. They have given up the height as well, so this is going to be free shots for them. Cracking one, almost got the crack onto the blue armor in the back. And the Wraith Portal out just in case. Even a third party getting involved. So Pop-Tarts have to be careful in how they approach this, but this is definitely a much better start for them. They've got the gold armor, the purple, along with the blue on Zenoa. But how aggressive does Lion get off the back of this?
I hope he treats them like a bunch of gazelle down here for just taking their spot early on during Pop-Tarts week. Let's see if Lion is going to tear him apart. There's the scan coming through. He's going to drop down and possibly take an angle here. They're not going to full send this one quite yet, but if they wanted to, they're going to have a huge advantage in this fight, in my opinion. They already know what armors they have. They've already continued to do a decent amount of damage. Really, they just have to worry about a third party. So I'd love to see just a bubble challenge coming in from Z Davis. There, he uses bubble separately. They're extremely split. That could be the other team's opportunity. It's a very simple push down right there. All they need is Z Davis, and they need his bubble, but he used it already. So they may have to wait 30 more seconds, which is going to slow things down. At this point, I wouldn't even wait for the bubble. I would just go for it. Letting these guys live and stay down here is just not a play. They're going to continue to bug you the next of the 4 games.
Yeah, Lion's got port, and so he can drop down with that for them to retake height just in case. They've also waited out that Seer ultimate as well, but it's going to be up in about another minute. And so they do need to get a bit more aggressive on this. Defensive bombardment has gone down, the bubble as well. Z Davis will have his just another few seconds, but he's got to be careful. Now as he backs off, just waiting this one out. The third party also looming over at Lava Siphon right now, and it's all about who's going to pick up these kills. Once again, another drop down from that squad. There's the first knock, taking out Protect full. They should be able to punish this, as the bubble should still be on cooldown on the other side. I'm surprised that Lion isn't porting forward for this one. There it is, the call now coming out, but is it too late? Zenoa's getting cracked. Z Davis has actually gone down. Team Intel come in from the third party from behind. Great rotation timing coming out from them, picking that up. That's 2 knocks as well. That's gonna be 2 kills going their way.
Honestly, Pop-Tarts deserves to die right there for the way that they're playing. They need to just send it, man. Like, use your bubble, go and do something. If the enemy bubble is put on top of the bridge, send your bubble on top of it, fight, get the fight over with. Otherwise, you're giving just so much time for teams like Intel, Razor, all these really skilled teams, Pringles, teams that know where to look for fights, know how to listen, and know how to actually capitalize on teams making mistakes. All 3 players dropping down under a bridge is a mistake. You have to punish that mistake. Pop-Tarts layers mistakes on top of mistakes right there, and just made my eyes bleed.
Yeah, and the timing on this rotation for this third party was just so predictable as well. I mean, it's ring closing. Intel are in the area. You know that they're going to be coming up that in that path at that time, especially for this zone when it's pulling over towards Frag East Overlook. Their only rotation path is to just push up north towards Geyser. So you have to expect that they're going to be coming there. So for no one to have an eye on that rotation, definitely surprising. Like you said, also you just gotta push sometimes. Here's Team Razor though, as they're getting challenged. Fat Fruit Ninja trading 1 for 2 though, and that should be Razor picking this one up, cleaning that one up. 67, 23, 35. There we go. And I'm surprised that someone decided to push Razor over here at Trials.
Were you just rapping Sir Mix-a-Lot, or was that the EVA 8 damage? I really don't know what I just heard. Either way, Team Razor is going to take that dub fairly easily, and they're going to just continue to loot Trials and do what they do. They play the edge of the zone. They're not worried and concerned about what teams are doing. They want to take fights, and as soon as bubble goes down, they answer it back with another bubble, and just everyone fights and charges in that. That's what Razor has always done so well since the beginning of Series Z. Surprising anytime they even lose a straight-up bubble fight, but it's nice to see Finicky busting out the Watson here. Let's see if the Watson works out. And, this is a really great zone for Watson, too. So Finicky's probably stoked about the positioning that they have. There's, basically 2 options here. It's going to either pull very close to where they're at, inside Fragment, or it's going to pull over towards No Name, which isn't that far from where they are currently as well. So great position here from Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, it's just been so long since I've really seen a Watson that I've like completely forgotten everything about her. Trying to remember how much damage it takes to clear the node. Is it just like 10 damage? Can one Seer Q actually clear it out? I don't know anymore. But here's Team Pop-Tarts. It looks like Lion was able to survive to try and rat this one out, but we haven't hit top 15 yet, but they've gotten at least 1 kill point. And so they've doubled their score from game number 1 now. We'll see how much longer he can survive for. It's going to be difficult trying to get center zone and try to rat here as the Wraith, but we'll see. He does have a gold armor at the very least. So whatever economy he has can go a long way, but you can see he's kind of resigned himself to just, I'm gonna die soon.
I mean, he did a great job just getting here to this point, and then also getting inside a building, and then making your way all the way over towards the toilet bowl, could be big. Really, the only thing that could stop him potentially is going to be the scans. And Lion was playing that fight fairly well, in my opinion. I liked the way that he was, taking the high ground. I just wish that they would have stuck together and used their bubble. It's just like, you can't have your Gibraltar player constantly split up from the fight and going take off angles. That's not the job of the Gibraltar. The Gibraltar's job is to stick near or around your teammates, and it's Lion's job to go and create those opportunities. He was trying to, just they played it a little bit too patient, and then they ended up getting punished for it. So not Pop-Tarts start that they were looking for. We'll see if Lion can rat them out some points, at least maybe get on the top 15, get them a couple more points there, as Rice Krispie Treats is locking things down and coexisting, and a lot of these different areas are going to be taken. And we're going to see every single building inside the fragment area taken, sometimes teams even coexisting on multiple floor levels. But I just expect this over and over again. Scan for scan, scan for scan, waiting for someone to make some sort of mistake. Most likely no one's going to overpeak, and then anyone that tries to get into fragment, that's when things are going to kind of get interesting. But for now, probably not going to see anything for the next zone or two on this frag side.
Yeah, it's just going to be every 30 seconds, hit that Q, try to farm up a little bit more of that Evo shield for free. I mean, you're here in frag, and with this many teams and in this range, you should be able to get multiple hits. 3 at the very least every single time if you can. As you can see that Team Asuras are trying to make a push onto 1. You have Nanos actually by himself outside, forced a Q out to back off. So we might have some early aggressions. We'll see in just a moment, but there are so many buildings to play for now. Typically when we have these circles, especially in an urban environment, that teams will coexist. Action has slowed down. We saw in game number 1, by the 3rd ring, we're already down to 13 squads, but this number should maintain itself. As you can see right now, Team Razor out in Fragment West, keeping an eye on Market, as there is a team over there, and so that might be an early target for themselves. They were able to pick up, remember, early kill points. Got challenged over there by Trials, so they would like some more kill points at this point. But for now, it's just going to be holding as they're waiting out all the Syracuse.
And if Team Razor is playing inside the zone right now, that just goes to show there's not going to be a lot of kills on the outside of the zone. they understand the situation. Fragment, everybody gets in towards a building. If you're not in a building, you're kind of screwed. Things become very, very difficult. It's almost like not being inside thermal station, but at least with thermal, you know that you're going to be taking fights and getting kills along the way. Not here over towards that fragment side. So Zertricky and the rest of the Razor squad trying to relocate, find a position to play. Maybe it's going to be this high angle on the rock over here, which is a really good play, and I like that they don't go with the clamor. Instead, they go with the bounce pad. Zertricky's even playing it safe and going to go and use his bubble throughout all that as they see if anyone else is up here, and it looks like it is clear for now. So this is one of those spots where you are getting kill potential, right? You are inside of a building and fragment, you're not going to find kills. Maybe if you're on this high ground where you have your head on a swivel and stuff goes downside fragment, maybe you make your play that way and then start to push in, or maybe even run into a team Pringles eventually that looks like they're playing the edge as well.
Yeah, I'm just fighting for height at this point. I'm going to take a little bit of ring damage, but it's fine. It's just zone number 2. But here it's just about playing patiently for Team Pringles. Like you said, a lot of this northern side of the zone already been cleared out. It's very, very low populated, as everyone has tried to find instead a building inside the zone right now. Ring will continue to pull over towards the eastern side, and if we can pull up the map to see exactly where this is going, it's going to be great. But as a lot of people were expecting, it's going to start pulling more towards epicenter, that train tracks just the east of Frag East as well. Still plenty of teams actually involved in this one, and this one's actually a little bit of a harder pull away from Frag East than I was expecting. And we have PSS in position over there by the Overlook side, but the Godly Daddies find themselves in a fight over here inside Frag West, currently by Market side. Kobe about to go down, but no, with the EVA 8, he takes out Drezax, but he doesn't have an armor swap for himself. They clear this one out, but here comes Team Pringles. They were eyeing it the entire time, delaying as well with that Seer Q. No res for them. Now it's just one player remaining on the other side. They'll secure these kills on the ground, as well as Fury looking to finish off the final player of this team, but looks like he was able to get out with that defensive bombardment. And so Team Pringle's not going to get the full value off this third party, but it was still a good move for them.
Man, Pringle's ruined my Godly Daddy's joke. I'll save it for next time over here, though. But bench warmers are going to come through with the shots. Madness with the window peek. Are you kidding me? Those were some really sick plays and angles coming in for Madness. Rambo's already infiltrated the second level right there. And they're going to take over this building temporarily. Let's see if they want to continue to add more damage. But look at the amount of death boxes that are sitting up here. They're in a very, very safe spot right now, because you were talking about where this one's going to pull. And if they can be in the building closest to where this does start to go down over towards the outside area, then they're going to be in a great spot. But I'm looking also at that blue trailer or blue truck. But as well, maybe Team Cheez It, if Finicky's still alive on that Watson, could take that spot, and that'd be a great spot to be.
Never seen or Horizon actually getting hit by a defensive bombardment when they're in their queue, but they do survive that, and they do have their Seer ultimate down as well. Trying to keep the teams out here, just playing outside of Overlook. Doja Cat will go ahead and port them out, but oh no, he goes right into PSS, and now PSS, they've got the man advantage, getting rid of that Wraith there. Wondering if the Seer Q might have actually connected onto the Wraith, canceling that port, as I don't see one out. Right now, though, PSS doing a great job. They've already cleared out a lot of this side. Remember, they took the early fights. Now they've got to be careful. Backing off. Stomps has been cracked. Defensive bombardment going down as well, but Stomps has fallen. And oh no, things are turning around for PSS, as it looks like a team just came out from that platform entry. Now the benchwarmers are looking for a way in on this fight as well.
Cubs C looks like he's getting rezzed around the corner behind the rock. That's going to be big as well. You can see where that zone pulls, and that, like you were talking about, on top of the bridge, below the bridge, kind of where Benchwarmers is playing. They just have a little bit of area that's still in that they could work with as well, as the defensive bombardment is going to go down. And going back to that Horizon Q, I really think it could have been splash damage off the rock when it connected Jamerson, which I don't think I've seen that happen before either. So super unlucky in that situation. Is Midnight's going to get knocked. Rice Krispies is on the back foot. Pringles pushes inside the train station building, and just all hell breaking out in the fragment side of the map, as these teams were not predicting the zone to pull outside of the city, and now they have to fight their way out.
They're chasing after for more kills here. There's another one outside. Bubble back as Fury does fall back. Presley is by himself though, and so he's gonna swap off onto a white Evo shield here as he's getting pushed now. Arcstar down, but the backup is there. Presley getting that final kill onto Trinal, but another team shows up. It's gonna be Team Asurus now. It's a 3v2 as they're looking for the instant thirst onto Fury as well. And so Team Pringles just took way too long to finish off that fight. They are still alive as a duo though, and so they can try and play this one out. So we're down to the top 11 squads. Team Razor in a fight with Team Intel, though, here on the northern side of the zone. Baby Thule has been knocked, as looks like he hasn't been thirsted quite yet, but he is inside of that Seer ultimate, and so they can try and delay for this. Duke finishing off Baby Thule, and here comes the rest of Team Intel to finish this one off. They're right on top of them. They've got the information from that Seer queue as well. Skittlecake's already making the call down now to drop down as to avoid a lot of the third party in the fire from up top.
Yeah, now they're going to rotate, and you usually see a smile on Fury's face, but he got really unlucky right there, and you can see just a little bit of sigh of what the heck happened, because he was playing that so perfectly, and then all of a sudden I feel like a Mastiff hit him from like a medium range for around 80 or 100 in the back, and he just got dropped immediately. I think it was a combination shot from two players. But when you were watching Razor's point of view, you could see Zeratricky was hitting some really great shots, but you saw multiple different angles and great timing. No stagger push coming out from Team Intel. They all kind of came along at the same time, all at different angles, and there's nothing that you can do when a really solid team is pushing you, even if you're a really solid player, just like Zeratricky is. And he did everything that he could right there. It's just Intel played that better with the numbers advantage that they have. And not only that, they're continuing to play this extremely smart, not getting overextended over towards the side, thinking about how they want to use the resources to get into the zone, and also moving towards the zone at a fair time so they're not getting ganked up.
Great shots coming out from Verhulst there, but Skittle taking a lot of damage. Is going to be forced to bat. It's PSS on the other side of this one. Duke getting the knock onto Stomps. Now they're trying to find more, but they'll just secure this for now, and they'll have the north side. And look, it is going towards
Finicky?
bridge side.
In the
That
trailer?
part is going to be in. More than likely, yeah.
Yeah, my boy Finicky, he went for it. I'm telling you, that was one of the big plays to go for. Was going to be one of these little carts that we're going to be in, and Watson plays perfectly into that hand. And it goes to show how annoying this meta used to be, where you're like, what's going on in there? Okay, that spot's taken. And it used to be like that in every single situation on the map. There would be a team in that. There would be a team on the outside. There'd be another team underneath. Now you can actually fight and show your gun skill a lot more instead of kind of turtling up and waiting for the zone to all collapse on you. And Intel's having themselves a pretty solid game right here. So they have eyes on that game-winning spot. They're trying to get to that spot. It's just a matter of how can they pull that off.
Throughout all this as well, Cheez-It have found some kill points. There's a team below them. Really don't have to worry too much about it, especially if they set up the fences well. Make sure that the climb up is not free for that squad. And of course, getting a lot of value, they will, off of the interception pylon, just allowing them to take some tip damage and then just go back and naturally heal that one up. So their economy should be rather strong throughout all of this, especially having those loot boxes there for now. 8 squads, 20 players remaining as round 5 begins closing now. And this is where all hell is going to break loose. Team Intel have dropped down to the low. Skittlecake's by himself. Challenge that team that's playing underneath the bridge, and you can see that's where they really do want to play off of. They can play here in the corner. It does look like it is in where Skittles is, but it's so vulnerable. The nade's going in, but you guys have to remember, interception pylon is there, eating up a lot of that for now. Bubble out from Dupe, as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like they might be able to get this knock and push him for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheez-It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock onto GS Bird. He needs a quick armor swap, but it's onto a broken blue, broken red. But Intel will be able to secure this. Cheez-It are knocked out. They need to get Dupe back up, but the third party is already showing up. Great damage out with this EVA 8 from Verhulst. And now he'll have another armor swap, but they lose out on a Dupe. We're down to 4 squads, and Intel is the only damaged one here. And take a look at Skittlecase getting absolutely mad, going in by himself. Will take out Team Asurus, but now Team Intel need to try and go for the recovery. Applejack's in a fight on the outside, I believe, up against the Benchwarmers now, and it's all up to Kupski to try and rat this one out, but the Benchwarmers are going to be right on top of them, so it's going to be a 3v2 for the final fight.
They have an idea of where they are too. You can see smart play from Nock, not to overextend, backing off, making sure he's getting an armor swap through all that. Velhurst has to hit a med kit throughout all this if they want to win the fight. You cannot go in with just the red armor and expect Skittlecakes to try to do all this damage. And look at this heads up play from Skittlecakes. He's getting some loot. He's laying down an extra armor swap. I love this play. Unfortunately, the zone is moving away from them, and they're going to have to move towards where benchwarmers are. So that armor swap isn't going to be as useful as if they were to charge right through. So disciplined play coming in. I think benchwarmers doesn't realize. Oh, they do realize because the top right has already spoiled it for him, showing that it is a 3v2. So big advantage here to benchwarmers. They're going to be able to basically play around Nock whenever they want to go and throw a bubble. That's when things are going to go down.
He's only got 4 shots in the EVA 8 for Skittlecakes, so they are definitely struggling here. That quick armor swap from Skittlecakes, but now Verhulst is in a world of trouble. They're just trying to walk in, but this is just going to be an easy finish for the benchwarmers unless something absolutely terrible happens. And that's one way, but now it's going to be a 1v2. Rambo and Not controllers versus Skittlecakes. They're going to go ahead and just come in for that finish. Benchwarmers with another top finish, but this time it's going to be a win. So GG's. Benchwarmers taking game number 2 of Series E.
It's a really huge sign for benchwarmers. Again, the week they had last week, not what they were looking for. They've continued to add that practice on layer after layer. They're starting to show that hard work is paying off. Great game in game number 1, and then they finish out game number 2 with a huge dub.
Yeah, we're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Lion. Just like my Gibby Bubbles, Pop-Tarts always come in clutch when you're looking for a snack.
Been a little bit more hesitant team to slow play things and try to play zone. Team that doesn't need to really play zone is going to be Team Pop-Tarts now. Coming from Overlook, we got crack out from Lion, forcing out the bubble as he bubbles himself to push up. Arcstar now forcing that Gibraltar into his dome now. He'll get the knock on to Super. Hold the angle, but only hits for the 9. Bangalore's looking to be very fun.
If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine, like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when...
All right, everybody, welcome back. Yeso here once again, and that's game number 2. And we saw the benchwarmers getting into the top 3 to start off the day, and they followed up with a big win here, taking out Team Intel in game 2. But Team Intel still going to be feeling really good about their performance in that one. We'll check out how the standings shake out when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a little bit. But let's check out our player of the game for game number 2 here, and it's going to be Nock. Look at that, 5 kills and an assist. Not a ton of damage in this game, but his team got the work done. They get into that late circle, good positioning, and they get just a well-timed push onto Team Intel, and they're able to grab the victory there. So good on Nock. Good on the Benchwarmers squad there. And that's going to be an interesting shakeup in the standings. Obviously, Sniper Meta felt really strong after game 1. Sitting at the top of the standings, big win for them, but this back-to-back top 3 placings here from the side of Benchwarmers is going to have them feeling very comfortable heading into game 3. They should likely be in the lead, though we'll have to see how big that lead is based on the performances of other teams in that last game. But good on Nocked, and Benchwarmers feeling really great with the way they have started the day. Still 4 more games to go, and we'll have to see Team Pop-Tarts if they can get things rolling here today. This is the day when when you really want to build momentum, especially during your sponsored week. These are the games where you're supposed to be able to get into these late circles and win these fights. They haven't quite done it so far, but still plenty of games to play. So we'll see if they can get it rolling. Just want to remind you guys, if you want to grab some Pop-Tarts or some other products from any of our partners, you see I got a big stack of them over here. I got, some connections. But if you want to get some, head over to walmart.com/esports arena. You can shop a range of awesome products from all of our partners. So make sure to check that out. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you guys ready for the final game of the first half.
Hey, what's up? I'm Z Davis, and if you want to play crazy good like me, you gotta pick up some Pop-Tarts.
To see that right now on board with Pop-Tarts down by Lava City. We do have a team ahead of them. Gonna go ahead and hit that tier Q to try and slow them down, but it's the redeploy coming out as they are getting beamed along the way with the L-Star at that too.
If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esports arena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have... Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had the bench warmers getting back-to-back top finishes here in Series E, but they got the win there in game number 2. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see how much they're leading by. And currently they are in first place by 9 points. So PSS still showing up, but now it's Team Intel who have worked their way into the top 3, putting Sniper Meta down into top 4, despite getting the win in game number 1.
It's nice to see Applejacks climbing up there too, sitting in 5th place at 15 points overall. They definitely have a lot of potential. They're sitting kind of on our bottom of our leaderboard in our cumulative points, and I'd love to see them continue to pop back up there. Same with Splash and Pop-Tarts. We saw these teams last week. They have a lot of potential. Unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, bad 50-50 to start things off. They're splitting up way too much. I would love to just see Z Davis stick with the team. I think they're going to do a lot better if that's the case. They need to play around Lion. Lion needs to play aggressive when they get these advantages. And then Team Splash, again, they are playing better on the pro days than they do in the open days. We take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment from game number 2. So again, a lot of games to be played, a lot of potential for these teams. We'll see if they can put it all together going forward.
This was the audacity of Team Intel taking out Asurus and Team Cheez-It here in just a moment. This is an absolutely crazy push coming out. Dupe doing so much initial damage, but he's the first one to go down. But still, the damage he did created enough openings for Team Intel to clutch up these kills here on the western side of the map. And honestly, I didn't think they were going to be able to succeed the way that they did. But man, they held it down and they secured top 2 off the back of some just amazing damage coming out from Dupe.
There was a lot of great performances coming from Intel in game number 2, and it looked like if they had Dupe, they possibly could have won this fight. It was a pretty even fight overall. Skillcakes took a lot of damage on the Valkyrie as he was crossing, but yet somehow they were still able to answer it onto Madness, and then they were put in a 1 versus 2 situation. But because of the zone moving away from them, they had to head directly towards them. So all those armor swaps, all those heals that they had right there didn't really mean anything. And there was such a big space to make up that you're not going to be able to do anything because you don't have your Gibraltar, right? So maybe if you had a bubble, you could advance in there and then force bubble out a knock and and do something about it. But either way, they were able to take down Team Razor over towards the side. They did a lot of great things, again, just to get to this moment. And it tends to be the case for a lot of our Mobile One high performance moments, where this team that we have at the end fought and clawed just to get to that point, and there could have been a handful of different choices here, but towards the end of the game, that's where things really start to pick up. That's where a lot of the points are had. So this one definitely makes a lot of sense, because that cart was not easy to infiltrate, like you were talking about. You had Finicky in there, you had Caustic Gas in there, there was Watson's, there was a lot of different things that they had to overcome.
Yeah, and for benchwarmers, though, they are showing that now their experience is starting to kind of produce results, right? 2 top finishes, a win there. They're able to call the zones and basically have immaculate positioning for that late game. That's 2 games in a row. We'll see if they can continue to do it. I'm glad that they were able to get the win, because I would like a little bit more information about them. I want to know where they're dropping. And so we should be joining on board with them at the beginning of game number 3 to figure out, of course, how they're getting there. Of course, being able to play center zone 2 times in a row. With the circles being fairly close to each other, though, you have to imagine that they're not coming from too far away themselves. And so they should be somewhere on that side of the map, close to it. So we'll figure that out in just a moment. Just waiting for game number 3 to get underway. But I'm glad to see that we are getting some consistency out of the benchwarmers. Really excited about this team in particular. Taking a look, of course, you know, Rambo has a lot of hype around him. Noct has a lot of hype around him. And now Madness being able to produce this roster. Really excited to see, especially with, you know, all the more Apex Legends competitions we have in the pipeline that'll be coming down in the next few weeks and next few months. There's so much more to play for later on. And so this is some great practice for them, especially as a new roster.
Yeah, you have Noct, who's been very successful with his team. And then you have Madness, who's very successful with his team. And then Rambo, like we were talking about, who has found success, but not as much major success as the other 2 in the ALGS. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to all the different facets of the game, they have what it takes to not only win in Series E today, this week, and in general, but also in the ALGS. And that's why you see this team form. There's a reason why it formed. And when we look at today, who we have in this lobby and who is the best hand-to-hand combat teams, it's very easy to see that Benchwarmers is going to be right there, Intel is going to be there, Razor is going to be there, and Team Pringles. That 5th team is kind of up for grabs in terms of, you know, who takes bubble fights the best, et cetera, who can, you know, put the pedal to the metal and really slay out like a team like G2 can, like a team like TSM can. Those are the 4 teams that are definitely on my radar. Now, how do you overcome that? You don't have to be the best hand-to-hand combat team to win today, or just to win in general. And we've seen that in the past. You have to play a different style. You have to get into the zone. You have to be able to, you know, play edge at certain times. But again, a team like Applejacks and a player like Kubsky, Flashpoint was a team that had the #1 overall average in placements for a very long time in the ALGS, and that's 2nd place. So that means he's going to need players that are going to come and trust him, and they also need to make sure that they're executing the right way. But we're in such a different meta now that we were when Flashpoint was a team and when that was a record. So, you know, there's a lot of adjustments that are going to be happening for a team like Applejacks. But this is a good start for them. And again, I want to see Applejacks, Splash, all these other teams, Pop-Tarts that are sitting on the outside looking in on that top 4, step it up.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 3, and we do get to join on board with the Benchwarmers, and it looks like they're taking Frag West. And you can see Rambo had to split all the way over towards the train tracks northwest of Fragment to be able to pick up that beacon, but he's going to have it for free. It does seem like there's a team that dropped over at Survey, but not a big enough split that he has to actually worry about it. But he's still going to play this one cautiously as he goes to reconnect with his squad over at Fragment. Now we're seeing why they're able to rotate so quickly for the last 2 circles. The next one, no, it's still favoring here the eastern side of the map. It's going to be going over towards Lava Siphon. And this time it looks like Pop-Tarts did not get challenged on that Lava Siphon drop.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's really random when a team like Z-Dave was talking about goes and drops at a different spot every single time. That team is practicing their 50-50s and makes you kind of practice your 50-50s too. You can't be lazy when you land, and you have to master your landing spot. That's the whole point of going there to begin with, is see Phony and Fury trying to figure out how they're going to approach this situation. 30-30, EVA 8 would definitely not be my ideal go-to in this situation. L-Star will rip, but running low on ammo. Fortunately, Fury is able to answer that right there, and Carry just gets dropped. Now they find themselves in a 2-on-2 situation, potentially taking this fight. There's the knock right there on the Gibby as well, coming through any second now. The Gibby's doing a little dance, though, taking a little bit longer than they were anticipating, and that causes the other player to push through, and there's the finish as well. Nice job. Still 2 minutes on that clock. No one should be rotating in quite yet. Team Pringles looks like they're going to make it out safely.
I was going to say, with the Presley going down first, that this squad just should have this team fight win, right? You don't have the passive of the Seer to use. You don't have the information on the Pringles side. This is why you should be approaching this fight from a kind of different angles. You have 3 players up against the 2. You should at least send 1 on the flank or something, just because they don't have that Seer information. Instead, you saw all 3 players coming down from the exact same angle. It was a free fire for that squad. On board with FKP, as it looks like they're trying to get the beacon for themselves now, and they realize that this ring is pulling down over towards that lava siphon side.
He's like, I'm up here, where are you?
Oh, they're getting challenged though. Yeah, the rotate out from the Skyhook side, aiming for some decent damage across this team, and so they're gonna have to bubble for this beacon.
Nice shots there with the scout with the 1-2. That's not easy to hit right there, connecting and buying a little bit more time, also charging up that Evo shield along the way. Speaking of charging up Evo shields, Nox going to want to try to get a nice little armor swap in there if he can. There it is, getting rid of that gray armor for the blue. Going to be feeling good about that one. That's a very fast rotation out of Fragment, as we were anticipating. And they're going back and picking up kills and then running to another priority position on the map where they feel like they are going to catch players that are going to be rotating through. So we really like this coming in from Benchwarmers. That's that experience that you were talking about, knowing the routes that you need to take, the popular routes to pick up kills that are going to be path of least resistance. Is BDP out here with the 2-4 Scout Prowler Blue Mag. This is a great setup here for young Pop-Tart. See if they can capitalize with some damage. There's some cracked shields as well. That's going to drop that player down. Unfortunately, not able to finish that one off. And other teammates there looking around, because you have to kind of keep your head on a swivel in this area. There are a lot of different spots in this choke where you can get flanked. So I like this play from BDP. Live to fight another day. It's going to be hard to take that fight over towards that beacon building without getting third parties. So they're just going to rotate on out.
Yeah, they already got some value off of it, evolving the Evo shields for young Pop-Tart and getting that extra damage off. But I'm sure they saw that the team that was playing inside the beacon building was shooting up to the north as well. So they cannot full commit onto that despite hitting for flesh. And they're just going to go ahead and continue their looting and rotation path now. Of course, being slowed down there is going to make it a bit more difficult to try and get into Lava Siphon. Speaking of Lava Siphon, though, it is going to be Cheez-It that have found a spot in here. And Finicky is just, I guess he's just playing character roulette, legend roulette at this point, changing on over to the Fuse.
How would you do that, right? There is no random selection. So is it up to the chat room? He's playing controller. Does he just kind of throw his controller in the air, and then whenever it lands, no, don't throw your controller. That's not a good idea. But yeah, it's interesting to see what they're going for here, because I liked the Watson play. I liked the position. And I talked about this last week. I know you were off on the open day, but during the open day, I was talking about, I'm pretty sure it was, how Finicky plays and how he used to be a Caustic main. Well, that's their style. Team Cheez-It loves to get into the middle of the zone. You could see that. I don't know if Fuse is going to be enough to, keep things on lockdown. I really feel like him back on Caustic, maybe him on Watson, does favor their playstyle. And they are a strong team fighting team, yet they still, don't have that hand-to-hand experience like Benchwarmers do. And that takes time. That takes just a lot of time as a team. And that has to be something that you can continue to work on. But playing into your strengths is never a bad thing. And we'll see what Finicky's going to be able to do now that he's on Fuse.
Yeah, there are so many things you need to work on, right? Especially when it comes to coming together as a team. The first thing you need to lock down is just the composition that you want to run before you can work on anything else. Otherwise, you're basically starting from, the first block once again, building up all over again every single time. And now, as they're trying to hold that building, they're going to wish they had the Watson here for the Natty Gen on the interception pylon, as they're taking some poke damage out from RCO. And you can see now all the teams starting to gain positions, starting to control buildings over here at Lava Siphon currently. Intel, they do have a tractor to work off of, as Applejacks have found themselves inside center zone as well. So it's interesting to see how these buildings play out as we get to explore more and more of this iteration of World's Edge, to see how these buildings work out. Ooh, Lightstar Joe Nice knock onto Fearing Live, but as the punish comes out,
Wow.
they grief the door and stop the res at the same time. Great timing out from that team. It should be the full push. As you can see, RKT setting up more nades coming in for the infiltrate, but they have to be careful. There's an actual third party just waiting outside, ready to go from the other building, and so they've got to be careful. Lightstar Joe, he's going to be holding down Anchor for his squad. It's going to be his job to make sure that that third party does not peek out, but the bubble has been used, the quick res as well, and RKT have missed out on this timing, so they should just back off from this one.
I feel like they should back off, but it's tough because you've spent so many resources now, and you really want to push inside this door that you did so well to break down, but you saw the amount of grenades that they used that got stuck on the bars in the window. All that time wasted could have been spent going inside. Now the only thing is are you going to get third-partied, right? Yeah, this fight's most likely going to be won, but how fast can you win this one? How fast can you armor swap afterwards to stay in this game? Are they going to win this fight, though? I don't know. Double EVA 8 shots coming through. There's a flank around the corner. There's the third party. And unfortunately for Rice Krispie Treats, it looks like that's all she wrote after the great job of getting that longbow shot in the door for Lightstar Joe.
It's another team actually showing up. Team Asuras have actually made their way on over here. So third party to answer for third party, and now PSS are just down to Dank, and that's not who you really want to be surviving here. As Team Pringles are showing up as well for this. They were able to get their Presley back into this one, so now they're running up as a full 3. Just plenty of kills for them to pick up at this point, but I don't have a good grasp of the situation, exactly what's going on, because that kill feed was an absolute clutter, as Vacho will be able to finish off stomps throughout all of this. And now, one on the other side of the door, as it looks like they're trying to finish off that heal. Will he let him do that? No, he's just holding the door, holding that angle, waiting for the Q, will be able to back off. And so Team Pringles not really finding much off of this third-party attempt. But again, they have to deal with these squads anyhow, as the ring is pulling further to the south.
And look how Fury played that, right? Where he's not going to risk kicking the door down, no matter what. No matter who that player is in this lobby, he's still going to have respect for not kicking the door down. It's just a bad play against these top-tier players. You're just willing to take too much damage at that case. Not only that, once that player ran away, he realized, okay, that player's gone. I'm not going to continue to stay overextended. Why? Because people are looking at me. In just a matter of 1 second, once that player was away, he looked away, ran back inside, and lost 100 HP. If he would have stayed there just for an extra second, he would have got knocked towards the door, and you really don't know what's going to happen right there. So just a more heads-up play coming out of Fury. The experience really showing for Team Pringles. They want the kills, but they're not going to sacrifice the position of their lives to get them.
Yeah, I mean, from Rice Krispie Treats, we saw the opposite, right? It was kind of a sunk cost fallacy for them. You were talking about how many nades they committed on, everything they had committed into that fight, that they decided we have to keep going for this for whatever reason, ultimately led to their demise. On board with Nestle Splash here on the northeast side of launch site now, just outside of Lava Siphon, but they can take their time here. They don't have the ring information quite yet, and doesn't seem like there's a beacon in the area for them. So they're just going to wait for this ring to close before they decide what they want to do next. No real pressure to force anything out, but here's Team Pringles trying to work their way on in. A team playing the choke right now as they're getting shot up. Fury almost cracked, has to force out that bat now, but that team is starting to give up some ground, and if they realize that, they can actually push up for free, and they will be able to actually get up here. And I'm surprised that the team actually backed away that quickly, despite doing so much damage. Team Razor, though, here on this connection side over by Harvester into Lava Siphon, find themselves in the middle of fights as they're going to use these nades to try and advance, but the team has given up position, so Team Razor will be able to lock this one down, and they can play patiently here for now. This is just a neutral position for them to play off of for the time being.
Benchwarmers were able to pick up another squad wipe off of the kill feed on the top right, you could see. So they're going to continue to build on their lead as Madness is now the kill leader with 3 overall. Slower game here than we've had in the first 2. Less 50-50s. Interesting rotations coming throughout everything. And it's going to be a pretty fun zone to watch. You don't get an opportunity to see Razor really, play inside the zone here. A lot of time, again, they're running around the outside, same with Pringles, etc. Then you're going to see, again, the multi-layers of their game. They're really good at team fighting. They're really good at predicting where to go, but they also all of a sudden will take fights on the outside, then be in the middle next thing you know too. So I love the way that they play, like you were talking about, just posturing, waiting for opportunities over here as the rest of the map is going to open up for them. And there's the map in the zone pull on the top left of your screen. RCO trying to lock things down here with Bam Click, who's been pretty impressive on the Caustic, trying to get this Caustic over towards the late game. Unfortunately for RCO, it seems like they're in the right spot a lot of times. They're just not able to get the squad wipes that they're hoping for. So we'll see if RCO can get some kills here in this endgame.
Speaking of kills, Pop-Tarts picking up a knock on to Golden there for Team Cheez-It. We'll see if Pop-Tarts decide to push off of that one, but it is inside Lava Siphon proper, and it becomes difficult to push these without third parties just looming on the outskirts the entire time. So it doesn't look like they'll be able to secure the Thirst quite yet, and they should be able to recover at the very least on Cheez-It's side. We do have to talk about, of course, we're already down to 13 squads here. It's third zone now. Actually picking up a lot, and a lot of that was taking place over at No Name. Here's Pop-Tarts though, looking to punish, getting the first knock, great shots, and just like that, Team Cheez-It are knocked out. Pop-Tarts finally starting to show up here as they have hit top 12. They have 3, maybe 4 kill points to their name, and you even have Z Davis holding it down as they anchor on that Gibraltar, making sure that their building was not taken over.
I've had a lot of time playing with Z Davis and with Lions, so it feels like I'm getting on a little bit. It is, so I can just try to motivate these guys during their week to get something going. They are extremely, extremely talented. It's just that Lion has played so many different legends throughout all of this to be a Wraith main. He's always been more of like a Pathfinder fly in there type player. He's been put on a lot of different legends throughout where he's been forced to support too. And now he's going to be working with the Z Davis as kind of like a co-IGL. But it's kind of tough when you're the co-IGL and you're playing on a Gibraltar. So again, Lion needs to be the one to kind of open things up. And then Z Davis needs to be right there hand in hand with him to be ready to bubble down when that big damage comes through. The rest of the players go in and push and just capitalize on that. So they went from an area where they were in the zone again to going up and picking up more kill points, and that's a very difficult thing to do. That's another layer of your game that you have to add on if you want to be a great team. So Pop-Tarts starting to have their best game here before the halftime kicks off.
Yeah, and I wish this would go without saying, but like anytime we criticize a team, it really does come from a place of love, right? Because we want to see teams and specific players like succeed, because we've been in this community for so long. It's been 2.5 years since this game came out, and a lot of these players have been grinding it out this entire time as well, and so we want to see all these players succeed. So anytime we do, hopefully everyone knows that it's coming from a place of love. Right now though, Team Pop-Tarts in a great position now, looking to gatekeep a lot of the squads here on the northern side. Had a team that were challenging on the lower side of their building, and it looks like it was Team Pringles actually moving their way around just on the outskirts here. We didn't get to talk about the ring quite yet, but we're not going to be able to right now, as well as Team Razor find themselves in a fight, moving in with the zone, taking out Kimchi Lee from Lots of Rockstar are currently above them. Baby Tooley is giving them that information, and so the bubble out to go for the climb up. Bubble has come out from the other side as well. Zara Tricky is able to finish off A's, and now there's just one player remaining, I believe. No, to finish that one off. And so Zara Tricky, great climb up to take that roof.
His, I don't know what the right word for it would be, but his just like macro play is phenomenal, right? If you ever want to know how to play Gibraltar, if you ever want to know when to hit heals, when to push up with your team, how to make little intricate decisions within the game, watch how Zara Tricky plays. Not only that, his tracking has always been one of the more top-notch players that we have in Series E. And that was just great execution. You know you have the advantage, so go and bubble, use that thing to heal, hit the Phoenix directly at the right time, and go make that kill a lot easier than it should be, right? You don't want to try to, take a lot of damage. You don't want to have any type of risky things happen. Team Razor doing the right thing there as we take a look at Kubsky. Unfortunately, routing it out here for Team Applejacks. Again, another game where they were in the zone, and oh no, there's 3 players dropping down. Very perfectly executed Q coming in. Is going to be able to have a nade here for when they push up top. It looks like there's not even enough time to go and do so. Kubsky on the run. It's extermination time.
Yeah, Kubsky, no stranger to this rat life, for lack of a better word. I mean, you were talking about it having on Flashpoint one of the highest consistent top finishes for any team, and it was really, honestly, largely a lot off the back of the ratting of Kubsky here. And been able to do it time and again, has hit top 10 at the very least for his squad. Right now it's 9 squads remaining, so we'll see how much longer he can survive for. It looks like that blue bin just not in. Might be if he goes actually inside. We'll find out in just a moment. Team Razor, though, because they are trying to get an early position on this zone. They're going to have some resistance here. Team making it across. It's going to be Blight going down first. And that tracking you were talking about once again, Tom, coming up for Zero Tricky as Hakulo finds one more onto Verholst, creating a lot of space and a lot of opportunities now for Razor to push in. They're punishing the teams that are using that Horizon Q as Blight does get finished off, and immediately turning on the teams running up behind them there. They've got the safety of this car to work with as Hakulo needs to top himself off, but Team Razor in a great spot, picking up some free kill points along the way as well. Benchwarmers, one of the teams on this side of the map, but it does look like they are safe for now inside the ring, but they will be forced onto the high ground for this next zone.
And there's a couple of knocks right there onto Intel. There's the finish as well. Bubble going to go down. Going to get a little armor check throughout all that. Defensive bombardment is going to be used just so they could kind of regroup throughout all that. Could have been possibly a Zero Tricky. All is they're now flanking around the corner. There's Hakulo going down to begin with. That's huge initial damage. It's going to be so tough to win this fight now. There's the flank coming in for Madness. There's that hand-to-hand combat we're talking about. 2 of our top 4 teams in hand-to-hand combat taking a fight over towards that trailer, and you can see just what happens when the tracking is on point with this Spitfire doing tons of team damage as well. Almost goes down, but now they take control of this truck. 9 kills there for Madness.
Yeah, this is such a great game, and honestly, I love this composition. Not the composition, the team, this roster, because Madness at times, you know, he does like taking fights. He just needs a bit more consistency in his fights, and that's what, like, I feel like, you know, CLG always kind of suffered in the consistency in their fights. They had high highs, but now it's about maintaining those high highs with Rambo, with Noct. Now take a look to Team Pop-Tarts going for this rotate with the port out, as it looks like Lion is going to be able to secure a decent spot for his squad, but there's another team on the other side of this ridge here that they do have to be careful for, as they do get tagged by that Q. Good shots out from that wingman to at least keep that team in check. It's the final 4 squads remaining, and I'm wondering if Kupski was able to survive into the top 4.
He could have been. I just love the aggression we're seeing from Lion right now. And yeah, he's, you know, decently far from his team, but he could always queue back if he wanted to. And now he's owned that real estate over towards the left, which made those players rotate directly towards that. And they could have done the same. His whole team could have went over there, but now they realize if we overexpose ourselves over towards the right, we really don't have much cover. So now they're trying to work in here. While they have kind of pinched themselves, there's a lot more area to work with, but that player from behind, that can't be the pesky Cubs, because that was Octane, right?
No, I think that was Cub. We'll find out in just a moment. It is going to be Cub, yeah. He does secure top 4 for his team.
Just Wraith looking like it.
That's going to be 5 extra placement points for Apple Jackson, so that is huge for Kupski to make it from top 9 to top 4 now, but it's going to be a final 3v3v3. You got Pop-Tarts, we've got Benchwarmers looking for another top finish. This is another top 3 at the very least for themselves, as they are now making the push out. They've traded back and forth, though. Noct has gone down. Z Davis is the only one alive, but it's just for a moment as Pringles come in for the third party to finish this one off. And Team Pringles will stop the Benchwarmers from getting a second dub. But like we said, another top finish for the Benchwarmers here in game number 3.
Benchwarmers definitely griefed Pop-Tarts right there, and Pringles is loving it. You can see the smile coming through on Fury. There's really nothing that you can do right there if you're Pop-Tarts, unfortunately. I really think that Benchwarmers were going for just a record game for Madness, right? He's like, you know what, guys? I'm like 9 or 10 kills deep right now. I'm going for a 15 bomb. Let's just full send it over here onto whatever team this is and see if we can win the fight. Unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, it was Benchwarmers and Pringles, the last 2 teams alive with them, and an easy kill, an easy win for Pringles.
So GG's Pringles taking the win there in game number 3. We're going to take a break as we head into halftime, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? Lion here. I'm about to try my favorite flavor, Hot Fudge Sundae. I'll let you guys know how it is. Pop-Tarts wasn't kidding when they say it's crazy good. It literally tastes like a hot fudge sundae. Definitely highly recommend it. My go-to, I've probably eaten about 4 boxes in a little over a week. A little unhealthy, but definitely my go-to flavor, and I love it. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Welcome back, folks. That's game number 3 all set there. And Team Pringles coming out with a very big victory to close out the first half of Open Night. Here, I'm your host, Yeso, back once again, and that's definitely going to shake up the standings, but the benchwarmers continue to look really darn good. And the best game we've seen from Pop-Tarts so far this week, we'll have to see if they can keep that momentum rolling. They aren't able to grab the win, but still a good performance from the squad here in their sponsor week, and they need to keep that going in the second half of today. Let's check out our player of the game for game 3, and then I have a little discussion that I want to have about our partnered squads so far this season. But it's going to go to Madness with a 10-kill game. 10 kills, just 1 assist, 1,600 damage. That's the interesting thing. I've seen games from players where they get 7 or 8 kills, and they'll be over 2,000 damage, and he gets 10 and just has 1,600. So very efficient from Madness, getting in, doing the damage, finishing these kills, being very, very productive with his aggression on that Octane. So fantastic game from him. Absolutely pops off, and while they don't get the victory, that is a ton of points for the benchwarmers, so they're going to be sitting pretty at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Tom. So big game there. Pringles grabbing a victory is huge going into the second half. We'll have to see our partnered squads keeping things rolling from this win from Pringles with 3 games left here tonight. Now, speaking of our partnered squads, if you guys tune in every week and actually see on our website, I actually do a weekly power rankings article tracking where I feel all of our partnered squads sit on a week-to-week basis. I go in depth on my thoughts on their performance from the week prior, what I think they can change moving forward, and which way they are generally trending in Series E. And as we are in week 6 now, I've done 6 editions of the power rankings, and I actually had our awesome graphics department here, shout out to Dreidel, put together this graphic that tracks our team's trajections in my power rankings throughout this season. So you could see one of the first teams we could talk about, Team Rice Krispies Treats. They've had a rough go so far this season, starting in 7th, and they've been sitting down at the bottom for a long time now. I will say that doesn't quite represent the way I think they are trending. I think they are trending upwards, but it's just very, very gradually, very slow, and it hasn't been enough for them to move up. One of the other big stories is Team Razor. They have had one of the more chaotic trajectories throughout the season. Starting in 3rd, they had a strong start to the season that had them jumping up into the top of my power rankings in week number 3, but they've been trending downward over the last few weeks. I think Baby Thule has so far not been a good fit for this roster. They are not moving in the right direction, in my opinion, and while they did win a very strong Tuesday night last week, it was with Mercy only in, and that is not the roster for Team Razor, so I had a hard time giving them a lot of credit for that. Meanwhile, squads trending up, Team Cheez-It was a squad I had very little confidence in at the start of the season, and I think they have been a big surprise. I'm not sure quite yet if they can contend with the likes of Intel and Pringles at the top of the standings, but I think they have definitely put themselves in the conversation here, but we're going to have to see them grabbing some top finishes here on some open nights, on some pro nights to really jump up into that kind of upper echelon. And probably the most chaotic squad on the standings so far this season has been Team Rockstar. They got a big drop, going from 5th all the way down to 8th in my Week 5 power rankings. Obviously, they've now brought in Aves, who I think has balanced out the roster a little bit, has taken some pressure off of Crummy. They jumped up 1 spot in my power rankings for this week, but I still think they have a lot of progress to make. I think dropping Strictly does not solve all of the problems with this roster. I think they do have the potential to continue to gel more and grow and move up the standings, but I still need to see more from them as the weeks go on. So make sure, if you guys want to see the entire in-depth power rankings, make sure to use !power rankings in chat. It'll give you the link to that article. Also, make sure, one final reminder, get in on the giveaway. I'll remind you guys again tomorrow, Pop-Tarts swag pack, Razer keyboard, ! Giveaway is all you need. That's it for halftime. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off game number 4 here on Open Night for Pop-Tarts Week.
Hey, what's up? My name is Z Davis, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts flavor. There's a reason why strawberry is the best Pop-Tart. That jam inside the middle and the frosted coating on top just makes it one of the best of all time. If you want to try any new Pop-Tarts, you got to try the strawberry. It's one of my favorites, and it's got to be one of the best out there. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top flavored smash. It's fruit refreshing.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the break, we had Team Pringles taking game number 3, but it was 3 games in a row where the bench warmers were able to have a top finish. Not just a top finish, but they were absolutely fragging out. At least Madness was. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is up top. And no surprises there. It's going to be bench warmers already with 60 points after 3 games.
And that's why they were feeling themselves in terms of pushing over towards the side. They've already had like a record-breaking pace right now, 60 points. Insane start here for bench warmers. You love to see it. Again, after the week they had in the previous week coming through, and I'm pretty sure they already have more points than they had all of last week just off of these first 3 games. So big start and just great slaying ability, plus getting into the end of the zone there. And everybody was really feeling their wrath, especially Team Pop-Tarts when they sent it on over towards the side. But we now have our partner teams climbing their way back up there, right? We can see a lot of those teams on the left-hand side. Only 3 of our partner teams on the right-hand side of the leaderboard.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And it's going to be the Benchwarmers. Just this push was just absolutely nuts. Madness spotting out Hackale, but the team fires enough to take him out first. And then just excellent execution on pushing into this building here. You can see the Spitfire, why it was crated up. It just does so much damage. You can honestly like finish off like what, 3 full squads, I think, with a full clip.
Basically, and it's just so deadly at a variety of different ranges too, and Madness putting that to work. I love how he was able to just run right through the thermite right there, no worries. The bubble stopped his shots for a second. He's like, you know what, I'll take damage for this. I'm just gonna fly right in and then just do it big over here. And I think that was what, 8 and 9 kills throughout all of that, with still 5 squads remaining. But also got to give props to the other players and teams that did really well. Pringles did really well getting over towards the side and then playing that. Also, Kubsky ratting it out, going from 9th and 10th place over to 4th is a really big deal, because keep in mind, while we still have all this, great play coming out from Benchwarmers, there is an overarching thing with the accumulative leaderboard, which we looked at in the beginning of the show, and how close that leaderboard is. So that was all, what I think it was 23 to 30 points separated 7th from 4th place. And if you're new to Series E, there's relegations at the end of each season, and it's the top 4 teams that make it in. So all these partnered teams are fighting for a lot more than just kind of game by game in the overall cash prize that they have each day.
Yeah, at the end of this week, that's the halfway mark of Series E Season 3. So it's going to be basically a nice check-in point to see exactly where all of our teams stand. But here we go. It looks like we do have game number 4 set up. So let's go ahead and join on board. We saw Team Pringles getting dropped on in game number 3. They were able to recover to Presley for the win. So we should join on board with them once again, see if they get dropped on for that 50-50 one more time.
Yeah, the 50-50s have been absolutely brutal for some of these teams. Let's see what happens over here with Team Pringles and see what kind of loot that they get. And you can see the thought process of dropping. They want to go over right next to each other. They want to stick kind of shoulder to shoulder and try to get this loot as fast as possible on the rotation. We've had 3 zones all over towards that south side, started at Geyser, kind of moved over towards Fragment in between No Name and the one that we had in game number 3. So it hasn't been very favorable for the teams on the north side. Let's see what happens if a team like Razor starts getting some pulls on the Skyhook side. That could be pretty interesting. And it's also really good practice just to have the different variety of zones. So when you do land over maybe in towards somewhere new, you can work on your rotations, work on where players like to frequent, find out where you can kind of feel comfortable. And then there's a giant checklist of where you want to play. So it's been tough again for the north teams, but the south teams have been loving it so far.
Yeah, Team Pringles, though, one of the most northern teams here, still playing this one very cautiously, keeping an eye on their north, knowing that they did get challenged, and they're just splitting basically the new drop over here at Replicator, or excuse me, Climatizer Replicator. They got the Replicator side, so they'll be able to use that just in case to get their armors up, because right now they're still sitting on double grays, so not the greatest here, but you can see Fury keeping an eye on that north side, making sure no one crosses for free.
Yep, and the Scout's going to be a great start here with the 3X especially. Be tough without a scope, but that's going to be perfect in this type of situation. Mastiff as well if you need to get up close. Doesn't look like that other team is interested in fighting, though. It looks like Pringles is the one that's interested in really taking the fight to them. And you can see the high angle coming in from Phony. More loot being picked up from Fury along the way. Curious what the rest of everyone's setup is. And it's going to be Charge Rifle Havoc. So they have a pretty decent variety if they want to poke. And they also have up-close fighting potential. But again, this team looks like they bailed. And I don't think Pringles is too stoked about that. If someone's going to come over in the area, looks like they want to get kills and then take that loot. So Pringles going to have to figure out, again, how they're going to play these situations. It's kind of annoying because it really, more than anything, besides it taking your loot, it stops your rotation.
Yeah, nice Q out from Presley there. Gives information over towards Phony. He stole their purple armor. They want it back, and he's getting some great shots, forcing out the bubble early on. We'll see, though. The pretty big distance there for Team Pringles to try and cover. But oh my goodness, that was almost a full connect out as Phony gets the knock, and there's the instant thirst onto Ikari. And so they have the man advantage. They can push up. They want to get that armor up for Presley, who's still sitting on that gray. We'll see. They have the bubble to play off of him. I'm surprised that they haven't pushed quite yet.
they must have some sort of information, but it's also a lot of area to cross over towards, and they
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Wednesday afternoon. My name is Yeso. I am your host, as always, and welcome to Series E. It's week number 6. It's Pop-Tarts week, and we're almost ready to kick off our Pro Night action here in Series E Apex Legends. It's been a fun run through the season so far, and when we're done with the action tonight, we will be officially at the halfway point of this season. It's been a crazy ride so far, and still plenty more Apex to play. But for those of you that are new, just want to break down exactly how Series E works for all of you, okay? Series E is a professional Apex Legends open server Tuesday night against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and every single Wednesday against some of the best pros in North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcharino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. And if you guys watched last night, I mentioned at the end of the show, signups are live right now for next week's open night. And remember, they fill up quickly. So if you want to be one of those 11 squads to get a shot to compete against our pros, come out and win some cash, try and get a shot at next season of Series E, get over to those signups right now. Again, it's matcharino.com/ESA. Now, as we get ready for tonight's action, obviously we've got 6 awesome games here tonight. We've got some of the biggest names in Apex coming out to compete, and I want to take a look back at what we've seen so far this season, and I want to start with my power rankings. If you guys watch the show, I mention every week I do a weekly power rankings article where I kind of show where I feel like all of our partnered squads stand on a week-to-week basis, which way they're trending. And if you see the graphic behind me right now, we'll probably put it full screen for you here momentarily. You can see where these teams have been trending on my power rankings throughout the season. I want to highlight a few of these teams, and then specifically I want to dig deep on a couple of squads that I think can push our Series E teams to success on Wednesday nights in particular. First team I want to start off with, Team Razor. You can see them with that nice, beautiful lime green line on your screen right now. They were trending up to start the season. I put them in third to kick things off. Coming into the season with Mr. Hakulo and Zara Tricky still on the roster had me buying in on the hype of this squad that finished third last season. They had a great start to the season as well, won the first open night of the season, jumped up to first, but they have been trending downwards over the last few weeks, and it's largely because I do not have faith right now that Baby Thule is the right third for this roster. If you read my article at the start of the season, I said that Razor has historically gone the way of their third. When it feels like they have a good fit, as they did with Serial at the end of last season, Razor can dominate and really charge up the standings. But when they don't, when you look at them playing with Muffins at the start of Season 2, they can't quite get it together. And it seems like through 6 weeks of play that Baby Thule just isn't the answer for this roster. Just doesn't quite seem to be a good fit with Hakulo and Zeratricki. And the crazy thing is, those two still frag well. They still have good numbers, but it just doesn't seem like the squad is complete enough for them to charge up the standings. They're still sitting in third in terms of points, but they just don't seem to be trending in the right direction. A team that has had an almost reverse trajectory, though, is Team Cheez-It. I was not buying in on this roster at the start of the season, but as you can see, they have skyrocketed in my power rankings. They're currently sitting in 4th right now, and that is largely because they have been, in fact, one of our best teams on Wednesday nights. We have yet to see one of our partnered squads top the charts on a pro night, and it's obviously tough. It is a step up in competition from open nights, into pro nights, where you're now competing with the likes of a Team Liquid, TSM, C9, and more. We had G2 obviously dominating at the start of the season, so it's a completely different ball game, but it is important to come out and perform on Wednesdays if you want to take a step to the next level. All of our hopes here at Esports Arena is for these partnered squads to come in, sign with us, compete in a season, and then get signed by these pro orgs and move on to the next level. But if you want to do that, take a note out of Season 2 Pringles book, out of Season 2 Pop-Tarts book. You need to come out and succeed against if you want to compete at their level consistency. Now, I want to talk about 2 squads specifically that I think can push the partnered squads to the level of success that we expect from them on Wednesdays, and it's Team Intel and Team Pringles. I pulled up their stats on pro nights alone so far this season, and here they are for you guys. Very close in kills through the 5 pro nights that they have competed in, 90 and 87 respectively, and a key note to look at, if you watched the show last week, I talked about our teams performing on pro nights and averaging 26 points a night, our collective partnered squads doing so. Both of these teams at around 10 points higher than that average. So they are largely pulling that average number up, and they have been solid so far. 36 and 34 points, not extremely impressive, but it is better than the average, and these have been overall our top 2 performers in terms of points so far. 2 and 3 top 10 finishes respectively, and both capping out at nearly 11,000 damage a night. So that is the team's collective damage on a night average. So Pringles and Intel have been really good so far. They haven't taken the step to winning a pro night, but they have been right on the edge. So I think these are 2 squads to keep an eye on here tonight. They have performed very well throughout the season. They sit in 1st and 2nd place on the standings, and I think they are going to be the catalyst for our partnered squads to take that step to the next level. But the awesome thing here is we're just about ready to go. We've got 6 games of action. I got 2 absolute GOATs on the cast here today, so I'm going to hand it over to them. My name's Jace. I'll be here all throughout the day breaking down the action, but let's get Pop-Tarts Week underway.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E. Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E. I've got Tony on the line for me as Tom will be taking the night to practice a little bit. He's a bit busy getting back to his Halo roots, going to be in Twitch Rivals tomorrow, so we're all going to be rooting for Tom then. But tonight, it is going to be Pop-Tarts Week, of course, and it is pro night, and we had a great time last night with Pop-Tarts. They had a really great night. They ended up coming in 3rd place overall during the open night, narrowly missing out by 5 points up against Team Intel in 2nd place. Well, we'll see if tonight is going to be what they need. It's going to be 11 of the best North American squads facing off against our 9 partner teams here for Series E. Let's go ahead and break down how the action is going to be working out. Of course, we're playing on the latest iteration of World's Edge for the latest season. So we have Landslide coming into play, Lava Siphon along with Climatizer, and it's been fun how well the ring has been treating us, giving us all sorts of end zones. How have you been liking the season so far, Tony?
I've been liking the season a lot. The Prowler hitting the ground, I've been absolutely wrecking with it. I will say I'm scared of Seer. Let me tell you, Seer is really powerful, and you put in the right hands, he will absolutely wreck. But other than that, I've been having fun with the Prowler. The new L-Star is incredible. Lots of fun stuff to mess around with. RIP Bangalore mains.
Yeah. I mean, there's what, 4 legends now that just completely negate your smokes, and it's just one day we'll see Bangalore come back, but I don't know. Today is not that day. It is going to be a lot of Seers, of course. We're seeing about, I don't know, I want to say like 70% usage out of most teams, but let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing tonight. We're playing 6 games on World's Edge. Of course, we have $500 on the line, and only the top 2 teams will be placing into the money. $150 going to second place, and $350 our grand prize for first place. And point distribution, nothing really changing there, Tony. Of course, it's going to be placement points and kill points that matter. Each kill point getting you 1 point, and placing first will get you 12 all the way down to 15th place, which will get you 1 point. So nothing really changing, but of course, we have to talk about the best North American teams that are be joining us. And I think TSM are back from vacation. We should be having them, I believe, playing tonight. So I'm super excited to see them once again. So let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that will be joining our 9 partnered squads that Pop-Tarts are going to have to deal with tonight. And of course, we got squads like Cloud9, CLG, Team Liquid, all raring to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that graphic might have been a little off. It should have said G2 wins $350 and everybody else is fighting for second place, because they've been absolutely wreaking havoc towards our pro week after week. Every time I watch them, they're always on their A game. But like you said before, TSM is back from vacation. I know Liquid's going to be doing their things, and I'm a big fan of Team Pringles. If there's any sponsored team that can maybe come out on top and maybe just get first place and steal one away from our pros, I'm leaning heavily on Team Pringles.
Yeah, last week, Cloud9 did put a stop to the pain train that was G2. That was just winning everything left and right, but it was a narrow victory. The margin, the difference was 7 points between C9 and G2 last week. We'll see if G2 can make up for that and take first again, or do one of our partnered squads have what it takes. I mean, last week, we did have some notable presence from our partnered squads in the top 5. Pringles ended up in 3rd place. They were tied with G2, but G2 had ultimately ended up taking the win off of tiebreakers. They had most kills in one of their matches, or more kills in one of their matches than Pringles did. We also had Nestle Splash showing up in the top 5 as well. So we cannot count out our partnered squads so far. We're seeing a lot of improvements. And like Yeso said, we're only halfway through Series E, or we will be halfway through Series E at the conclusion of tonight's games. And that does mean that, you know, it's going to be an excellent checkpoint for the cumulative leaderboard here. As we can see right now, Team Intel are sitting up top, but the lead that they've had over the majority of the season has been cut into Team Pringles now. About 60 some odd points, not too far off from Team Intel. You got Razer 30 points behind them, but here's the large discrepancy right now. In that 4th place position, that's the last spot to avoid relegation. We do have Team Pop-Tarts that have made it into the top 4, but they're pretty far removed from Team Razer with about an 80-point difference.
Yeah, and I'm a firm believer in growing as and getting that chemistry and growing together as the season progresses. I'm a competitor myself. I used to try to compete at a high level in Halo, and when I first joined the team, you know, we would do well. We would click right off the bat if I was teaming with them. But I noticed that after every game, after every series, after every night, I can feel myself getting more comfortable, taking more risk, trusting my teammates more, because I know what they're doing due to that muscle memory and just being in those situations, playing pubs or playing ranked. As the season progresses, we might end up seeing some movement here in the top 4. As you said, Pop-Tart still in that 4th spot away, Splash right behind them, and Cheez-It is still in the money. Obviously, anything can happen here going into the season, and I think these teams are going to get better and better as it progresses.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see that with Team Intel from Season 2. Their first half, hell, even their first, I want to say 7-8 weeks, did not look great. It was that last month sprint, basically, from the former Team Intel that just absolutely dominated towards the tail end of the season 2 of Series E. Right now, we are getting game number 1 set up, and as soon as we do, we'll be heading into World's Edge for that. Really excited to see this one again. It's all about adjustments for a lot of our squads here because, you know, typically on open nights, they have kind of free reign on where they want to drop, but we have adjustments coming out from our open teams to accommodate a lot of the squads that'll be dropping in. Team Liquid, typically, of course, they're going to be taking trials, and on our open nights, that's where Team Razor will go. So we'll see how Team Razor deal with that. We're seeing them, of course. I feel like I could be wrong. Might be going over towards Lava side or Dome side. Can't quite remember, but game number 1 is really going to set the pace to see exactly, you know, how our competitors are feeling in terms of trying to contest, maybe if they want to try and steal away something like trials. I mean, we know how strong that can be coming out with all that loot.
Yeah, I mean, as a competitor, you know, you want to have that confidence. You want to know that at any point in time you can win, but at the same time, you don't want to have an ego. So your best ability may just be your ability to adapt. If you don't want to engage with a team like G2 or a team like TSM early, and you want to wait until the late game to do it, I don't see any problem with that. So maybe adjusting your strategy and adapting to the situation, landing in a different spot. Hey, maybe even change up a composition can possibly pay dividends, and I think it will work in the long run. I guess said, you want to be confident, but you can't have an ego. You gotta know your strengths and know your weaknesses as well.
One interesting thing I do want to note, it does seem like Team Razor will be playing with Tech tonight. Just saw that on Twitter. So Baby Thule out, Tech will be in for their 3rd. That's going to be interesting because he's been running all sorts of wonky legends, and Team Razor have as well. We'll see if they stick with that, but here we go. Heading into game number 1, we get a good idea of where everyone is going. G2, of course, in their usual stomping grounds down there by Thermal Station. We might even have a team dropping at Landslide. That feels a little awkward because Landslide loot, not even as good as Trainyard, and Trainyard loot was already bad as it was.
And, you know, speaking of team changes, actually, the men of the hour team, it might be Team Pop-Tarts that might have a bit of a change. I saw a tweet looking for a free agent coming from Lion talking about the rest of the season, and then also thinking about the future as well. He said the rest of the season and beyond, going into some of these top competitive tournaments. So we looks like we see a change in the Pop-Tarts composition, and hopefully it works out for them. We're going to find out here.
Yeah, maybe just not gelling well with Exile, bringing in Zenoa as their 3rd. We saw him last night, and Team Pop-Tarts, they did end up in 3rd last night during open night, so it might have been a good change for them. But as we do take a look at their looting path right now, just all over Overlook currently, it doesn't seem like they were able to get a beacon, unfortunately. Wait, they do actually have a beacon, so Zenoa should have been able to pop that information for us. And we do have, it does seem like a Western pole coming out for this first ring, so when we get the chance to bring up the map, I would love to see that. And oh boy, this is going to be a tricky ending. Multiple endings where this one could basically finish off. And one thing we're looking at is, I'm looking at Malice Mama and Turns. They're over there by Countdown right now. There's a circle that ends right there. We saw one on the sniper post yesterday as well, but there's a chance that it does pull to the eastern side of that second ring. So teams are going to have to really kind of flex their ring knowledge here to figure out where they want to be for zones 3 and 4. On board with Team Razor, though, as they are fighting over here at Countdown.
And we got our gimme player using my favorite gun in the game, the charge rifle. Let me tell you, as a controller player, I can rip with this gun. I don't have the best shot in the world, but let me tell you, the charge rifle, it'll be shooting itself sometime. Easy way for me to get damage, and usually I'll trade off my shield for one of my teammates and get their damage up as well with that Evo system. I'm a big fan of this weapon, loving that Razor's utilizing, and they also have a crypto as well, so I can imagine the ultimate intel coming out of Team Razor.
And we saw one crypto last night. Tech, I would say one of the best cryptos in North America. Currently CLG, though. Scurry, Joey Cherished, and Vaxlon over here at Frag West. I'm surprised that Cloud9 aren't challenging them for this, or maybe this is the rotate through right now. It's 50 seconds before the ring even starts closing. They're not running into that much resistance, so maybe Cloud9 are already on the move. But taking a look at all this loot that's still around, all of Market has not been looted. So maybe Cloud9 isn't here. I'm really surprised.
And what I'm really surprised to see as well is we're seeing a Fuse composition coming in. Obviously, we saw a big buff coming out of it where now you can chuck 2 of those knuckle clusters, and the ultimate is absolutely insane too. Fuse is definitely viable because of how underrated the explosives are. And obviously, a team that's viable as well is going to be TSM, who's already getting into an engagement on board with Imperial Hall right now, rocking the Wraith. So also another team changing up their composition. Everybody changing things up here in Season 10.
And we got Snipe down on the Valkyrie as well. So they're not going to have the scans, but they will have the recon information from the passive. And it looks like CLG are going to be able to avoid a lot of this fighting. They took a rooftop building here and threw down that Seer ultimate. Never mind, not a rooftop building. I thought they pushed back all the way towards Diner, but TSM can just go ahead and run past them. There's another squad in front of them, though. He's got to be careful. He's the first one there. And he's almost been cracked. Hits that bat for now, but Reps is now in some trouble. They're getting pinched by 2 separate squads, and TSM, you gotta turtle up on this first floor and even go take the roof.
R301 in the hands of our Wraith player right now, ready to portal out. If anything goes crazy, they're holding down this building, and I'm loving it. They have all the sites coming in. They're early rotated into the hill, so they'll be able to gatekeep anybody coming in towards them. And obviously, TSM is confident in their ability to slay. Let's see what Nestle Splash is up to.
Yeah, so Nestle, one of the 3 teams currently in the area. Nestle, CLG, TSM. All here right now. You have to imagine they're kind of running that 50-50 chance that the ring does pull over to this side of the mountain. It was a bit difficult to call, but they do get out of here. I believe this was a team that was actually challenging Team Razor over by Countdown, and they weren't able to get all the armors that they really wanted. Typically over at Countdown, you should be able to walk away with blues and purples, because of that middle spawn for the armors, but they were only able to get out with Malice Mamba on that purple Evo shield for himself. Another team rolling up to Con right now, though. Bubble's already been used as Dress goes ahead and peeks that, but again, he's going to have to be careful with that white Evo shield.
And it looks like he wants to elevate up, get and look down on his opponents. Good fundamentals coming out of Team Splash at the moment, but Seer does end up getting ripped. As you said before, the white shield does not afford you any advantages whatsoever. Still on board with Splash, switching over to our Octane player, that only player with purple shield. So I would imagine he's going to be maybe the player that enters into gunfights, maybe gives out that intel, and being that entry frag player, and then baiting and switching out for his teammates to come in for the collapse.
They're working off of pins here. Take a look at the R301 for turns right now. He had 80 bullets total for light, so they're gonna have to kind of adjust what they want to run. You do have the Volt at least on Malice Mamba, and so they're not splitting that ammo, but they need to find something else. They need to find more for him, and I guess that was just dealing off the 50-50 over at Countdown. Here's G2 though, as they make their way out of Thermal Station now, trying to push into a building, but there's a Caustic on the other side, designed for first one in. Resulta gets the knock on to Golden, and where is the rest of Team Cheez-It?
Gentrifying losing all of his shields, but luckily able to come out on top, and G2 looking good right now, rocking the Octane Wraith and Gibby composition, the old reliable for them. Yeah, you get so much value out of that Gibby play. I watch Resulta stream all the time, and let me tell you, he is absolutely insane. I don't think he ever misses a G7 scout shot.
Yeah, I love watching Resulta play. He's just so collected. Like, everything about how he plays is just, it's almost unemotional. The way he just kind of takes things, like if he takes a loss, whatever, it's good. He just moves on. If he takes a win, it doesn't even feel like they actually won a team fight. He can just be so calm when it comes to playing, and especially when you do have the backup of Designful and Gentrifying there. You can see why they're so calm. Rice Krispie Treats, though, take a look at their loadout right now. Nemusona with the gold armor. You got the purple on Lightstar Joe, and Clinical is sitting on a blue. So their early game already looking good. Do ping out a res just to their northwest, and it seems like they want to try and punish this one.
we are going into round number 2 at the moment, and only one squad is down. So it looks like everybody kind of warming up right now. This is almost the feeler, like when you're watching boxers go at it in the first round. They're just filling each other out, throwing a few jabs, making sure they take as little damage as possible, getting the timing of their opponents, and eventually, you know, going into game 3, game 4, you're probably going to see the tempo get up as we're hopping into the crypto drone, getting the ultimate intel right now. I'm a big fan of a good crypto player coming in, and drone goes down.
Yeah, changing things up. Blueberry Smalls is on the Wraith, and Kupski, who we got to see last night doing some great job, great work, ratting it out as a Wraith. He's going to be on that crypto like you mentioned. I think that's the 3rd or 4th crypto we've seen in the lobby so far. Don't know what's propelling his use right now, but it is coming in, and right now it's all about slow playing for Applejacks. They do have the Caustic currently. Doesn't seem like they're close enough to the beacon to their southwest, but if they do push out, they can of course pick that up with the crypto for free when the next ring closes in. So just hovering, playing neutral for the time being, and try to play off of ring information is probably what they're working towards right now, as honestly they're not under any pressure. They've got the purples on 2 people. They don't need to poke out, they don't need to use or waste any ammo to try and get the red evo just to get that extra 25 HP on 2 characters.
Let me tell you, I mean, I'm wondering if like some of these teams have like almost agreed or have like a GA against Seer, because I'm surprised at the amount of Seer that we're not seeing. I thought maybe about 80% of our compositions would run Seer, and so far we're seeing a lot of cryptos. We're even seeing a Valkyrie a composition come out of TSM. Finally, we're seeing somebody with Seer on the board, and it's our Wraith, Gibby, and Seer composition, but it looks like they're not ready for that gunfight. They're electing to rotate out early and maybe collect a different angle. The heartbeat comes in, and so does the intel.
Yeah, we do have a team still here, as they're able to scout that out with the passive coming out from Seer. Doesn't note the team that's actually on his left right now, so he does have to be careful as he heads up. Pings out, they do spot out another squad, and it looks like it might be 2 separate squads that are actually over here in this area. So Rice Krispie Treats, they've been doing a good job of navigating and avoiding a lot of these team fights. CLG, though, about to face off against Applejacks, but you're not going to like seeing all of the barrels that have already been set up inside this tunnel.
And this was the squad I was talking about before, where we're seeing Fuse being implemented. I don't see a lot of squads rocking Fuse, but with that buff, I wonder if it's now become extremely viable, and we're going to see that coming in. I love how underrated explosives are. Now, let me tell you, when it gets to the late game, I try to make sure I have 4 or 5 nades on me if I'm going into that final 3 or 4 squads, because it will get you out of a position. It will you can start your push with all those explosives. I'm a big fan of explosives, and obviously Fuse is the master of the grenades.
Oh no, Scurry taking a zip line. There's a team up there. He does spot him out, doesn't even take any damage. He's able to back off. Yeah, there are some really good changes that to Fuse that did come out. Being able to swap from shooting out your nades and throwing your nades makes the frag grenades a lot more viable on him than it was beforehand. Here comes the next one, but again, it looks like they're just trying to avoid a lot of these fightings, but going into landslide, they can find themselves pinched off. They're gonna have the ring to their back right now, and they don't have that extra movement. Do they have the jump pad to get out of this?
And we're seeing on the picture action, we're seeing Fragment getting hot and heavy right now. Plenty of teams over there, so we have 19 squads at the moment with Ring 2 closing. This is going to go down very soon as we're seeing G2 getting into a fight in the hill. They're going to have to fight their way to get out of the storm. Luckily, it's only round 2, and the wingman shots are starting to hit. That's a beautiful three tap for 45, going in for the Evo for the finish. Beautiful plays coming out of our Octane player, G2, picking up where they left off every single week.
Yep, G2 just doing their usual bread and butter, trolling around the edges here, and now over by Landslide. Era is trying to hold down, but they've got to be careful. They've got G2 on the other side of this one. They should know that it's G2 here. Stunny still looking to try and maybe take this fight. They have been inside the ring for some time now. Team Intel up here by Skyhook, already trying to punish a knock. They've got a second one as well. Exit going down. Won't be able to finish off another knock here. We'll see if Xset can remain in this game, if they can go for the res. There is one just to the north, but it's going to be a little bit difficult. Take a look at the amount of presence Team Razor are in the area as well.
already a minute into round 3, and only one more squad has dropped. And I'm looking at the kill feed, and players are starting to drop left and right. And here we go. We are down to 17 squads. Razor just holding the top advantage, but they do have a team right below them. They're perfectly comfortable up here. Charge rifle is out. We're going to see if we can farm that damage. He is 61 away from getting purple. Never mind. There it is.
And throughout all of this, it did look like G2 were able to take out Era, port out from G2 as Applejacks try to come in for the third party on this fight. I believe they got a knock, and now they're trying to punish it here. You can see it, yeah, the knockdown shield. I believe Resulta might be down on the other side of this one, and he does get finished off, and G2 are just down to 1, so they ultimately do get punished off the back of it. I think Designful might, Gentrifying is still up for them, so maybe he can get them back into the game if he's able to pick up a mobile respawn beacon. But what a great party coming out from Applejacks. They're finally taking advantage of that. We got a good look at the ring now, though, and it is not going to be favoring that eastern side of the choke. It's going to continue to pull basically over towards the west. You can play inside that Skyhook tunnel, but Skyhook has plenty of ground to work off of as well. Currently, Team Razor, they've got a team below them for now. We'll see. Once this drone comes up for tech, do they try to make a push for the squad underneath them?
And I'm loving the way Razor is playing at the moment. This is what I was talking about, having no ego, playing a defensive mindset right now, because you know the pros are here. So holding down this building, being towards the edge of the hill, and gatekeeping anybody coming in. So this way you can get that early damage, get those shields, and then rotate late towards the hill. It may be a little bit more boring, if you will, because not as much gunfights, but I think it's good winning strategy when you're going in against the pros. As Pop-Tarts getting into an engagement, the Eva shots are starting to hit, putting the shotty to the body, and our home team Pop-Tarts coming out with a big slay. But third party situation coming as another team right along the way, putting down the shots from building to building.
No, TSM, they almost lost out on Snipe down there, but Reps was able to get the res as they're getting pushed on that bubble. Imperial Hal gets cracked just before he gets into his Q, and now Reps is on the back foot as Cloud9 pick up that knock, and Snipe down has not been able to fully stabilize. Hal has no armor left, and he gets tagged by a big shot off from the side, and Cloud9 will be able to finish off TSM. Will they be able to recover fast here, though? The 30-30 repeater shots connecting. Now Stay Naughty has to go for an armor swap himself. Here comes the third-party attempt.
The shots are starting to come in, but he does end up getting the rest. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Luckily, he does have that wingman, and he is ringing out shots. They're coming in for the bubble fight. And oh my gosh, the Volt looking good too, but it was not enough. Bloodhound's going to go down. Octane's going down as well. Pop-Tarts coming in for the beautiful collapse. It's not done yet.
Oh no, the port not in a good spot. Z Davis getting taken out by Charlotte Phoenix here, as Kodakami and company are looking to finish off Team Pop-Tarts, but they do at least make it back. Never mind. Lion decides to take the port, and he goes down now. And Pop-Tarts' valiant effort here, but they are on the ropes as Charlotte Phoenix will finish them off. So Pop-Tarts knocked out. We're down to our top 10 squads remaining. Might have 2 rats running around, so might mean G2 and X-Set are still in this, as Team Rockstar find themselves in a fight here on the southwest side of the zone, just underneath that sniper tower, which will not be safe for the next ring.
It's funny because midway into round 3, we still had 17 squads. Now we're going into, we're at the end of round 4 here, down to the final 10 squads left, and it's going to go down real soon. As Rockstar having some players out in front of them, but they're taking damage from all sides, and just like that, Seer is going to go down, leaving our Octane and our gimmick player by themselves in between all of the action.
Ooh, A's taking big damage there. Able to go for the armor swap, but he still needs to heal up. He's one shot to a headshot here, and Rakanishu falls without even using a bubble. It looks like G2 were able to get back into this, or is it just Gentrifying trying to rat this one out right now? Charlotte Phoenix holding down the south side choke as we have a fight inside the Skyhook tunnel. Now Team Razor getting EMP'd, or that might have been Tex actually going down. They clean up Rice Krispie Treats, and now they maintain position over one of the strongest spots in this zone.
That was another beautiful collapse. We're seeing fundamental Apex being played right now. Seer coming in for a finish, and another big gunfight. Wingman's coming out, gets the shots on Seer. Gibby's behind him though. Seer's gonna go down, and that's gonna leave Valkyrie and Gibby by themselves. Luckily, Gibby has the flatline. Can he put it to work?
Yeah, Stink, just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix, almost taking out Skittle Cakes. Does secure the thirst at least onto Corey, and now the Pittsburgh Knights looking to come in for the third party. Here comes the Valkyrie Q. No connects there for them, but they're going to force them back through that zone, and there it is. Skittle Cakes and Dupe finished off. The Pittsburgh Knights now do have to start moving. They've got 40 seconds to try and find a decent position to play off of, but coming from the eastern side, they're not going to have much cover as they get through that choke point. On board with Liquid, we're able to lock down an incredibly strong position. They've got defensive, they got Fuse, and they've got a Caustic, so this is going to be an explosive endgame.
That it is. I'm a big fan of an iteration that involves Caustic. It tells me that you're playing for the end game because his value continues to go up as we get later and later into the game, and as Circle gets smaller and smaller. In my opinion, Caustic and Gibby are literally the ultimate defense legends, and Caustic is right up there with them. You get a ton of value. I love the fact that Liquid's running them, but speaking of defenses, we have Gibby rocking our Tomcat Radcam right now, having the bombardment ready. He's expecting he's expecting the gunfight coming in soon as that circle really is closing in. It's the end of round 5. This is not looking good for Pringles. I think he's gonna get hunted down, especially with all of the legends that give you intel, the Spheres, the Bloodhounds, the Cryptos that we've seen. He's gonna have to get spotted soon.
And the bubble early on, Gilderson's going down on that end as the defensive armament was used, but timed it a little bit better off that bubble, and we'll see if the rest comes through. Almost getting the knock there onto that Caustic, but they do get the thirst onto Gilderson's. Bronzy's going down to Phony, and Phony actually makes the top 3 as the rat. So now it's Liquid, it's Razor, and Team Pringles. Phony, the only one alive for his squad.
Nothing fake about that, nothing phony about that whatsoever. This man is just living right now and living it up as the fight is coming in. Liquid is gatekeeping this cave as hard as possible here. 3 squads remaining, and here we go. Oh my gosh, the Spitfire absolutely obliterating that player. We're going down to 2 squads. Radcam is done.
Okay, it's going to be EMP versus this flanker Caustic here, as the bubbles have been used, and it doesn't seem like Tech actually has it. They've already lost out on one team. Liquid down to 2 players now, but it's Tech with only about 20 HP left, and their Team Liquid will be able to take the win here in game number 1.
Beautiful plays coming in out of Liquid, and it looks like Fuse has got a beautiful buff, and clearly you can get tons of value out of him, because right off the bat, the game number 1 is going to go in the hands of probably one of the only teams that I saw running that Fuse composition. Beautiful plays coming out of Liquid.
Yeah, with success like that, that's probably going to mean they're going to be running it for the next 5 games. Hopefully, we would love to see more Fuse gameplay, so I'm excited about that development. We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 after this.
This is the line Pop-Tart. My ideal Pop-Tart would be a Nutella-filled Pop-Tart, or like a hazelnut variation-filled Pop-Tart. I think it would go amazing because the pastry crust of the Pop-Tart and the hazelnut spread would just go ideal together. Perfect breakfast combination. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, everybody, welcome back, and that is game number 1 in the books, and Team Liquid coming out with a big victory. It was looking like maybe a little bit of a rat could sneak out of victory there, but they hunted down Phony, hiding in the rocks, and Team Liquid grabs the victory. And I love, obviously, Tony and Jamerson talking about the Fuse. I've been spamming him personally in my ranked, have been enjoying the buffs that he's gotten. We'll have to see if we see the Fuse continuing through the rest of the night, and maybe if he starts popping up into more teams' compositions. But Liquid grabs the win. Let's check out our first player of the game here for Pro Night in Pop-Tarts Week. We'll pull that one up for you guys, and it's going to be fun. 5 kills, 2 assists, just short of 2,200 damage on the Fuse, of course. So great game there, and that's at least 19 points for Team Liquid, so they should be feeling very comfortable at or near the top of our standings for this first game. And it's going to be a fun run here tonight. Liquid kicking it off early. And one thing we have noticed throughout the last few weeks is our partnered squads have been starting slow. We see a lot of pro wins early in the night. And then we see the partnered squads maybe grabbing them around game 4, game 5, but we're going to want to see it earlier, right? I'm starting to sound like a broken record at this point, but our teams need to carry the momentum they have from solid open night performances into pro nights, and that needs to start from game 1. So Razor getting in there late, that's a good start to the night. We'll have to see if they can do it again in game number 2. Also want to remind you guys we have a giveaway going on, an awesome Pop-Tarts prize pack, including a brand new Razor keyboard. If you guys want to get in on that, use !giveaway in Twitch chat right now. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Tony and Jamerson will check out our Mobile One leaderboard, the Mobile One high performance moment, and get you guys ready for game 2.
This is the Z Davis Pop-Tart. It's a normal Pop-Tart with a normal frosted coating with cheesecake filling in the middle. I just feel like cheesecake is going to be a perfect breakfast item. I love the sweet Pop-Tarts flavors, and I feel like cheesecake would be a really good filling inside of a Pop-Tart. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine, like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had Team Liquid taking a game number 1, but Team Razor with a second place finish as well. We'll see exactly who stands up top the leaderboard as we check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. It should be Team Liquid. They ended up getting at least 5 kills we saw there with that Yeso segment. So let's go ahead and take a look at that, because it's just still be pretty close, I would say, in the middle of the pack, especially after game number 1. So yeah, Team Liquid with only a 6-point lead over Team Razor, and that just came down to the first place finish and the 3 kill points they picked up on them. Charlotte Phoenix, though, don't find themselves too far off. They're only 2 points down from Team Razor, and G2 were able to knock up 10 points, keeping themselves in the running after 1 game.
And right behind our top 4, I mean, Team Intel and Pringles are within striking distance, so anything can happen here. I would love to see both. If both of those squads squeeze into the top 4 as it progresses, let's have 3 of our sponsored squads somehow making the top 4. Wouldn't that be incredible? Let's make some esports arena history tonight.
Yeah, Team Intel having a better start than they typically do on our pro night as well. They average about 25, 26 points on the pro nights, and they're already a third of the way there. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, though, of game number 1. It's just late game control coming out from Team Liquid, cleaning up a rats that was Phony, who ended up securing top 3 for his team before going down and picking up an additional kill point as well. I was surprised about this team fight. I was hoping that maybe Tech's Tech's EMP would actually come into play here, but maybe the drone got finished off. I don't know exactly what happened for Team Razor during this fight.
I'm not sure what happened either, but man, let me tell you, the Spitfire absolutely ripping apart that first player, and then the beautiful, just fundamental collapse coming out of Team Liquid right there. One thing that always impresses me with these professional teams is how fast you're able to eliminate enemy team to avoid third parties or to avoid any kind of mistakes whatsoever. It almost seems like they take as little damage as possible while putting down maximum damage. And I guess that's what first person shooters all about, huh?
Yeah. And so we'll see if Team Liquid can continue to ride this momentum, but you know, they just played the zone out perfectly. They saw the first ring. They ended up taking control over the fences here, and really it didn't seem like they got challenged at all for it. A lot of the teams just kind of avoiding that fence position, the cart position just outside of Countdown, and rotating up north towards Skyhook, which is why we saw a lot of action in Skyhook. I would say that was almost uncharacteristic for a ring like this. Razor were the ones that walked out of Skyhook, though. They did get some good KP throughout all of that, and so that's why they're currently in second place with 15 points, along getting the +9 from second place. So we'll see if they can continue to run this. So they did get a bit challenged on their 50-50 over by Countdown. We'll see if that continues to hold true. Here we go, though, as we head into game number 2 of the evening here for Series E. Let's join on board with Team Liquid as they drop into Skyhook.
And as you said before, you're pretty sure with winning that game number 1, they're probably going to keep Fuse within their composition. So I want to see what they're looking to accomplish here. I'm thinking they can go back-to-back. I mean, they looked darn good. The little bit of time that we had them on screen, they were running house. So there we go. Wraith, Fuse, and Caustic going in hot right now. I'm excited. And look at that.
I'm a little bit surprised that Flanker isn't going for trials by himself. In the past, during Caustic meta, we knew that he could just go ahead and do trials solo with taking little to no damage whatsoever, utilizing those barrels, and especially now that they've been buffed as well. But they're probably going to move in as a full 3-man unit. You actually already have Nocturnal that's taking it as the Wraith. So a bit different in how I would typically see this split, but we're going to see the Prowlers coming out, and of course, just the excellent loot that he's going to be able to get for his squad.
Absolutely, it looks like Flanker looking to elect to go with a longbow and an Eva 8 right now. I'm loving the distance it's gonna have with that longbow. It's gonna put down damage, get him that upgraded shields, and that Eva. Even though they nerfed it a bit going into season 10, I promise you, it is still absolutely incredible. As long as you have a decent bolt on it, you can wreck house. And it looks like Cheez-It is trying to get into an engagement here.
Yeah, we're over here at Lava Siphon right now. They've got double blues along with the purple, and their loot looks pretty decent for this. The barrel's slowly creeping up as they're looking for an entry in. Now, they could try to use a drone maybe, but here comes the first peek. There's a Caustic on the other side, and it makes it so difficult to fight through all this gas. Is it friendly? Is it not? And Mollis is the first one to go down. Rice Krispies on the other side of this fight as Lightstar Joe gets that first knock. Here comes a nade, finger rolling that one in, but Clinical takes a lot of damage himself, and he swaps off onto a halfway broken white Evo shield. But as Nemusona tries to push forward, he gets punished by Golden, and now it's down to a 2v2. But that was the Caustic. That was the one that could try to infiltrate on this gas. Lightstar Joe getting aggressive here, but he gets taken out by Golden, and it looks like Rice Krispies will fall. Cheez-It getting the +3, but now they have to deal with the third party.
I was just about to say they'll be going for the revive soon, but it looks like the third party is coming in, and it just might be 303 Esports flatlined in the hands of our Gibby player, and looks like we're having a wrap coming in for Horizon. 303 looking to close things out here.
Yeah, far wrap as 303 are wary of a third party coming in behind them as well. Not ready to push until they have the barrels down. They're going to go for the peak very soon. There's a nice stick with that arc as he gets challenged now and gets the one clip onto Finicky. Mollis gets re-knocked throughout all of that. And it looks like Cheez-It finished, and we're already down to 18 squads before the ring even starts closing. 303 picking up all this loot. They'll have double purples and just the blue for Cafon on that horizon. First looks at the ring, and we're going to see why there's so much movement down here as it's pulling hard over towards a launch site ending. We'll see maybe it goes over to Dome or just that open area between Dome and launch site.
This ring really pulling away. We're seeing a lot of teams that have a lot of ground to make up. I saw C9 and Liquid towards the edge of the map, so I have to try to get in there. And we have a team like Applejacks who are set, ready, and defending well at the moment. I'm loving Applejacks' position, but can they defend with all of the players that be coming in with the gatekeeps?
Port just for some additional loot for them as TSM have made their way over towards Lava City. There's a swap off in the terms of composition. Snipe down going over towards that Seer. So no more Valkyrie for them. He'll have that additional information, but TSM are looking to get aggressive. Lots of nades being used into this fight now as the Seer connects onto all three members. Howl lurking and waiting, trying to find his moment, but the enemy Seer is going to make this one difficult. So we'll see how aggressive they want to get onto Team Intel here on the other side. The crack onto Snipe down, and now TSM have to be a bit careful, but you do have reps just anchoring here on the rooftop.
It's TSM going up against Intel at the moment. It looks like TSM is out shielding them big time with two purples and a gold going in. And our Valkyrie player for Intel is already going down with the quickness. Two players left and not for long as Reaper shots are coming. Refs ends up losing most of his shield and Intel. And hold on, Seer ends up going almost down as well. And we lose our Wraith player. So TSM already losing one player. Their shields aren't looking too good. Can they close this out on Intel, who's a final player is going to be Gibby?
Yeah, Dupe left in the 1v1 now as he gets that knock onto Snipe down. But as he postures to use this Phoenix kit, he's not getting chased down. It's going to be the res out for reps, and gotta hope that he has gold bag for Snipe down. He does not, and so Dupe fully healed up and go for the re-challenge now. He's got the L-Star, plenty of damage left there for him to try and finish things off as it looks like Snipe down goes down once again. Dupe left up against Reps, and Reps clutches up. Did they finish this fight fast enough now to avoid the third parties? And it seems like they will be able to get the reps coming up huge for TSM.
I got you. Well, let me tell you, if he would have came out with the 1v2 versus TSM, allowed the rest to come in, then come out with another 1v2, that would have been going on my resume. I would have been incredible. Sadly, TSM coming out on top once again. Reps clutching out, and their shields are looking good. 17 squads remaining, and our kill leader right now is currently Reps.
G2 on the outskirts here over by Tree. They've got a team ahead of them, and it's Designful. It's posturing to try and push up, and we got Resulta in the back. It looks like with possibly a G7 scout. No damage coming out surprisingly from Designful there. So they miss out on their opportunity for this squad. But here's Cloud9 now as they make their way into Harvester. Bubbles have been used from either side along with that defensive bombardment, and that team is trying to create some ground, but they've got the jump pad now out for Cloud9. But the shots, it's going to be called for Cloud9 to slow things down. Zach taking a lot of damage there. See if they can try and find an opening as Naughty himself gets cracked throughout all of this. Cloud9 meeting a lot of resistance over here at Harvester.
And we talked about it before, both the Prowler coming on the ground and L-Star getting that buff, and we're seeing plenty of it amongst all of these players. I think C9 has two Prowlers as their secondary, and even an L-Star, we saw Snipe Down had it as well. The L-Star absolutely ripping in this meta, because now you can put a stabilizer on. It was already amazing from Hipfire, but I think the one drawback was aiming down the sights and putting down that damage. Now that you can put that stabilizer on there and the extra attachments, it's really viable from the mid and even long range at times.
Cloud9 not electing to avoid running through Harvester, hoping that maybe more squads rotate in from the northern side from this zone as Ring 1 finishes closing here. They might just elect to maybe go over to No Name if there is a beacon, pick that one up, get a better idea of where this end game will be taking place. And they are starting to patrol over to the eastern side. I'd be surprised if they ran into any other teams here, as the rotates should have already happened. And so as we start off round number 2, we're already down to 17 squads. A lot more action than what we saw there in game number 1. On board with Pop-Tarts, though, as they are just outside of Dome. They're going to have to be careful. They do have TSM still in Lava City. And this is typically where TSM like to play, so eventually they're going to want to come in. But TSM have another team to deal with as they try to push through this Lava City tunnel. Good connect out with that thermite. Initial damage out from Hal, but he gets the Kraken and he instantly wants to turn around on this one.
That was a beautiful placement of that thermite. I'm surprised they backed down to this one, but looks like they're coming right in the bubble. Bubble fight is going. TSM is feeling confident. Wingman shots are ringing out from Reps, and he is hitting every one of them. Knight's actual Valkyrie player is going down. Caustic is as well, so only one player left, and that's probably going to be it. TSM, beautiful collapse coming out of them.
Yeah, clean team fight out there. Zenoa was looking to possibly go in for the third party, but no trades on the TSM side. They don't find an opening in that, as now TSM, they should have about 5 kill points. We'll see if they can finish off the Knights or if their third player ends up surviving to try to go for the res. But Cloud9, as they move through Geyser, find themselves in a fight up against Team Pringles. Phony gets the first knock onto Zach Mazer. Naughty has to take a moment, but that's a good nade coming in as Albert Laley gets challenged by 2 people. Fury getting the knock onto him, and Cloud9 are knocked out by Team Pringles.
I talked about it before. Team Pringles is one of my favorite sponsored squads that we have here. I truly believe that they can compete with the best of the best. They just play good, winning, fundamental Apex. They have that no ego that I was talking about before. So when it gets to those gunfights, they have no problem challenging. But I've seen them literally rotate out of plenty of gunfights that they feel like were not in advantageous positions for them, get better position, and come out in the late game. Pringles just play good, winning Apex. I'm a big fan of that. And speaking of good, winning Apex, we have TSM teaching us how to collapse on this final player here.
Yeah, and they do have him cornered, and the Seer passive was on, and they know exactly where he is, but the threat of the third party coming out from Lava Siphon leaves them a little bit wary here, but it's going to be just fundamentals coming out from them, pinching from either side as Snipe Down tries to find the right side flank, and that other squad giving away the information, but Zara Tricky gets the knock, and oh no, TSM, Reps is so far away, can get punished. Port out from Imperial Howl, though, and we already have Team Razor right on top of him. They need to secure this thirst on to Snipe Down. They will, but will Imperial Hell come back at least for that banner?
I think he definitely made that play. I believe he was running that raid, so maybe he can possibly portal on to get that play, to get that tag, but it might just be hot. So it might be advantageous for just to get out of dodge. Razor having a player who's trying to get out of dodge, but they're not going to allow him to do so. They're putting the shot into the body. Razor finishing off that final player, putting him down, and it looks like that might have been TSM.
Reps is the only one alive now for TSM, stuck inside that tunnel by himself, and Razor know it, and so they're just going to go ahead and push this to finish off TSM. 2 games in a row. This time around, though, TSM do at least get some kill points. They have 6, or I want to say, along with 1 placement point, so not too bad. We'll see how long Reps can rat for them, but looks like they are hot on their heels, and they found him. Reps ran into another squad over by Lava City, and he had to turn back around. He resigns himself to his fate as Tech picks that one up. Team Razor now in a pretty decent spot, as they do also have that ring information. And this one is going to be pulling just in between Dome and launch site, so they can try and play out of this if they can. It's going to be a bit difficult here, as do have a lot of launch sites still in, especially those buildings on the high ground. We'll see how Razor navigate this one.
I'm still trying to find out if those were celebratory tea bags coming out of our crypto player, or was he just trying to avoid any kind of headshot from a sniper while healing right there? I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him after this, as Liquid coming in for the late rotation, but they're running into a player who is gatekeeping. Beautiful longbow shot coming out of Nocturnal, but he is going to lose all of his shields, forced to back down. Ring 3 Hill coming in. What's going to happen here?
Yeah, Liquid try to take the slow side, basically, rotation in over towards launch, hoping that no one keeps an eye on that choke point, but It was just good heads up from whomever that player was, as it looks like Luca might be running into another squad. It might be G2 that have been patrolling around on the edges. Here's Nestle Splash, though. This was the squad that kind of smoked reps into the position where Razor were able to pick him up. And so there might be a lot of fighting over this tunnel, but you can see already that Razor are looking to actually take the northern side instead. 303, though, trying their best to get in with this ring, taking a lot of damage. Styx has to back off, forced to bat along with Escape here. And now we'll see Team Razor turning their heads onto them, but 303 have already stabilized for this full fight.
And it looks like 303 are going to have to get the aggressor on this gunfight because they have to move towards the hill in 40 seconds. So that team was really just gatekeeping a little bit there, but it looks like that team wants to get out of dodge, like to get a different angle here and not challenge 303. Here we go.
I mean, like Pringles were just caught out and got stuck in between these teams right now, as CLG are facing off against Liquid, and Liquid are now down to just one player, Nocturnal, the only one alive. CLG will finish them off. 303 creeping up on this spot now, forcing Nestle Splash into this fight up against Razor. Now Nestle Splash have to back off. Malice Mamba drop down to about 40 HP. EMP getting rid of that bubble. Can they push off of this? They do clear out the drone so they don't get that information anymore, but they've done enough to at least delay Nestle Splash, and they're going to be forced out of this spot because of the zone closing in behind them.
The heals were able to come in, so Splash is ready for this gunfight here, and they're going to have to take it quick. As I said before, round 3 ring is closing, and they have to advance forward. So it looks like they want this gunfight, and the Seer actually coming in, all the information they need, including his health, and Mamba coming with some beautiful R301 shots, but that player is going to rotate out. And be careful, because this fight lasts too long. It looks like a third-party situation is about to happen.
303 were able to work themselves into a high ground spot just outside of Dome with that Valkyrie ultimate, avoiding a lot of this fighting here. They get the knock onto Lion. Pop-Tarts were here originally, but they found themselves out of position, and now they are getting punished for it. Z Davis, the next one to fall, and 303 will cleanly pick up that team fight win. They are now the new kill leaders currently, though, but they're getting flanked. Applejacks might be coming in behind them. There it is. Going to be Blueberry Smalls getting the first knock onto Styx, as this would be huge for Applejacks. They got into center zone early on. They need this loot. They need the armor.
What just happened here, Jamers? And 303 were looking so good, and in a blink of an eye, they lost a player immediately. And Razor trying to get into the action as well. So Applejack coming out with as a clear winner in that gunfight. Razor trying to stay alive and get into a little bit of damage as well. We have 10 squads remaining, and round 4 is closing in less than a minute.
Now a hard pull on this next zone, going over towards that southern side, launch side building, as Team Razor have to turn around on another squad behind them currently, and they should have the HP advantage. You got that Red Evo on tech. Doesn't have the EMP quite yet, but they do have a jump pad if they want to try and get super aggressive. Time's running out, though, with 30 seconds left to go on this zone. Now, as they're setting up the crossfire, Hakulo pushing up, does spot one out, and he is getting peeked up from that angle, as there they go, setting up for that EMP, I believe, and here it goes, coming down just as soon as that Gibraltar bubble goes down as well, but Razor find themselves on the wrong side of this one, losing out on 2, Tech getting that bat, and that launch site ending. You gotta be careful. The Renegades come in for the third party with a long-range weaponry now, but what is their game plan to get in with this zone?
63 damage coming out of that massive shot, but even somehow that was not enough, as Renegades gatekeeping this team right here. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is the beautiful longbow shots coming out of Renegades. Our Octane player really putting that longbow to work, and he's not done yet. 60 more damage as that hill was closing in, but the collapse coming in by Renegade, slaying out beautiful plays, but they just lost their Gibby player. So it is their Seer. So this is actually not looking as good as I thought, and I'm not sure that Renegades were able to survive that engagement.
Calf has been ratting this one out, and he came up clutch for his squad, picking up a lot of kill points there just before he goes down, securing top 7 at the very least. Turns the next rat, gets finished off by Blueberry Smalls on Applejacks. You can see what a difference that made. That third party on to 303. They now have purple armors to play out for this late game. They're going to have an EMP. They're going to have the Nox gas grenade as well. We have G2 Xset still alive around all of this. And you can see in this 5-squad affair, all teams are full and healthy. No one losing out on a member.
Let me tell you, I was so happy to see the Spitfire hit the care package, but they made it better. So if you get it in your hands, it can absolutely rip. And we're seeing that right now. Spitfire in the hands of our Gibby player with only 95 damage needed to upgrade to purple. And he also has the Peacekeeper in case he wants to get into those bubble-on-bubble fights. 55 seconds left in round number 5. We have 5 squads remaining, but something tells within the next minute and a half, we're going to be down to our top 2 very soon.
Ring is pulling out into the open away from these buildings, though. So Xset now, what is their game plan going to be? Lucas is going to be crucial for this rotate through. You can see right now, playing in that drone, trying to get whatever information he can. They know that there's a squad to the northwest of them as Lucas gets cracked. And he wants to be greedy, but so close to getting that purple Evo for himself. So he's not going to get the full value off this bat. Has the syringe as well. Now with 15 seconds left to go, do they have a game plan for this? It's just going to be a mad scramble to try and get in. Applejacks, you have to imagine, are in a great position to try and gatekeep port out from Blueberry Smalls as well to get them out of that trouble. They were the teams over there in that northern side. Looks like there was some cover right behind that port as well. Applejacks still gonna struggle just a little bit here on this rotate now. They got to make sure that they keep Protectable alive. They do not have a bubble to play off of, and so they have to play this one cautiously, and it looks like they can walk this one in for free as they advance currently onto Rockstar just on the other side of this one.
And notice how Rockstar had a player all the way up high looking down on G2 that was trying to rotate over, but all the intel coming in because the drone comes in from Applejack, so they have all the information that they need. Wingman in the hands of this player right here. Can he put it to work as Caustic is going to lose his shield, forced to back down and try to get some help here, but it's not looking good because Rake ends up going down. Crypto trying to stay alive off the screen, and that's going to be it. Applejack's getting ducked.
It was the slow burn coming out, just enemy nades along with the defense bombardment, and might be another Caustic in play. Charlotte Phoenix making the top 4 here, but now they're the ones receiving end a lot of these nades. Luckily for them, somehow the LOS just breaks through those death boxes, and so they do have a moment of reprieve here, but they are still getting naded out. They've got to be careful not to get sent launching out of cover here, and Stink barely survives. Here's another Arcstar though. Great bubble. We'll keep them safe for now, but it's all about resetting for them. G2 still alive here on the southern side of the zone as Greek will finish off Blueberry Small. So Applejacks now just down to a duo. Make that just a solo as Kovsky gets finished off by Ave. So Rockstar picking that one up. We're still in 4 squads territory though as the final ring begins to close.
Charlotte Venus looking to rise from the actions here. They already made it to top 4, but I don't believe they're done just yet. Gibby, Octane, Seer, traditional composition coming out of them. The hill is closing out soon. This is going to be the final round. What's going to happen here, Jamerson?
It's just Aves with full high ground control. You were talking about it before. Rockstar had them up here early on. That's what the passive of that Valkyrie allows you to do, but that means they're currently fighting a 2v3 battle on the ground. Aves has to be careful how he plays this position. Gonna use that Q, try and force that squad out of that cover. And if he could just drop down onto his team, get them to redeploy, get them all up here instead. We'll see if Kim Chi Lee can hold his own. He does have Rakinishu with that Gibraltar, with the dome. That's gonna be a dome out from G2, or not G2, from Xset coming out early with the defensive bombardment. And Aves maintains this position up top. They got the Seer ultimate. It looks like he's getting challenged now as that jump pad was used, but they got the knock on to Charlotte Phoenix, and now it's the final 2 squads remaining here. G2 get the first knock onto Aves, and now Kim Chi Lee's gonna have to fight back, but he's almost getting cracked again, and now it's just Rakinishu left in a 1v3 up against G2, and that's never a position you want to be in, as G2 get the win here in game number 2.
Controllers on top. Get your controllers out if you're about it. G2 coming out on top in game number 2. I got mine right here. I'm a controller player as well. Beautiful plays coming out of G2.
I've got like the Steam controller from like 10 years ago. That's the only controller I have in my house. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Lion. Just like my Gibby Bubbles, Pop-Tarts always come in clutch when you're looking for a snack.
Been a little bit more hesitant team to slow play things and try to play zone. Team that doesn't need to really play zone is going to be Team Pop-Tarts now. Coming from Overlook, we got the crack out from Lion, forcing out the bubble as he bubbles himself to push up. Arcstar now forcing that Gibraltar into his dome now. He'll get the knock on to Super. Hold the angle, but only hits for the 9. Bangalore's looking to be very fun.
If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes, go take them on the go. It's Jumbo, it's for snacking, it's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gents. Game number 2 all done there, and G2 grabbed the win in game 2. And we see a partnered squad once again jumping into the top 2. Rockstar getting in there, grabbing second place in that one, as Razor did in game number 1. But the big win for G2, and they crushed it at the start of the season on Pro Night, won 3 in a row. Now we'll have to see if they can return to those winning ways here after a second place finish last week. Let's check out our player of the game here for the second game of the day, and it's going to go to Gentrifying. Not a big surprise here. Certainly carries the fragging load for G2. 4 kills in this game, no assists, and just south of 900 damage, so not the biggest pop-off performance from Gentrifying, but still getting his squad into that late circle. They win that final fight with Rockstar, and they rack up some solid points there. 12 per placement, obviously, plus at the very least 4 kills for the team. We'll have to see how that shakes up our Mobile 1 leaderboard, because obviously Team Liquid was sitting at the top of that after the first game of the day, and we'll definitely check that out when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a few minutes. Do want to let you guys know, if you want to grab a Pop-Tarts jersey like I'm rocking here today, any jerseys for our partnered squads, or some of the other awesome Esports Arena merch that we've got, head over to shop.esportsarena.com, and if you use promo code Pop-Tarts15 this week, you can get 15% off your order. So make sure to do that. Shop.esportsarena.com, promo code Pop-Tarts15. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we've got the final game of the first half here of Pro Night in Pop-Tarts Week.
Hey, what's up? I'm Z Davis, and if you want to play crazy good like me, you gotta pick up some Pop-Tarts.
To see that right now on board with Pop-Tarts, down by Lava City. We do have a team ahead of them. Gonna go ahead and hit that tier Q to try and slow them down, but it's the redeploy coming out as they are getting beamed along the way with the L-Star at that too.
If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
One shot, now the future is yours. is coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true spot trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the place. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had G2 taking the win there in game number 2, firing up early on. So can anyone stop them? We have 4 games left to go. Before we get into the next one, we have to check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. Let's see where everyone stands now. G2 currently in first place with 27 points. Charlotte Phoenix find themselves now in second place with 24. And it seems Team Liquid were only able to get, what, like 1 point on there? Now in third place after their win in game number 1.
And what I'm loving seeing is seeing 4 back-to-back squads. Our sponsor squads really doing well. I mean, we have Team Pringles, Apple Jacks, Rockstar, and Razor beating out the likes of 303, beating out the likes of Era and Renegades, but it's only the end of game 2. Anything can happen. We have a whole lot of Apex to be played.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment from game number 2. That end game was definitely a treat to see, but Rockstar here, you can see the high ground control coming out from Aves, but they might have been just under a little bit too much pressure there. Aves getting cracked before he actually finishes off that squad, meaning he cannot just take this fight up against G2. He was getting forced down from the height, from that ring. Kimchi Lee doesn't get the armor swap fast enough, and he goes down. G2 smelled blood in the water, and they instantly pounce.
Yeah, once that Valkyrie player went down, it was just all downhill from there for Rockstar. Beautiful Seer ult coming in, able to see everybody getting all that intel. But let me tell you, those G7 scout shots were ripping that player. Once I saw that, I'm not going to lie, I was a believer. I thought maybe Rockstar were going to take it, but then Valkyrie goes down, Caustic follows right afterwards, and the Mastiff was not enough to keep Rockstar in a G2 coming your champion, proving once again controller over mouse and keyboard. Just saying.
It was a great pivot there from Aves, of course, to put a stop to at least Charlotte Phoenix securing themselves top 2. But just imagine if he didn't take the damage and had the moment to just go for the reset for a clean 3v3. It's going to be difficult, as always, when you're facing off against G2 within these distances, but at least being on a bit more even footing would have been nice to see for the final. But G2 do clutch this one up. They didn't get as many kills as they would probably have liked with this southern zone. They kind of favored getting into the center ring a little bit earlier on, and were able to just finish off. And so I like seeing that facet of their gameplay coming out from G2. Still good effort out from Rockstar there, securing the second place. They just were not able to get that many kill points in this game. It seems like just because they were playing center zone, playing off of that Caustic.
And I love the thought process behind our Caustic player right there. He was trying to swap out that G7 scout, because as you start to get into that final zone, the G7 scout doesn't have that much value. You're not going to be poking damage from across the map. So he tried to swap it out and get himself a vault, but sadly he wasn't able to do it fast enough and ends up going down there. I saw that was it right there. G7 scout out, vault in, but he still ended up going down. We're going into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens.
Be joining on board with G2 for this one. Of course, they're going to take their time looting over at Thermal Station. Shouldn't expect too much early action as well. We know how much of a wide berth people give just out of sheer respect for G2. And so now on board with gentrifying there, and results are already getting themselves some blue armors. So he's looking fine, as there's a third one if Designful is not able to pick one up. Now, this is a squad that's not running a Recon Legend, so they won't have that ring information, but this is a squad that doesn't need that because they do like to play edge. They do like to just roam around and find the early kill points if they can. Do have some early fighting taking place right now as Renegades facing off against Era. Already on the first knock over here at Harvester.
Beautiful knock comes in, and the third might goes in for the finish, but it looks like his team actually might have just dipped out of there, got out of dodge, and it might be an easy kill coming in for Era, but they're still rocking all white shields, so I would imagine they're going to try to upgrade that as soon as possible.
Yeah, they're actually, never mind, he's playing for Era. Okay, so here's Splash, though, finding themselves in a fight over by Geyser right now. Jezax with the re-45, taking out one from 303. Now, Splash, it's all up to Mamba to finish off the last player of 303. Good clutch up, does it in time. There shouldn't be any third parties coming, so Splash should be able to recover fairly safely here.
That they are. The bubble goes down for the faster res, and here comes Cheez-It getting into an engagement as well. So game number 3 really opening up quickly here. We're already down to 19 squads. We've seen multiple engagements. All of Cheez-It currently rocking blue shields at the moment. Let's see if they can put it to work.
Now this 50-50 once again over here at Lava Siphon. Cheez-It ended up losing it in game number 2. Trying to play this one a little bit closer to the vest now, but they do not have the same kind of presence without a seer. Gonna be up to Golden really to try and set up a drone in a decent spot, but as he peeks out, he gets double peeked and somehow survives and is able to make it back to his squad. They pre-pop those barrels just in case, but one of them has been taken out. Maul is getting cracked now as Golden tries to push out with Finicky. Take this 2v1 and they take out Clinical. Rice Krispie Treats now down into a 2v3. Finicky needs some time to try and reset. They do go for the trades once again. It's a 2v1 now. This time around, Cheez-It should be able to win this, but it looks like Nimshona might have been able to get a res, and so it's down to the 1v1. Rice Krispie Treats win it out once again. Lightstar Joe clutching up for his squad this time around. I'll be able to get the reses over here at Lava Siphon.
That was insane. I mean, those caustic gases really showing viable right there and really showing a lot of value because they couldn't even get into that doorway. Cheez-It should have won that, probably would have won that 9 times out of 10 in that engagement, but they were trying to work around that caustic gas. It wasn't able to be done. That was a beautiful placement coming out of there. On board now with Applejack currently having 2 players in the blue shields, one currently with white, and you already know our Wraith players rocking the L-Star. It is too powerful to ignore.
And we have a very similar ring to what we had in game number 2. This time around, though, it's a harder pull over towards Dome, and it did end in Dome. And so, again, this should have a very similar ring, but we'll have to wait until ring number 3 to have a much better idea exactly. A lot of teams, though, still kind of lazing about as ring 1 will finally begin closing up. And right now, we have Cloud9 roaming around the northern side, and there are teams that are in their rotation path, and so gonna have to check in with them a little bit later on. Team Era, though, find themselves in a fight as they try to move through Lava Siphon. Bowser considering throwing down that bubble. They need to buy some time as he's working his way towards a defensive bombardment here, and it looks like they might just make a pit stop inside this office building for now, but you can see a lot of teams rotating in, so they have to be careful about how they move through Lava Siphon right now, but it does seem like some pressure has relented, and they're just gonna actually take a moment to take a breather here and consider their options as Bowser is making the call. We're just gonna go ahead and jump on over towards this building, and looks like it is gonna be free for them.
18 squads remaining at the moment in round 1. Here was closing in as Gibby taking all of the gas. I mean, that's the most annoying character ever. I mean, you get a lot of value out of Caustic. I mean, it is so annoying to deal with, which is probably what makes him such an amazing legend. As TSM getting into an engagement as well. We have the G7 Scout rocking the 3X for our Seer player now, formerly Octane, but now Seer.
Yeah, so just swapping up roles, but they've got that same composition from game number 2. Overextending themselves a little bit and got caught out inside that Lava City tunnel. This time around, though, they're going to try and skirt around this fight if they can. Typically for this ring, TSM do like to play outside of Dome, play that car position on the eastern side of it. But because of the importance of knowing where this one's going to end, they might try to fight for the beacon. That's on the west side of Lava City. Now Hal trying to take rooftop control. You can see that other team also prioritizing having full control over that beacon for now. And it's going to be difficult for TSM to try and get in there for free. And you do have Hal getting some decent damage off with that scout. Gets himself that blue evil for himself. And it's only a matter of time before they make the push across the bridges.
He needed that upgraded shields bad, and luckily he was able to get it. And let's see what Rice Krispie Treats are coming up with. Let me tell you, I know Rice Krispie Crispies very well. I cheat on my diet often with them. Wingman in the hands of our Valkyrie player. 18 squads remaining. It looks like they have somebody in their sights where they go in for the collapse.
And Rice Krispie Treats can just slow play this one for now, as again, setting up with that caustic here in these buildings. Excellent control. It does seem like there's a beacon on this edge as well, and so they might try to prioritize that. It's after ring one closes, they're going to be able to just run into the zone for it. So they should be trying to lock this down. We have Charlotte Phoenix inside dome proper as well, so they might be a little bit of a nuisance when you have Rice Krispie Treats trying to go for that ring, but the action has slowed down drastically here as round one finishes closing off. We're seeing a lot of teams now making their way on in. The Pittsburgh Knights are going for a risky balloon rotate in. We'll see how hard they drop. Ooh, TSM got the knock onto Dupe, and it was Team Intel that was here on this side. Dupe getting finished off by Snipe Down as well. So like I said, it was just a matter of time. TSM want full control over that building. They want to have beacon control now as they go for the rooftops.
It is really bad to lose your Gibby player. The amount of versatility that he adds. Usually our Gibby players are going to stay back for the most part, try to play that mid to long range as the stick does come in. Imperial actually losing all of his shield, and that's it. Imperial doesn't go down, and Ref's losing his shield. This is going to be a 2v3 situation for TSM.
It's a 2v2, but they answer back. Corey going it down now. Intel just left with Skittle Kicks, but he's cracked, and he's just going to call it here and try to back off so TSM can go for the full reset now. Get Imperial Howl back up. Waiting for the third party as well as Intel get taken out. Lucas with a G7 Scout. I don't even know from where. Won't be able to finish him off. So that means that it's going to be TSM with control over the beacons.
Great plays by TSM. They're holding this down beautifully. 2 minutes and 13 seconds for round number 2. And now we're seeing Razor getting into a bit of engagement and gatekeeping this cave. This is looking good if you're a fan of Razor right now. They obviously are in an advantageous position. Now we're going to see if they can close things out here.
Yeah, Tech setting up for that drone EMP as well. So just wait it out. They're waiting for maybe a bubble or anything to come down, but I think it might have been caustic on the other side. We'll see in just a moment, but Zeratricky holding the angle with that long bow. He does have the flat line in the back pocket as well as that squad. It looks like they're just going to port out of this one. It is, again, zone number 2. They're not taking too much damage. They can avoid this one for now. And Tech's going to go ahead and secure that information for his squad. It does seem like the team has just decided to book it out, but now Razor find themselves in a spot of trouble. Zeratricky with a nice bubble just in time to save him. Defensive bombardment as well, just in case. Now they jump up onto the height here. They try to buy time to heal up. That Phoenix kit almost getting finished off for Tech now. Luckily for them, though, they don't have to worry about a sandwich coming in from that landslide tunnel, so they do stabilize here. They have a minute to go to try and figure out where they want to go for this next zone.
That they do. It looks like they're going for the rotation here. I wonder if it's going to be successful. Hopefully there's nobody trying to gatekeep them in from getting into this hill. And actually looks like they are running into a little bit of engagement here. Trying to put down the shots is our Octane player, and Pringles, L-Star, Peacekeeper, height advantage. Things are looking good for Pringles.
30 seconds, and they're trying to apply the pressure on to Team Razor right now. And it looks like Team Razor are going to try and commit to this left-hand side, but Fury connecting with the shots. He does have the PK if he wants to jump in on them, as it looks like they do have a fill. I didn't realize, but W coming in as their third for today. Now double peeking from this headshot angle. Team Razor, how do they navigate this one? It looks like Pringles actually are just going to give up on the gatekeep and back away, because they do have quite a far ring to run towards, and they're even electing to take the balloon here. So a bit risky, but they do make it out of here, and they do allow Razor now to run out for free.
And the rotation coming in out of Pringles, trying to get as close as possible as they can to the hill, avoiding sniper shots coming in from across the map as our Octane player. And looks like he's able to land safely, but he's already pinging some players here. It looks like they might get into an engagement here very soon.
Running into Lava Siphon, hitting for double purple armors there, and so they don't like the looks of that. Remember, they're sitting on triple blues right now, and W is so far removed from his squad, but It does seem like this fight is mostly going to fizzle here as everyone is currently prioritizing making their way on in. Rockstar holding position inside the Lava City tunnel right now as Rakinishu took a lot of damage on the eastern exit here, and so he's just going to go ahead and back up just in case. He does have barrels covering that side anyhow, and so he's just going to play defense for now, swap positions, get another barrel down for his teammate, and then just go ahead and cover his original spot. So we saw how much focus there was on this spot for game number 2. But it does seem like here in game number 3 that a lot of teams are avoiding this area.
I talked about it before, how much of a fan I am of the charge rifle. It does put in work, and I noticed it does have the 4x8 sight on there, but he only has 6 shots, so that's not looking good for our Rockstar player. Our Caustic, he's gonna have to get himself some more ammo so it could be a lot more viable and a lot more efficient on the map. 17 squads remaining. We're already into round number 3. What's gonna happen?
Cloud9 fighting for this car position, taking out Xset. They do need to recover Naughty, and it looks like Alberlele will be able to get him up. They're not going to use a bubble for this either as the defensive bombardment goes down. Gotta be careful. They narrowly survive. This car is not in for the next zone though, but they can still play the north side of that eggshell, keeping an eye on the redeploys that's coming out. You can see Zach Mazer playing the outside for his squad. Alberlele climbing up just to get an angle on that Gibraltar here as Zach Mazer tries to get aggressive. Scans though, give away his position. Bubble has already been used by this squad, and it's going to be the port out as well. Might be TSM, no, it's going to be Pop-Tarts getting shot up from every angle. TSM coming up behind them. Does Era even get involved in this? Holding now just outside that Lava City tunnel, and Bowser is going to go ahead and check that tunnel, getting some good damage off here as Zach Mazer with that EVA 8 cracks one. Gonna go ahead and push out now into the bubble here. Arkstar doesn't care about it. Gets that first knock on to Stink. Does he get a second? No. Zera Tricky answers back, and now things are looking so bad for Cloud9 as they get knocked out.
Another engagement between TSM and Cloud9. We're seeing a bit of a rivalry here. I've seen them get into engagements multiple times here on Esports Arena, and that was no different. TSM getting the best of them on that one. 11 squads remaining.
Like I said, TSM like to play this car position, and ultimately they will be able to lock it down. Will they be able to lock down north side of Eggshell is going to be a big question here. We saw a squad already being set up there. I think it was Pop-Tarts, but all intents and purposes, it looks like it is going to be free. So TSM are loving the spot that they're in right now. One of the more powerful ones as G2 are still hovering around here at launch site now, trying to gatekeep a squad that ran in through the ring. Designful taking a lot of damage though. Got the gold armor for himself, so he'll be safe and able to top off relatively quickly here. He needs the backup of his squad as it looks like the team is running in. Wraith Q now just to get into safety as Gentrifying has to hit that bat. Surprisingly enough for G2, they only walk out of Thermal with those blues that we saw originally on drop. Surprising they were only able to get that out of Thermal, but saw G2, they were able to win this similar zone in game number 2. Can they recreate that here in game number 3?
Whenever I'm trying to study gameplay and get better in my own personal game, I always study the positioning of G2. They always seem to be in the right place at the right time as they're very comfortable in this mid to long range battle, rocking the R301, putting down the damage. Eventually they will have to close in, but I mean, they're looking comfortable right now. They're looking like they might be set up for the long game here. 10 squads remaining, 1 minute 39 seconds for that hill that is closing in.
Team Liquid has been largely silent all game long, and now they're in the thick of things, surviving that defensive bombardment. Longbow out for flanker now as TSM getting into a fight up against Renegades here. Excuse me, up against Razor, getting the knock onto Tech. But it looks like they're turning around. Liquid are onto G2. They saw the knock coming out from Resulta onto Sorcerer, and they've traded back. And so this is going to be a great third-party opportunity for Liquid as they try to close the distance. Gentrifying gets one more knock onto Pau. They'll bring this one down to a 2v1 for G2, but can they finish off fast enough and recover? Liquid, they want to take out G2 here. As we saw, Liquid did drop down, what, into like 3rd place or something? And they want to make sure that G2 cannot go ahead and start running away with the slobby, but Liquid have to be cognizant of the rest of the rotations coming out from all of our squads right now. You saw just on the outlines that there was another team coming up behind them here. Flinker making sure he's playing anchor in the back, allowing Fun and Nocturnal to poke and prod at G2, but it looks like G2 has been able to recover. Nocturnal going in with an aggressive portal now.
Going in hot, and he's actually getting really up close and personal with the wingman, missing a couple of shots, but hitting it for 45, and he's gonna elect to back down. Took some heavy damage there. I'm liking the play out of him, getting in there, getting in that damage, and when things weren't looking good, he got right out of dodge. We're in the single-digit squads, 9 squads remaining. Can Liquid survive this and pull off the collapse?
Does seem like G2 are actually just down to a duo now, and Liquid need to get rid of them as the zone starts closing in. They have zone, so the pressure will be on G2 to move with it as we join on board with Rockstar. They were able to get top 2. We have a res coming out as well. They're going to try and punish it with this air nade, and that player's a little bit out of position here, but they have a redeploy as well coming out from that Valkyrie squad, getting out of there. It looks like it might be a fight over the eggshell top, but it's not going to be that safe. As you can see, a lot of that is out, pulling out towards that northwest side. TSM, though, clearing out the dome right now, getting that knock onto Tech. Should be some more kills coming in for TSM very shortly.
The amount of information that Seer gives you with the heartbeat, combining it with the attack, it seems like you could never miss a attack shot if you combine it with its passive. Beautiful plays coming out of TSM, but Liquid getting into an engagement, and my players are dropping left and right. We're now down to 7 squads.
Yeah, they decide to turn their focus away from G2, who have wrapped pretty hard over, I believe, to the south side right now. You can see the duo of gentrifying and Result is still sitting there. Fun. Does he have any ideas that they are there? He does. He almost gets the crack there, but it looks like the Phoenix get finished off by one G2. And a little bit of trouble as Resulta is left on his own. Gentrifying Q's out of that one. They got the knock onto him. They'll be able to finish him off very shortly now, as Gentrifying is going to be left to rat this one out for him. And he runs right into the Pittsburgh Knights.
And that might be it for G2. I just saw on the kill feed everybody going down, and we are down to 6 squads. Actually, here, Liquid ends up finish off the kills right there, and we're on board now with them. Longbow in the hands. I talked about the value that these snipers are getting, and even in the late game, still getting value from these snipers, but the hill's closing in, and it's coming in fast. We're gonna be down to 1 squad very soon.
Take a look at this ring. So much of it is in the lava as well, so unplayable terrain for our squads. Liquid, though, do have a lot of their side of the map pretty much cleared out, as Rakanishu with that rampage now to help with Aves, getting that knock onto Bronzy. Rockstar almost in the top 2 position here with a bit more kill points that they already had at this game state earlier in game number 2. Well, let's see if they can pick up more with some cover to play off of. They're going to try and leapfrog with those barrels up as TSM poke out from outside of Dome. Early bubble out from Reps just to reset, hitting that bat now as Snipe Down looking to get very aggressive with that Prowler, gets that knock onto Asura. Now the Knights are in a little bit of trouble. Their bubble's already been used. How much longer can they survive for? Luckily for them, TSM cannot overpeak this one because of the presence of Liquid. They've got an angle on them. The peek out from that lone player, it does seem, and Snipe Down will be able to secure that. No, Fun steals away from Team Liquid. Now Rakanishu gets the flank. Refs to go down. Imperial House, the next one to fall. Rockstar coming in for the third party. Beautiful timing coming out from Team Rockstar.
TSM were in a great position. TSM were in a great position, but now they are gone, and Liquid's coming in for the collapse. Beautiful fuse. Only 2 squads remaining.
And it's just Snipe Down left here, and he will get finished off. Team Liquid with 2 wins out of our first 3 games tonight should be able to retake that first place position on the leaderboard. That fuse adding on to just all the fire that was already there in that late game made it just absolute chaos. Man, what a great game number 3.
I'm so surprised right there with how aggressive Snipe Down was playing. Both of his teammates didn't take any damage. I thought they were looking good. Out of nowhere, I checked the kill feed, and 2 of his teammates dropped instantly. Snipe Down was by himself in that final battle. Not much you could do in a 1v3. Sadly, TSM go down.
Yeah, and we have hit halftime, so we're going to take a break. We're going to have our halftime show with Yeso. Don't go anywhere, guys. You're not going to miss that. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? Lion here. I'm about to try my favorite flavor, hot fudge sundae. I'll let you guys know how it is. Pop-Tarts are kidding when they say it's crazy good. It literally tastes like a hot fudge sundae. Definitely highly recommend it. My go-to. I've probably eaten about 4 boxes in a little over a week. A little unhealthy, but definitely my go-to flavor, and I love it. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite hot fudge sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
One shot, now the future is yours. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars to the brakes. I'm talking one chance at the soul. Going for the goal. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
It's fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out.
Hey, what's up? My name is Z Davis, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts flavor. There's a reason why strawberry is the best Pop-Tart. That jam inside the middle and the frosted coating on top just makes it one of the best of all time. If you want to try any new Pop-Tarts, you got to try the strawberry. It's one of my favorites, and it's got to be one of the best out there. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Team Liquid with a big win there in game number 3. My name is Yeso and we're back here for our halftime. Let's check out real fast our player of the game there from game 3, and then I've got a special guest ready to join me for a quick little interview at halftime. And player of the game is going to go to Nocturnal. 5 kills, 3 assists, and over 1,500 damage in the game. And that's 2 out of 3 for Liquid. You heard Jamerson talking about it before they threw to the break, that should very easily catapult Team Liquid back into first place on our Mobile 1 leaderboard. And now they'll be looking in the second half to build on that lead and separate themselves from the pack as they look for their first Series E Pro Night win of this season. So big game there for Liquid and a big one from Nocturnal to push them to the victory. But now it is Pop-Tarts week, and I am very excited to be joined by a member of that squad. We sat down for some Deal or Steal a day ago, and now I've got Lion ready to join me here for a quick interview. So let's bring Lion in. Lion, thanks so much for joining me, my man. Pleasure to talk to you again. It's been so long as we sat down together yesterday, but how are we feeling right now? You got 3 games in the book today. What are you kind of thinking at this moment?
I'm not where we want to be currently. We've had a pretty rough first 3 games. Game 1, it was decent. We had good positioning, a good amount of kill points, and then we got a little too over aggressive. Game 2, we didn't pick any kill points up, and then game 3, we just had an awful rotation. We had to stretch like 2,000 meters to our landing spot.
Okay, 3 games left here tonight. What changes do you feel like you need to make here at halftime to move your way up the standings here with 3 games left to go?
Mostly, it's hard to say. We definitely need to start picking up more kills, being aggressive when we need to be, being smart about the aggression that we are. Leaving it up to me to make those aggressive plays and having my teammates sit back because I'm Wraith and I can queue back safely. So I just gotta sit back, let them, and communicate to that for them to sit back while I go for kills. Quicker rotation. We definitely need to speed up our looting, but we're halfway through it. We still have 3 more games. My hopes aren't down at all. Still have faith that we're gonna bring it back.
Good to know that you guys have yourselves in high spirits here. Last question before I let you go. I know you got more games to play here tonight. You guys had a really solid performance last night, just short of grabbing second place, but getting up over that 50-point mark. You guys have, quite a significant margin to make up to catch up to the likes of Razor, Pringles, and Intel in the standings. How confident are you right now that you guys are moving in the right direction and are close to trying to chase down those big squads?
I'm very confident that we're going to be moving forward together. We will catch back up. We've played very consistent. We just need to get over that little hump to push us past our average point threshold. We are a new team. We are improving every time we play together. The Series E was our first debut as a team, I guess you would say. Very confident by the end of Series E, you could definitely see Pop-Tarts on top.
All right. Love to hear it, Lion. Thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck with the rest of your games tonight, my friend. So that is Lion of Team Pop-Tarts. They finished in 3rd place last night, and they're trying to chase down, at the very least, another top 3 placing tonight. But we're going to have to see, as Lion said, some quicker rotations and some more kill points from the squad if they want to do just that. If you want to keep track of all their stats as well, maybe check out some of their highlights from throughout this season, you can use !Team Pop-Tarts in chat right now to get their link to their profile over at esportsarena.com, and you can do it for any of our partnered squads, just Team Rockstar, Team Razor, whatever you need. Use that in Twitch chat right now. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tony will get you guys ready for the second half of the day.
I'm throwing Gibby bubble. Throwing my Gibby ult. Valkyrie's cracked. Trades on both sides. We need to push now. Knock Valk. Knock Gibby. Knock Ray. Let's go! If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had Team Liquid taking a second win for the evening just before the half. And so let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard now to see how much of a lead they have against the rest of the lobby. After 2 wins in the first 3 games, that is absolutely massive for them. It's only going to be an 11-point lead over G2, who find themselves in second place with 33 points.
Team Liquid looking good, but right behind them, G2. Right behind them, Charlotte, Phoenix, Team Razor rounding out our top 4. Now the question is, can Team Rockstar sneak in? Tied with them is TSM and even Applejacks. I mean, a few points away. Anything could happen. Like you said, we're at halftime now. We still have plenty of Apex to play. Anything could happen here. Even our bottom-ranked teams can somehow come out and steal away and get into top 4.
That's right. We have 3 more games to go. So let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moment from game number 3. As Rockstar, this was their moment where they come in for the third party up against TSM. And you're seeing that ring of fire getting dropped right on top of them by Fun. And Team Liquid easily cleaned this one up.
That they did, and it was crazy. I talked about it before. TSM were in such a good position. Snipe that was going in to finish off that kill, and then in an instant, both of his teammates drop, and then he ends up in a 1v2 at top 2. And obviously, I'm not good at math. I said that plenty of times, but I know a 1v3 scenario is not going to be looking good for Mr. Rona.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, he did survive, got himself top 2 on that Wraith. We did see that compositional change, right, coming out. Yeah, Snipe Down picking up the Wraith, and then Hal swapping on over to that Seer for them at this point. But it's who can stop Team Liquid? This is 2 games that they've won in the first 3. We have 3 more to go. Now, there is an 11-point difference between them and G2, so G2 aren't being slowed down too much, but I love how Liquid has been playing this much slower, especially with this composition. They've got the Caustic, they've got the Fuse, so they can't really go full bore into a lot of these team fights, but they did an amazing job there in this ring. Basically, we had a second go at it, very similar ring to to game number 2. And this time around, they did a great job of gatekeeping G2. And here we go, heading straight into it. We're seeing Team Liquid dropping once again over on the western side of Skyhook. Nocturnal's going to get himself that gold cargo bot. Then, of course, he'll be able to secure Trials. But it's that 50-50 once again. Rice Krispies versus Cheez-It. Cheez-It again left in a 1v2. The Gondola actually coming in to help out. Hey, special delivery. Here's another armor swap. And if he needed to, he could have gone on for another blue, but he drops down to the low for himself. Even though he had the 1v1. As he goes back up, and we have a Syracuse coming out and just narrowly miss out on him. And it looks like Rice Krispies were able to get a res at the very least. The re-knock onto Clinical here. Mollis, though, gets cracked. Has to buy some time to heal up now, left in this 1v1.
Hops off the train, decides this is my stop, gets himself another armor swap here. So our Wraith player refuses to go down, and we're gonna see if he wants to take the Biv.
Boy, he heard someone crawling around. It was just the knocked player. Does have to be careful as Golden is getting finished off. Now, Eva 8 along with the Mozam. He needs to close the distance here. Will Golden survive that arc shot? He does. Goes for that peak. He's going to try and force out with the fake res. Only forces out a thermite, and that's going to sign Golden's death. But huge shots from that Eva 8. Mollis clutches up, and finally Cheez-It went out in this 50-50, but it took so long. He still needs to get finicky up, and he needs to get that res.
This won't hurt. Hold on. That was the first squad wipe that we've seen on screen, and he looked like he's making a run for mobile moment of the game. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. I can't believe he got away with his life. Gonna have some blue shields for his teammates. Ends up getting the res on our caustic player. Now, Crypto did end up going down, but they have his beacon. I'm sure they're going to be able to get him up eventually. He's obviously the kill leader right now, getting all 3 kills, and even has a purple shield in his sights. That's looking good, Jamerson.
He was eyeing it suspiciously, too. It was like, there's no way there was just a purple here, and we didn't fight off of it. TSM, though, find themselves in a fight as Nestle splash over here at Geyser. So early rotations out, typical timing coming out from TSM with the third party, and that now knock onto Drezax. We'll see if Splash can try and recover this one, but they're so far away from him right now as TSM are hunting him down, getting hit by that Syracuse. Sniped down on the other side of this door. As you can see, the pinch coming out as well from behind, and Reps is right there. They break the door, they make their way on in, and Malice Mamba will go down. Throughout all of that, though, they got the res on the Drezax, so they just trade one player for another. But it's going to be so much more difficult to try and recover Malice Mamba, who's stuck all the way back in that corner.
And now, this is now the third composition that we're seeing that's been switched up to now involve a fuse. That the first team had that fuse that was already down, and I believe he ended up had to get his banner. And that one, that was Splash, who have their fuse player up. So Fuse getting a lot more play than I'm used to seeing personally, as Intel trying to get into an engagement here. It's going to be Applejacks rocking all 3 players with blue shields. Here comes the flank, but he's going to catch a bit of damage from the explosives. Luckily, AJ Blueberry putting in some good shots with that R301.
Xset involved in this fight as well, as he was able to get the kill and the thirst onto Intel, who are now just down to a duo. Applejacks, can they find more off of this? They're just going to take the time to actually reset now. Getting hit all 3 members by that Syracuse. They should try to find a moment to get into the next building now. Very strange fighting going on over here at Lava City, as the circle's not ending around here. We're gonna have another southern zone, though. It does seem might be a lava siphon ending. We'll check in with that as soon as we can, but there's just so much action taking place. Cheez-It in another fight. It's gonna be Charlotte Phoenix on the other side of this one, as Stink goes down to Finicky. It's the 2v1 now for Cheez-It up against Charlotte Phoenix. Neither of them have armor. They have to be careful. Seer peeking. He's got a purple on the other side, and Mollis somehow survives, getting the crack onto that Seer as well. Even cheekily checking that door now, hits one cell. Does he go for the thirst for the armor swap? And it looks like that is what he's going to do. Stink gets finished off as well, so both of them will have the armor swap to now continue to chase down the last member of Charlotte Phoenix.
And Finicky setting up the caustic gas and making it rain immediately, going in for the revive on our Crypto player. So now all 3 members of Cheez-It currently up at the moment. Things are looking good for Cheez-It. 16 squads remaining. I'm looking at the kill feed, and TSM getting into another engagement. So is Cloud9.
16 squads. This is looking a lot more fast, more like it's an open night now as Cloud9 are trying to hold down the vault tunnel here. And there we go. We got better idea of where this ring is going. So it's going to be a Frag East ending. There's an opportunity that this one actually pulls away to the choke point that Cloud9 currently have the pings on. They want to move forward, and so they will start making their way through here. No one here at No Name either, so no resistance for them whatsoever. This is still going to be a very hard ring to call. This could be the northeastern one where it ends just outside of Frag East on the train tracks. So it's about trying to play a flexible position, really, and that's what Cloud9 are looking to do as Pop-Tarts find themselves in a fight over here at Frag West, or Frag East.
And the home team already losing their rage play at the moment and have not been able to recover the banner. It's about 80 seconds left. We're going to find out if they can slay out or if they even choose to do so, because our Gibby player only has white shields. It's not looking good here for Pop-Tarts. I wonder what they're going to do at this moment. Would they fight it out? Would they take the pivots, or would they like to out-rotate and maybe live to see another day?
Yeah, they do have the the beacon to their north on the high ground, but you have to imagine the team's already there in position with that one now. Z Davis still sitting on a white armor and wasn't even able to do any damage off of it, so it just looks like Lion was just caught out by himself. You can see there's a full squad in that building. Not going to be able to recover that banner, or if they do, it's pretty much a death sentence for them, but looks like Z Davis, he's not going to leave a man behind. He's going to go for it.
No man left behind. The bubble is going in, but he's going to get into a bit of a gunfight here. It's Gibby on Gibby crime right now, as our players lose all of his shields and even all of his life, and that's going to be it. Pop-Tarts are gone. Knights are going in for the res on Gibby, but their Valkyrie player is gone. Luckily, they have his banner, so they can go after a beacon and get the res, and okay, a little bit of friendly shots there. Just, you know, I've been doing love taps, obviously.
Gildersons will have his port in 25% more, so they can try to make a play for that beacon, but we saw Cloud9 were already in position over there at No Name. Applejacks getting gate kept here on the southern side as Protectful gets a knock onto Lapsed, and you can see two players running around. Kupski's going to try and port them close, and we'll see if they can get aggressive onto this one. Here he goes. Setting that one up. Never mind. Canceled that one. So now they're just going to slow play this one, but the jump pad has been used, and the squad's going to try and get out of dodge. Seer ultimate being used as well, so Applejacks, their approach is going to be fully telegraphed here, but Protectful doesn't care. Neither does Blueberry Smalls. Kupski is considering his options, still has that port to play off of, and I think that's why he's just trying to play this one a little bit slower. If his team gets into trouble, he'll just go ahead and port them back to this building for now. And it looks like it's just Applejacks trying to get a little bit of an inside corner on this choke as another team is showing up behind them.
I talked about it during game number one. It's almost like professional boxers using those first round, 1 to 2 rounds to feel their opponent out, get the timing, get into a little bit of a rhythm here. Now we're going on to game 4. Now the tempo has been upped. We're seeing a lot more engaged, a lot more shots. People in maybe, I wouldn't say desperate situations, but if you're on the right-hand side of the bracket, you want to do everything you can to try to get on the left side. So you got to get those kills. You got to come out on top, or you could just rat like my man right here, trying to get himself some good placement points. We're on the Tomcat rat cam.
Yeah, you can see there he's just outside, or I guess still inside Geyser right now. He does have the heartbeat sensor, which will make it a little bit easier to try to figure out if he is getting flanked. Applejacks once again just holding just south of that choke, getting challenged, and seem Protectful trying to find an angle here as he climbs on up, but they're largely going to be free as Rockstar are holding that choke up against G2. Got the knock onto Designful. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and so Resulta should be able to get the res onto him. Charge rifle shots out from Khan all the way over at Frag West, and now Rockstar like, well, do we want to deal with this, or do we want to deal with G2? I think I choose the option to deal with the charge rifle instead, but they find themselves in a very tough spot.
That they do is Octane literally getting ripped for all of his shields and half of his life. They're still going to let to try to rotate. That charge rifle is so annoying. Trust me, I know much of it, but it is perfect for getting that damage and trying to upgrade the shields. Valkyrie just dodging the lasers right now, almost like a spy movie, just trying to go in and infiltrate the vault. I'm loving the way he's doing it, but he does lose most of his shields. And here comes more damage, and he's going to be forced to back down and heal as Rockstar still trying to get themselves into an advantageous position.
They don't know exactly where this one's going to be ending too, so finding that spot's going to be difficult. Aves, as he tries to heals up, gets tagged once again from that choke. It's G2. They were able to recover, remember, but they're now stuck over at Harvester. Another team keeping them out. The full push onto Resulta here, but he's got the EVA 8 out. Does a lot of damage before he finally falls. Will Designful and Gentrifying be able to follow up as Laps is the one that finishes him off now? Can they recover his banner too as the ring closes in? Gentrifying is holding his ground for now, going for the peaks with the EVA 8, gets the crack at the very least, hits for Flesh, 21 twice now as Designful shows up, but he's starting to run low on HP, and he has to be careful here as he goes down. Laps picks him up, and now it's just Gentrifying left by himself. He still has to recover Resulta's banner. He has to wait for Designful to bleed out as well. What an unfortunate spot for them to find themselves in.
Unfortunate indeed, because I'm pretty sure that Gibby player Resulta elected to throw the bubble shield down. However, I believe it might have slipped through the crack and landed towards the bottom of the map. So he thought he was going to be safe with his bubble, and he was trying to make a play with it. But the bubble, I believe it just slipped through the crack, and that was awful happening for G2. But Applejack's in another engagement right now. Ultra coming in from Seer, from Gibby, left and right. Things are getting crazy. 15 squads remaining.
It's Team Intel that are on the other side of this fight for now, but they do stabilize, cleared out all of the caustic barrels. So now it's all about trying to protect this choke just to their north, and if they want to, they can just fly right past it. They do have the Valkyrie ready. It's all about Duke getting that bubble up themselves so they can be a little bit safe. Here's Razor trying to make a push in over at Frag East. They got the first knock onto Joey Cherish. CLG were popping off on the kill feed just beforehand, but now they go down in 14th place. Only about 5, maybe 6 points picked up for CLG in this game as Team Intel are trying to turn the tables onto Applejacks. They've got them pinned down inside this building. Let's remember, Applejacks are running that caustic, and time is running short. There's 50 seconds to go before the zone starts closing in.
I don't even know if this is Battle Royale or just multiple arenas matches going on in the same map. This is insane. The amount of the firepower, the amount of gunfights that we're seeing on screen, and it is incredible to watch. Intel electing to try to get out of dodge, but the third party's coming in, and that's going to ruin their Valkyrie's ult. Things are not looking good for Intel.
Dupe does hit that bat, but he gets cracked almost instantaneously there, hiding behind cover. And now they're getting sandwiched. Multiple teams showing up. Laps picks that one up. Renegades again. Able to find another fight now, as we'll see if they can recover Dupe. Remember, he was the one that was on that Gibraltar. Now Skittle Kicks is the next one to fall. Everything falling apart for Team Intel. Getting overly aggressive on Applejacks, though. A moment of reprieve for Intel. We'll see if they can try and recover as Applejacks buy them some cover. But now it's going to be Applejacks to come in to probably finish off Team Intel.
Still 13 squads remaining at the moment, but there's some gunfights going, and it looks like Applejacks wanting to get real aggressive here. The EVA shots are coming in, 5 from that, 35 from that. That's not going to be enough. He's going to go down. It's going to be caustic, and so the Seer. So now we're going to find out if Wraith can maybe queue out and try to get away with the life, but the hill is coming in, and it is merciless.
There's another squad ahead of him as well as he tries to port in, and it's going to be G2 and Cheez-It helping to finish them off. TSM are the team, is the team that's currently playing this choke for now. You can see they're playing for the kill points. They weren't playing for center zone as they're getting pushed. It's going to be a knock very shortly as Era get finished off. Already down to 8 squads in the 4th round. TSM looking to turn things around from the first half here, as they were just unfortunate. It's always on the cusp of having a top finish. They did get a top finish there in game number 3, but they need to make up for lost times from game number 1 and 2.
And notice how a Seer player actually already having 4 kills by himself. TSM are absolutely on 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock, was round 4 circle will be coming to a close soon here.
The ring is pulling a bit more towards No Name. You can see that respawn beacon is still in. I have to imagine that's Cloud9 probably holding down the majority of that ground, as TSM are going to scout out where they want to play. They do have the train tracks that has some cover to play off of as well, and looks like that is what they're currently eyeing. They need to do a good job of clearing out the western side here, make sure that there's no one, and there it is. They scout it out. They see another team coming in from the west right now, making their way into Fragment. Just poke damage out, but Al's got to be careful with these shots. He's got the R301 and only has about 120 shots total left in it now, but it does seem TSM want these kill points, and they're eyeing possibly pushing into Fragment for it.
Luckily, he has a Mastiff in his back pocket, but he's going to have to find himself some more ammo soon. Maybe his teammates can share if they're running light as well. You notice how he does have that gold helmet, so he's going to be getting all of his abilities soon, which is good for gunfights, but so is ammo. Luckily, he's able to get himself some ammo here, and now he's sitting at almost 200 shots. He's ready to go now. He's ready to go, Jamerson.
Yeah, he basically puts his Q on like a 24-second cooldown after using it, but here comes a rotation now from a squad that are going to make it a bit difficult to play off of this position here. Big connects with that Q, actually gets the crack, and that information. Here comes the air burst nade, but Hal's going to slow things down just a bit. He's going to allow Snipe Down and Reps to go for the challenge here as he sets up a cross angle, but oh my goodness, from the southeast side, they know they can no longer push for this as they are getting third party. Early bubble out from Reps just to be abundantly cautious for them. Now they find themselves in a bit of a difficult spot. There's a team challenging the height from the north and another team to their east, but this is what I'm talking about. They have cover here. They can play this. It's just going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the exact position that they really want to be in. I think they really wanted that spot right there, but luckily they're within the hill right now. They have a bit of cover. Hopefully they can play their life as a player is going to go down. That's actually going to be our Gibby player who goes down, leaving Seer and Wraith by themselves.
Yeah, Cloud9 proving to be a nuisance there, as it's the Knights that are up here on the northern side that have the Rock's control. And another team is showing up behind them, so now the Knights cannot punish TSM for this. But Tech did get the thirst onto Reps as Bronzy goes for that peek, hits for the red Evo shields, does not like seeing that. Ports back the safety of Asura and Gilderson's now. Looks like the corner of this building is in. They might be able to play off of this for the next zone. And it's all about making sure that that team on the high ground does not try to push for it. So they're going to have to go for the peaks. They're going to have to make sure that they keep them in place. Liquid is just to their north as well as TSM get finished off. It's going to be Team Razor picking up all 3 kills onto them.
The hill is getting smaller and smaller, and the teams are dropping like flies. We are down to 6 squads at the moment. Knights have actually elected to get rid of their high ground and play this building instead, which is still within the hill. So I feel like Knights are very comfortable with their position right here as they're seeing a gunfight going in front of them. I already saw the Seer ult. Will they elect a third party?
It's all about biding time here as Team Pringles find themselves in a fight. Lapsed gets another knock, and he has been MVP for that squad as Pringles are about to get knocked out. It's just Fury left, queuing out over to the bridge, blind. There's a squad right above him, right into a Caustic as well, and he gets dropped down on Liquid. Pick that up. Renegades though, and Knights right on their heels, doing decent damage onto Liquid now, but they should have the armor swaps to at least heal up. And like I said, the Knights, they're gonna have this building to play off of. But it's this corner, double windows to the south and to the east as well. So it's a little bit vulnerable. They have plenty of space, it seems, to just fall back and just try and wait things out.
Only 4 squads remaining, and we're going to switch gears back over towards Team Razor right now. We're sitting comfortably as far as shield-wise, but they're going to have to rotate towards that center circle here and the final circle at that, and they're taking damage, but they have some armor swaps to go out. So I'm liking the way Razor's playing this right now. I think they're going to be very good in this position. 4 squads remaining, 38 seconds for this hill. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, we have Cloud9, we have Razor, the Pittsburgh Knights, and Team Liquid here in the final 4. Liquid with another top finish as well. G2 went down a little bit earlier on, and so that's going to allow Liquid the opportunity to grow their lead. Been a little bit silent this game, not as many kills so far. Again, we know that surviving to the late game comes with it kills in and of itself. Liquid, I believe they're playing on the top of the train tracks here. Have to be careful of that Cloud9 position as Razor now. The ring closing in. We'll be able to walk in with some cover. Cloud9 dropping down from the low. We'll see if Razor, they can get that drone up there to spot out that Cloud9 have already moved. They can try to walk in this one with for free, but Sarah Tricky is considering throwing that defensive bombardment. Glad that he held on to it for this moment.
It looks like he wasn't aware that they actually dropped down, but either way, the Gibby ult is going in. I'm sure he's going to get maximum value out of that one as Razor realizes they are out of time. So here we go. They're beelining it straight, putting down some great flatline shots. My gosh, ripping everybody in his sights. Not quite getting a knock just yet, but things are happening here. Razor looking good, but can they stay alive as the Fuse ultimate is coming in?
Cloud9 versus Razor here on top of the tracks. They do back off, and looks like Tech is going to try and go for that EMP. Liquid have jumped up top as well, and they just need to buy time. Nocturnal got the knock on Zach Mazer, but it's going to be Cloud9 to finish off Team Liquid. It's going to be a 3v3. Make that a 3v1 now as Razor know there's only one player left. They'll finish off Naughty, and Team Razor take the win here in game number 4.
And there we go. I was watching his camera. He had no facial expression whatsoever. Then he cracks a quick smile. He knows he pulled off a big win on that one. Congrats to Razor. That was huge, especially now that we're going into the second half of our games here. That was game 4. We're going into game 5 soon. Fantastic job, Razor.
Yeah, great job slowing down that late game, even with the Fuse ultimate on top of them, taking the win there in game number 4. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E right after this.
All right, we got one on our right, one on our left. I'm shooting my seer interrupt on the right team. Gibby's cracked. Just watch out. You want to make sure the left guys don't push us. Don't push us. All right, Gibby's cracked. One team dead. Look at the other guys. Not cracked. Not dead. Look at the Octane, cracked. Nice, let's go, boys. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is E. Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster. Out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine, like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeso here, back once again in Studio Blue of Esports Arena HQ. And that was game number 4 with Team Razor coming out with a big victory to start off the second half. They still have some work to do to try and chase down a Team Liquid squad that has been very strong so far tonight. Obviously, they have 2 wins under their belt from games 1 and 3 respectively, but Razor with a good finish in this one. Let's check out our player of the game for game number 4 as we get ready for the last 2 games of the day, and it's going to go to Tech. Subbing in tonight for Team Razor as their third, 5 kills, 3 assists in just over 1500 damage. Also a very clutch EMP there very late on the crypto. We're starting to see, you know, some of those kind of more off meta picks starting to creep into compositions. We talked about the Fuse earlier on in the day. Obviously, he got some nice buffs at the start of the season. Crypto hasn't seen any buffs, but still can bring a lot of utility. So I'm curious to see if more teams start to bring some, you know, non-traditional compositions to the table. Horizon is one I surprisingly haven't seen as much of in competitive play, despite some good changes that she got at the start of the season. So we'll have to see how things continue to shake up as the season develops on that front. Do want to remind you guys, once again, we're doing this Pop-Tarts giveaway this week. An awesome Pop-Tarts pack, including a brand new Razer keyboard. If you want to win that giveaway, just use !giveaway in Twitch chat. It will give you all the information that you need. We're going to another break, though. When we come back, we get ready for the 5th game of the day. We'll be right back.
This is the line Pop-Tart. My ideal Pop-Tart would be a Nutella-filled Pop-Tart or like a hazelnut variation-filled Pop-Tart. I think it would go amazing because the pastry crust of the Pop-Tart and the hazelnut spread would just go ideal together. Perfect breakfast combination. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, guys, welcome back to Series E. Just before the break, we had Team Razer winning out in game number 4, putting us out to Cloud 9. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, though, to see if anyone was able to take over G2, and they did. Team Razer, with that win, put themselves in 2nd place, only 5 points off from Team Liquid. So we have a very contentious top 2 with 2 games left to go.
I said it before, Jamerson, let's make Esports Arena history. I'm back in Team Razer all the way. You know, I'm a huge fan of G2, Roller Squad all day. TSM, my man Snipe Down comes from Halo, so you know I got to represent him, but I need to see one of these sponsored teams come out big. Team Razer, all eyes are on you. I know you can do it.
Yeah, they did a great job navigating that mid game. Team Liquid just a bit too silent there, I would say, in game number 4, despite having another top finish. But consistency is key with 2 more games left to go. Another top finishes like that, they might be able to clinch it. But yeah, Team Razer is going to make it a bit scary for them. Let's check in with the Mobile One high performance moments of game number 4. And it's all about composure here for Team Razer.
That it is. We're on board Razer. We just saw this recently. The ult comes in. He's dodging fire left and right, dropping the bubble. There was some beautiful shots that came out with the flat line not too long ago, and the L-Star absolutely ripping, but Razer had to back down, throwing out the drone. I love the way they were playing this. They were being so patient, the trigger discipline, and then once the crack started to come in, that's when the collapse, that's when they upped the tempo. Downs all over the place. Team didn't stand a chance. This was Razer's game to lose, and they simply pivoted out.
Yeah, just a beautiful EMP countering the caustic that Team Liquid were really trying to bank off there, the EMPs, getting rid of the caustic barrels if Team Liquid had them drop down. But it looks like they kind of used all of them, actually, in that regard, taking a look at the cover that they were using to just stabilize off in that fight. But again, just excellent patience coming out from Team Razor there. And it looked like Cloud9 dropping down onto the low ground just really kind of cinched that one decision from Cloud9 to drop down from the low and challenge the north side instead. Really opened things up for Team Razor, being able to play behind this cover. It's all about patience. It's all about recovering. Great job coming out. Team Razor now find themselves in second place and only 5 points off from Team Liquid. So these final 2 games are going to be so exciting as we do head into game number 5. Let's join in with our boys from Team Razor for this 5th game.
I agree. We're still landing on World's Edge at the moment, and a lot of changes being done here for Season 10. And I'm not gonna lie, it took me a while to get used to it, but I'm loving the rotations that it's created. I'm loving the new avenues that's created, and also all of these weapons are getting these buffs. This L-Star being viable, the Prowler dropping on the map, putting the Spitfire in the care package. Oh my gosh, we needed to get rid of that. I'm loving it, and I'm sure Razor, look at that big smile on our Gibby's player face. He's feeling good. He knows he pulled off a big win. I'm loving that smile.
And important for them, we have to remember that in game 1, they did get challenged. I can't remember by exactly what squad, but they did enough to put fear in them that they're going to be able to get Countdown for free. A pretty central zone. So Tech, he's going to be able to get that banner for us, but it's the never-ending battle. Cheez-It versus RKT, going for the hipfire with the 30-30, and it connects. And this time around, it's a clean team fight win for Cheez-It on this 50-50.
Man, didn't even need the shatter caps to make the hipfire dangerous. He was popping off with that 30-30. I'm loving it, and Cheez-It looking good.
They've also got triple purple armors too, so it's a hell of a way to start off the game now as they'll continue looting on through Lava Siphon. Does seem things have slowed down across the map as we do have Lava Siphon in this ring, so it is fairly centralized. But as we take a look at the central zone, or the next zone, it's going to be going on over towards staging. You can see now there's going to be a lot of focus on those chokes. We'll see if any teams try to control the train side up on the northern end. Rockstar are probably in one of the best positions to do that. We do have fighting taking place over at Geyser, so let's check in with 303 versus Nestle Splash. Looks like Splash already have the man advantage.
That they do, and they've completely eliminated him off the map. Here the shots coming in from the G7 Scout, and they are looking good. I like the thermite placement, but nobody home just yet. Height advantage still for Valkyrie, as to be expected, but Gibby player comes up on top, absolutely rips our Valkyrie player in half, forced to back down and catch a different angle.
Ooh, even styles on him there. That's nice to see as Drozax does get that top off onto the purple armor. One last player remaining here for 303. Just get the redeploy out. So Flash doesn't pick up all the kills there, and interesting composition coming out from them. They're going to be rocking the Rampart. We don't even get to see her that often. So with 2 games left to go, Nestle just going with, I want to say it's a meme pick.
I mean, with how amazing LMGs are doing in this season, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that we're starting to see a Rampart, but I am Applejacks. Also surprised they're getting into an early engagement here, but clearly they feel comfortable. They do have one player with white shields, so I'm sure he's going to let to back down and catch a different angle as he's pinging to get away. He's not liking this battle here, so he wants to get away, play his life, and play for the long game, is our white shielded Wraith.
TSM versus CLG as Mooney comes in as their third. They're still rocking the Loba. Mooney, I guess he's just comfortable on that. He was able to get a knock onto Snipe down, but he has to back off. It's TSM, you're in a 2v1. It's gonna be difficult to fight back on that one. And actually a third party came in.
Hey, I'm a big fan of Loba. I'm a Loba main myself, and let me tell you, she's underrated. Her bracelet, very versatile. I can get in and out of bad situations, and obviously that ult, you never have to worry about ammo. You never have to worry about not having your perfect comp. I'm a big-time Loba fan, but things are not looking all that good for CLG as 2 of the players going down. So let's hop on board here with TSM.
We still have Imperial Howl on that Seer and Snipe down, of course, on that Wraith once again. TSM, they've been able to navigate most of these games well, but sometimes, you know, they just aren't able to just fire on all cylinders. Once again, we'll see if they can bounce back, but it's going to be free loot for them as we join on board with Escape on the Tomcat Rackcam over here by Lava Siphon. Oh boy, this is such a scary spot to be in with all the Seers, with the Bloodhounds, with the Cryptos that have been playing as well, and he's on the big boys. So this is King Rat's stuff as he's able to actually get away from Charlotte Phoenix, who did spot him out. So we'll see how much longer he can survive for. Era, though, find themselves in a fight over here at staging, and I believe they dropped here. And so now they need to try and play King of the Hill as the defensive bombardment goes down early on. We even have the Seer ultimate being used by that squad. So Tech's not gonna try and peek that. He'll just maintain control over the high ground here for his squad.
We already seen the most elusive Gibby that I've ever seen in my life, as Knights already losing their Valkyrie player. That is not going to be good. That's leaving Gibby and Wraith by themselves, and Gibby only having white shields, trying to avoid these nades. Wraith could actually lose all of the shield and most of her health, and Gibby ends up going down, leaving Wraith by themselves. Rockstar coming in for the collapse, and that might just be it. My gosh, Rockstar, beautiful collapse, but Octane does go down, so Era coming out, Era looking good right now.
It's the caustic resets, though, which will make it very difficult for them to capitalize on this knock, and they're already posturing for that res, a secondary barrel just in case, as they do finish off that res. And they're not having the opportunity to try and punish that as another team shows up as well. Bowser might find himself in a spot of bother, but he'll be able to get behind some cover, hit that bat for now. Even elects to use that bubble very cautiously here. Playing this position, you have to be careful. You have to be worried about the threat of G2 roaming in. And so retaking this and not overextending, really good call out here from Era.
And I love the fact that our Octane player allowed Gibby to go first and get into a safe position. He knows that at any point in time, he can easily get out of this bad position if he needs to. So the best thing to do is to take your characters who don't have as much movement as you do and have them rotate first, as he's still staying here, playing the height and giving all the information that they need. It's about 3 teams in this general vicinity, and eventually, I think they're gonna end up fighting.
And round 1's closing up right now. We have another 50 seconds on that as Tech, unfortunate, just 1 damage off from getting that purple, but he does have this G7 Scout. He should be able to at least land 1 more shot to get that purple Evo for himself. Applejacks are pinned down over here, looks like, at the train station at Thermal. Getting pushed now. Protectable does get cracked, and oh no, Dubsky might have griefed his own door here, but the Thermite does give them some info. They have an Octane right outside. This just might be G2 trying to force the issue here, and does look like it is.
And the shots are starting to ring out. It looks like they're trying to enter here. The Eva shots keeping them at bay, but for how long? Luckily, the caustic gas is going to go off and scaring that team away. Applejacks fighting for dear life, covering every entrance.
This is the first fight of the match for these teams too, so there's going to be a lot of nades, a lot of utility being expended into this one now. The barrels are slowing down G2 at this moment as Applejacks are trying to figure out where exactly this push is coming from. They don't have the scans, they don't have that additional information, but they do have the tools to turtle up right now. They got to be running low on barrels. Yeah, they are completely out. Protectable, another 5 seconds for 1 more. Have not popped this one quite yet, but he does have the Nox gas grenade. Does seem they've turtled up enough for that squad to just back away, though. So Applejack's doing a great job of just defending this push.
Let me tell you, I'm sure the sides are coming in because I don't know if they were in the best position, especially with Wraith not having the proper shield to probably engage in that gunfight, but they defended it well, and a great job to Applejacks. Now let's switch gears over towards Cloud9 and see what they're trying to get themselves into with 15 squads remaining.
Cloud9, yeah, are trying to hold on the northern side of this zone. They were able to finish off that Rat Mooney, who I believe was filling in for CLG, and now we're down to 15 squads here in round number 2. Full squads at that. Tech's gotta be careful. There we go. Gets out of the zone. He'll have the passive healing. He'll be fine. Doesn't need to extend really much more than that 1 syringe. It doesn't seem there are too many other teams here, and so as Cloud9 patrols the northern edge, I'd be surprised if they find any more fights, but it's all about making sure that they have this height. They want to play for the train tracks, and so they're going to delay their push on in, as now they are going to go ahead and scout that spot out for themselves. We'll see. I don't think they'll run into anyone. The Team Splash have over here by Thermal. It's a team playing on the northern ridge. Now they're starting to set up the walls for themselves. Do spot out a portal that they have to be careful of, as we do have the Seer ultimate going, Seer Q going down. But they weren't really posturing to try and go for a push. They were just poking and prodding. So Nestle Splash are just looking to just hold down this choke for the time being.
And that portal really looking dangerous for Splash. I wonder where that team is that dropped it, because the last thing that Splash wants to do is be in between two different teams, as shots are starting to ring out at the moment. A Rampart player has to back down, and was catching the tail end of Pringles taking down that player. And Pringles not done yet. That player is trying to get out of dodge. He's trying to hide as much as possible, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be hunted down soon.
This is a great spot for Pringles to be in now, able to lock down a position here inside staging, and really only have to worry about these points of entry into this building for now. So great hold coming out from them. Surprised that we have that Caustic ultimate coming out from Oni there all the way across, as TSM find themselves in a fight. Cloud9 on the other side of this one. Imperial Hell already getting cracked now, as Cloud9 want to try and get aggressive here. Team Intel find themselves in a fight over at Harvester, currently bubbled down out from Dupe, allowing the reset for Skittlecakes and Corey to get the heals off. TSM though fighting throughout all of this as they get the first knock on Zach Mazer. They have the numbers advantage. Eva 8 getting the crack as Imperial Hell himself dropping down low, but they'll be able to get another knock and finish off Cloud9. TSM, big team fight win for them. That's going to secure the northern side of the zone for them.
I don't know what's going on. Is that like the third time in a row that we've seen TSM and Cloud9 get into another engagement? It seems like they always are consistently challenging each other, and the last two times we've seen TSM come out on top, which let me tell you, I mean, most teams that go up against TSM usually don't come out alive and able to tell the tale. 13 squads remaining at the moment, a decent amount of kills in favor of TSM, but I don't think they're happy with that just yet. I think they want to get themselves some more.
It's the never-ending rivalry between these two teams. TSM are happy to see this. They've had the zone as well, or the zone information for the next ring, but now, the big question, where does this one pull away to? Doesn't seem like there are any beacons. Actually, there is one in Landslide they can go over to if they want to pick that one up. And so I want to see Hal and Reps head on over there, and it looks like that is going to be the plan after they top off on some additional loot. Al should be able to hop on over there to get that for us, as this one can be a little bit more difficult to gall. Does this one go over towards Geyser, or will it end up on the bridge is the big question.
The big question indeed, and I'm going to switch gears over towards Splash. We have a little bit of a rotation to make if they want to get into the hill. Hopefully they'll be able to get in and not get a gate catch, but it looks like there's some damage coming in. We see a Seer ult, and I believe they want to get themselves involved. They're just waiting for the right time. I think the rule is as soon as one knock comes in, I think that's when they're probably going to get a little bit aggressive and try to steal away some of those kills.
And they do have that Valkyrie redeploy to play off of, but it's just such a long animation. The team is just holding the choke point for now. They have to make their way through. We knew a lot of teams were over at staging, and here's Team Intel trying to find a way on in. It looks like they were able to get out of Harvester safely. Things were looking a little bit dicey for them. Make it over to the respawn building, but they are getting tagged as they make their way on in. Skittlecakes, though, does rejoin his squad, will bat up, and they have 45 seconds to try and figure out how they get in here.
One way to beat the charge rifle is with another one, as we saw Skittlecakes taking heavy damage, and so is our player here. Applejack's trying to fend for his life, going in for the thirst, and just being so annoying here. And finally, Applejack's is gonna be eliminated, and Razor comes in for the cleanup. Beautiful plays coming out of Team Razor.
Can they do it back to back? Getting these kill points is going to be super important. They're only about 5 points off from Team Liquid, who's sitting in first place, but now they are center zone. They have the ring information for us as well, so it is going to be a bridge ending here. Tech's got to be careful as they are getting shot up. It looks like a Valkyrie squad did go for that redeploy, took up to the top. That's going to be Nestle Splash. Eventually, we'll have to drop down after this reset. He's the Nox gas grenade as well onto that Dorito building door. Moving them this side, but I'm gonna go ahead and go for that infiltrate. Drez almost getting knocked there. Turns drop down to 1 HP as Razor fight back into this one. Malice Mamba with only about 30. Turns, will he be able to get this bat off? He does, setting down another barrel. Narrowly missing out on that Sear Q. That could have been the knock onto him, but he gets challenged as Imperial Hal shows up with that R301, getting the knock onto Turns. But they have some additional walls to use. They've got Malice Mamba on that rampart. Maybe they can save Turns here.
Splash finding out quickly that was not the challenge they wanted to take. That team was fully loaded in there, ready to defend. I saw a few armor swaps even down, so they were ready to defend that building. They found out quick that was not what they wanted to do. Look, the res is coming in, and we're gonna have to switch gears over towards Liquid because that team is no more.
Looks like Liquid are trying to gatekeep G2 right now, but here comes the push out. Nice knockout from Zeratricky as Tech needs to join him here, help him out. Only the charge rifle, but it's going to be enough. He clutches up, but is there going to be a third party? We saw TSM was in the area. There's the safe res. They don't have a bubble quite yet. They do have the armor swaps. G2 coming in for the third party, though. The knock and the finish onto Team Razor. This is going to allow now G2 the opportunity to close the gap and maybe retake second place, maybe even take first place if they can take out Team Liquid.
G2 absolutely putting that team in the dirt, and they are not done yet. That's an incredible arc start, getting max amount of damage. 7 squads remaining, and G2 just sitting above it all. I talked about it before. Their positioning is always amazing. Their shots are always on point, as the G7 scout not missing a single bullet on that player who's forced to back down to try to play their life. But there's about 5 different squads in this general area. This game is going to come to a close very soon here at Jamerson.
And we're at 6 squads, 15 players left, so it should be 2 teams that are currently damaged. Might even be 3 teams playing this one out as a duo. We'll have to check in. It looks like Team Intel are currently down to just 2. So multiple teams currently struggling here, trying to get back into this game. No more respawn beacons in play as well, unless you can somehow jimmy up a mobile respawn beacon for yourself. But G2 now setting themselves up for success. They've got 2 red Evos. They've got only the purple on results. As you can see, Nocturnal, one of those players for Liquid, and are stuck down there, a bit disconnected from the rest of the squad. Fun and a flanker are all the way there up on the north. And you have to remember, they're not running the Gibraltar. They're not going to have a bubble for him. So Nocturnal has to be crisp on this movement as he makes his way on over. And it looks like he will successfully do so. We are now in 6 squad situation, as it looks like a player was res but finished off.
And I believe that was actually going to be Error that's going to go down, and now we're down to 5 squads remaining. Intel trying to stay alive. They know the rotation has to come in. They're in the hill right now, so they're safe for the time being, but the question is, for how long? Because now let's check on the men of the hour. Pop-Tarts still alive, still kicking, so we have a few sponsored teams here in our final 5 squads.
Pop-Tarts playing lower bridge off of this. They do have a team right above them. That's going to be Team Liquid. So I think it's just a matter of time for Team Liquid to drop down onto them. Nades do come out, or the knuckle cluster at the very least, it seems. As Zenoa takes some damage, just poking and prodding right now. We're still waiting as this ring does pull away from staging. So that squad over there that Z Davis is keeping an eye on is in some trouble. But you can see that they cannot tunnel too hard onto that team. They have to worry about that upper bridge spot. We do have the scans, though, luckily from Zenoa. We'll see if he has the beast in the hunt for himself as well, because he's desperately going to need that here in the end game.
That is, but I'm liking the position coming out of Pop-Tarts. They are playing so patient right now, but they do know at about 30 seconds they will have to advance just a little bit to get themselves into that hill. And I mean, they don't have height advantage right now, as you're seeing that start to become a disadvantage, as our Gibby player is going to be ripped in half. Shields are gone, and the collapse is coming in.
Wondering if that was going to be maybe G2. No, it was Team Intel dropping onto Pop-Tarts. And Dupe is the first one to go down on that Gibraltar. Here comes the bubbles being set up, the barrels being set up by Team Pringles with full control over the lower. Now they got to be careful though as the rest of the peaks come out, and you can see the big sandwiches coming out now when does Team Liquid drop onto this? We have 4 teams stacked on top of each other right now as Pop-Tarts find another knock bubble out from Z Davis there. He does take away to some of that knuckle cluster damage, but they got the knock onto Corey. They need to finish off the kill as well, and looks like they will be able to secure that. Team Incel are about to get knocked out. There we go. Skittle Case going down, but Z Davis will fall as W picks that one up. Will they have an opportunity to get him back in? It doesn't seem like it. He went down outside of the zone, and he's going to bleed out. Team Pringles here on the low ground as Z Davis gets finished off. 4 squads remaining. It's going to be a 3v3v3v2. We got Pop-Tarts, we got Pringles, Liquid, and G2 all involved in this late game.
More layers than a wedding cake at the moment. We're going to switch gears over towards Pop-Tarts. It is their week, but they, as you said before, they did lose a player, and G2 are dropping players left and right, already losing Gibby and Octane. Wraith is trying to stay alive for dear life here, going all the way down to 1 shot, not able to do so. We're down to 3 squads.
Team Liquid with another top 3 finish once again. This is going to allow them, with Team Razor going down, for them to grow that lead heading into the final game of the evening. It's just by how much now. They have at least 5 kill points to their name. That's going to be a +7 as well at the very least, but they're in such a dominant position. They've got center zone. They've got teams trapped down onto the low ground. They have numbers advantage up against Pop-Tarts as well, and they have that late game comp. They've got the Caustic. They've got the Fuse to try and finish things out. Will it be a 3rd win for Team Liquid tonight?
Well, things aren't looking good for Pringles at the moment. They're trying to get themselves out of this not advantageous position, trying to get up and elevated, but our Fuse player is going to go down. So let's switch gears over towards Pop-Tarts, the ones getting into that engagement. L-Star shots are hitting, and they're hitting well, going in for the finish. My gosh.
See that quick armor swap coming out as well. He knew he needed to get the thirst. He knows he needs the points as well. Lion will go down, and it's all about Team Liquid cleaning this up. Nocturnal will give his life up for it. Fury just below him. I mean, the last player remaining here, he falls, but Team Liquid should be able to clean this one up. It's full control over height as Fury secures that kill for himself. And it's just a matter of time before Team Liquid get the win. It's just the slow burn coming out. Team Liquid with 3 wins out of the 5 games that we've had so far tonight.
Team Liquid have been absolutely on one. It may be Pop-Tarts week, but let me tell you, it's Liquid's tournament. They have been absolutely on fire. I'm impressed. I cannot believe the level of gameplay that we're seeing out of them consistently, game after game. They are on their P's and Q's.
Yeah, and so we're going to take one last break. When we get back, we'll have the final game of the evening. Can anyone put a stop to Team Liquid? Well, we'll find out right after this break.
Hey, what's up? I'm Lion. Just like my Gibby Bubbles, Pop-Tarts always come in clutch when you're looking for a snack.
Been a little bit more hesitant team to slow play things and try to play zone. Team that doesn't need to really play zone is going to be Team Pop-Tarts now. Coming from Overlook, we got Crack out from Lion, forcing out the bubble as he bubbles himself to push up. Arcstar now forcing that Gibraltar into his dome now. He'll get the knock on to Super. Hold the angle, but only hits for the 9. Bangalore's looking to be very fun.
If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, folks, welcome back. Game 5 all done there, and Team Liquid with probably the most anticlimactic win you'll see on Series E, as Team Pringles just gets trapped on the low ground. They can't climb out. No octane pad for them to get up, and Liquid just waits until the ring closes to finish them off. And Team Liquid, as Jamerson mentioned, with their 3rd win on the day, and it looks all but decided here that Liquid will come in first place today. We'll check where they sit on our Mobile One leaderboard in a few minutes, but let's check first on our player of the game here for game number 5. It's going to be Nocturnal. 4 kills, an assist to his name, and just short of 1,400 damage there on the Wraith in this last game. So Nocturnal in the squad looking really strong tonight. And this is a Team Liquid squad that wasn't necessarily topping the charts on a consistent basis last season. They were kind of up and down through Season 2 of Series E, but I think they looked really good at the LGS Finals in June, and they've been looking strong so far this season and finally grabbing that top spot. We love to see it. This is a very strong contender, a lot of big names here on Team Liquid, so I'm not entirely surprised, but love to see that they are performing well here tonight. Now the partnered squads are just fighting for that 2nd place. Again, we'll check that leaderboard here in a few minutes. But before we go, I want to remind you guys, if you want to shop for some more Pop-Tarts, it is Pop-Tarts week, or products from any of our partners, you can get them over at walmart.com/esports arena. So if you got to restock on, maybe it's your strawberry Pop-Tarts, your brown sugar cinnamon, any of these good stuff, all over at walmart.com/esports arena. I'll be back once again after game 6 and when we wrap up the show tonight, but we'll go to a quick break right now as we get ready for the final game of the day.
Hey, what's up, guys? Lion here. I'm about to try my favorite flavor, Hot Fudge Sundae. I'll let you guys know how it is. Pop-Tarts wasn't kidding when they say it's crazy good. It literally tastes like a hot fudge sundae. Definitely highly recommend it. My go-to. I've probably eaten about 4 boxes in a little over a week. A little unhealthy, but definitely my go-to flavor, and I love it. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esports arena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the break, we had Team Liquid taking their 3rd win of the evening, of course, prompting everyone to ask, can anyone stop this Fuse Caustic combo that they've been running all night long? Let's check in with the leaderboard to see if there is an opportunity for anyone to steal away that 1st place position, and it's close. Team Razor are about 18 points down from Team Liquid right now.
I was a big believer on Team Razor, and I was hoping they could come out with the win, but man, it is going to be a tough hill to climb for them. Right behind them is G2, and obviously in top 4, rounding things out, is TSM. Plenty of other teams within striking distance, but Liquid have a nice little lead sitting as our Mobile One winners.
And it's kind of surprising of Team Razor, of course, dropping over at Countdown. They don't run into Liquid often, but, now that I think about it more, Liquid take their time. They do trials. They rotate in much later than Razor would, and so we haven't been seeing them fight. But this might be one of those games where Team Razor turns around, loots, goes straight over to trials to try and punish Team Liquid. We'll see if they do that, or they continue to try and play consistent tonight, secure themselves that top 2, because they are still within reach by G2, hell, even TSM. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5, though, and it wasn't that high performance just because it all ended up in, I believe, the last member of Pop-Tarts bleeding out. But you can see Team Liquid, they did what they needed to do. They held down that high ground. They got rid of G2, a Nocturnal, just trying to pick up kill points at this point, and he does successfully.
And that thermite was clutch. It did all the initial damage that he needed to easily obliterate that player with taking minimal damage. The armor swap ended up coming in, and he wasn't done yet. Now, a Wraith player did end up going down, but the damage had already been done. Liquid ended up putting down Pringles, and like you said, eventually the hill did its work.
Yeah, so heading into game number 6, will Razor change up anything to try and deal with Team Liquid? Or will they be happy with second place or just hoping that someone deals with Liquid? I believe the worst game that Team Liquid have had so far was quite possibly in game number 2, where they were able to rectify their mistakes heading into game number 3. But right now, it's all about trying to stop them. There's about an 18-point difference, I believe. That was the difference between them and Team Razor. So one final game left to go. I mean, Team Liquid now definitely making a good argument for Fuse Caustic going into these late games. I want to see some more competition to see if this is the composition they go for once we get into the Pro League, once we get into bigger money on the line, a lot more stakes on the line instead of just Pro Night here for Esports Arena. But they're definitely making a damn good argument for it.
They really are. And after that first game, we started to see 2 other teams adopt Fuse right off the bat. I'm pretty sure they were the only Fuse team that I saw in game number 1. And by game 2, we saw 2 more adding it. Now maybe the whole lobby is running Fuse at this point. I love interesting compositions, and we're starting to see that here in Season 10.
All right, here we go. Heading into the final game of the evening. We'll be joining on board once again for the 3rd time tonight with Team Liquid. Off the rip, you're gonna get all that trials loot over at Skyhook for free. Like I said, big question, Razor, what are you going to do about it?
I would definitely be interested in seeing if Razor does end up changing up their strategy. They need to do something. They obviously need to take a Liquid out or just hope that somebody else is able to do that while also keeping their life, playing for the end game. I believe they have the ability to do so, but we're going to find out here. Liquid not changing their strategy whatsoever. They're landing as such.
Here's the fight once again, but it looks like Cheez-It finally have a good understanding of how they want to take this 50-50. This is going to be another win for them, but it has been a 50-50 between Rice Krispies and the Golden all day. It's been going back and forth, but now it's been heavily in the favor of Cheez-It. They'll be able to clutch this one up and finish them off, and that's going to be an early night for Rice Krispies.
That it is, but not for Cheez-Its. They're looking good right now, winning that 50-50, as you said, having all of their players up, and here comes the crypto drone looking for some information.
Team Intel getting challenged over here at Lava City. As you can see, Corey throwing out that Q. The tag on that with that longbow onto the Gibraltar there might have just ADS at the wrong time or pulled away from the ADS, but their armor doesn't look great. They've got the whites on Skittle Cakes and Dupe, and they have a lot of ground to cover there. It's going to be a very hard push for that squad, so this might just be a fizzling team fight unless they somehow get a knock.
And I think I thought he was going to blow down the door with the Arc Star and try to create some kind of angle. Instead, he's elected actually to hit them with the Seer attack, getting the information that he needs. He now knows they have White Shield, but so does 2 of his teammates right now. So Intel wanted to slow things down, make sure they get out of this situation alive. We still have 19 squads remaining.
Nice poke damage coming out from Corey here with the longbow. But he's starting to get focused down. He's got to be careful. Nades ringing in. And remember, this is the first fight. Here comes the jump pad as well. Is he here by himself? Does he have the rest of his squad with him? Gibraltar missing that jump. Almost going down. But here's the drop down now. Will he be able to get the knock? Skittle Case takes out Klain. But it's a 1v2. Only Dupe left remaining. And he's taking critical damage from Impulse there, being slowed down by that defensive bombardment as Lucas himself needs to go for the reset. This is the only opportunity now for Dupe to try and take this fight, but Lucas has already gotten that bat off, a bit healthier. The scan out from Impulse gives away Dupe's position as well. should be able to climb up. Instead, it's going to be the res. No, the drop down from Dupe as he tries to challenge for that res. Very tense situation for Team Intel and Xset here.
Talk about full sending with that jump pad, but luckily Exit able to get the revive on their team. But Cheez-It not looking so lucky at the moment because their caustic player goes down. So does their crypto. That's going to leave Wraith by herself. Can she stay alive and get out of the situation with 3 players right above her?
Mollis, you know, he'll have at least the nice little grin that he was able to get the 50-50 win at the end of the day. So hopefully moving forward, they lock down Lava Siphon for themselves. But I don't know, Rice Krispies might be very determined to continue to fight for it. See how long Malls can survive for. Still needs to recover the banner of Finicky, but it might be time to resign to just ratting this one out in game number 6.
It looks like that might be the strategy for him because there is no sign of him wrapping around at the moment. He is popping a Phoenix, though, about 42 seconds before that banner ends up going away. And I believe that squad is still there. So I really don't know if Cheese is going to be able to get that banner. And it looks like he's actually electing to just go on, play his life. He's still within the circle right now. Maybe he can rat it out.
Yeah, it's going to be a Lava Siphon ending, though, so a lot of teams going to show up. The Seers and the Bloodhounds, everything's going to make it so difficult. He needs to find a spot here that I don't even know where to rat. I haven't been able to try out and find rat positions here in Lava Siphon. It's so difficult. Does seem to be making a pass that has 60 seconds left on Golden's banner at the very least, but Finicky is just done for the night.
That he is, and it looks like he might try to make a play to getting back his crypto. He's gonna hide it out for a little bit. There was obviously a timer on there, 46 seconds left. Can he do it? And Pop-Tarts trying to play for dear life at the moment. Two players going down, and that's gonna be it for Team Pop-Tarts on their week. Era coming out on top, and we have another kill leader.
Yeah, another team showing up though. It's gonna be the Pittsburgh Knights. We're not able to capitalize on that third party as the res did come out. They've got the port for safety as well. So the Knight's not going to find anything off of this. There's some decent chip damage off, but it actually just looks like it was the Seer ultimate that they were getting rid of. So it's just going to be a lot of neutral here over at Harvester. We'll see exactly where the ring goes. It can pull over to Harvester. It might pull over to Lava Siphon. Teams are taking the risk to see to hold an early position here, but the Knights are going to be happy at least to pick up some additional loot for the time being. Let's go ahead and swap around to see where all of our other squads are. I want to check in with Liquid. I want to check in with Razor, see what's going on. Here's CLG, another squad that is over here at Harvester. They've got that Loba black market down, so they're picking up some free loot right now.
And as I told you before, I am a Loba main myself. I love the fact that you get those shield swaps. I love the fact that you never have to worry about things like ammo, even being fully kitted. You're always going to be set up for the end game when it comes to Loba, and that bracelet is oh so versatile. And obviously a pretty versatile player is Wraith. We used to see Snipedown playing that Bloodhound role, and now completely switching gears over towards Wraith. I wonder how he's liking his new role.
He has been doing a pretty good job of it. I mean, TSM are no strangers to try change things up when they think they are struggling a little bit. And so glad to see that, you know, the flexibility still remains for this trio, an amazing trio at that. As right now they are just playing inside the train tunnels, playing for center zone. They're not too far off from second place as well. They can definitely fight for it. They need a top finish, need kills. And speaking of another team that can play for second, it's currently G2 that have been able to move out from Tree Side, and looks like a lot of this is going to be largely free for them, and they might even be able to play the fence side for free. Don't see anything quite yet over there, but Designful is going to play this one cautiously right now. You can see gentrifying all the way back as well, anchoring on that high ground for their squad, just in case they need a retake, and you do have confirmation there is a team playing inside the fences right now.
The heartbeat came in for the Seer, so he decided to drop the attack, and my gosh, the Octane player just dodging that at the very last second. So now G2 knows there's a team there. It looks like they were trying to sniff them out with that wingman. We're going to find out who's going to win this, or would they let's just simply rotate out and not get into a gunfight? But if I know G2, I mean, they're pretty comfortable with any gunfight.
You do have the ring revealing itself, and so it's going to be the mobile respawn beacon. That's why G2 are definitely eyeing that fence position, one of the strongest places to be for this zone right now. They need to take this fight. They need to do it quickly before any other teams start having the same idea. And so Designful is going to creep up on that Octane, gentrifying, and Resulta pulling up as well. Very scary situation here is they're not running the Intel Recon Legends. And so it's all about whatever you can see. They're going to play off of contact, and that's nice contact. Hitting that airburst nade, 40 onto the blue. Good confirmation now that Designful wants to get aggressive.
Their awareness in the zone prediction needs to be on point, but at least the wingman shots are, because he's absolutely ripping. However, his shield ends up going down and he gets cracked, and here comes the Searall looking for the information. We actually have a Wraith player going in for a weak side flank on the right side, and our Gibby player right to the left of us. The collapse should be coming in from multiple sides here, dodging the Arcstar, and they're going to be going in very soon.
And they clear that Sear ultimate now, and they've closed the distance, but it does seem they're still playing this one cautiously. Do not want to throw this. They want to make sure they have a 100% win rate basically on this fight. And over peaking is that Octane as he gets cracked, but Designful almost goes down for that effort. It's going to be Renegades on the other side. Saucerer going down as G2 need to reset. They've already used the bubble. The Syracuse going to stop the bats, but it's just a matter of time for G2. Liquid showing up quite possibly with the fuse, or was that Renegades running it? As they're just going to go ahead and call it there. The third-party attempt. And G2 do not want to overextend. Designful is still a little bit stuck by himself, but he does have that port to fall back onto. They secure that kill onto Saucerer now as Designful does not overstay his welcome. Will be able to back off. Now it's going to be another fight, another team showing up for that fence. So what is G2's plan now?
The communication on this team must be on a completely other level, because you notice how when they went for the collapse, they did it literally 100% together. And you notice the moment that they back down, every player doing it at the exact same time. And it looks like the collapse coming in once again. They got their shields. The wingman shots are missing though, and our Octane player gonna have to get out of dodge.
Designful does back away, and that squad is not going to push that bubble, not going to push that portal, but Gentrifying has to be careful. That portal's about to end very shortly here. He's going to try and take it back, but Protectful puts a stop to that. Now it's going to be the nade pushes along with the Valkyrie Q to try and slow them down even more. Getting some connects onto Gentrifying. Designful gets cracked now, result of the only healthy member on his team, but he's getting dropped on and he will fall. Protectful finding a second kill, and he fully wipes that squad. Applejacks take out G2, and now it looks like Team Razor only have to worry about TSM challenging them for second place.
My gosh, Applejacks making their presence known, and Splash currently in engagement right now. We're seeing Valkyrie trying to get as much information as she can through the window. She's about to pop in, and luckily they have the Caustic, so they're feeling comfortable with holding down this room. Caustic is an amazing defensive legend who can hold down any position, if you will, and they're still within the hill. Listen to that team electing to actually go out, catch a different angle. They don't want to take this gunfight just yet.
Just saw that flanker actually went down. We get an opportunity. We should check in with Team Liquid, who are our current first place team, and see where they're at. But Nestle Splash is trying to gatekeep here on the eastern edge of the zone. The ring is pulling away from Lava Siphon here. Eventually, they're going to have to make a move. They will have that redeploy coming out from the Valkyrie to utilize as well, or will they try to play off of the train tunnel? And you can see checking in with Nocturnal. Do not see this often for Liquid on the rat cam. Hasn't been able to recover the banner of fun, and he has plenty of time to try to get Flanker back into this one now, but you can see there's still plenty of presence here at Harvester in terms of team. It's going to be a hard pull actually away from that bridge ending, going over here to Harvester. So all eyes are going to be on them. I imagine that the the beacon is still up just outside of Harvester, and he could try to go for it, but it's all about trying to survive for now before you try to do anything else. Team Razor are patrolling around here. This was the respawn beacon that I was hoping that maybe he can go for, but Team Razor, I believe it was Tech that was able to get that knock and the finish onto Flanker, and so they know it. They know that they need to hold on to this position for as long as possible so that Liquid do not have a way back in.
And with only one player left for Liquid, it really helps the team that we're seeing on screen right now, Team Razor. As you've alluded to multiple times, Team Razor needed Liquid off of the map if they're going to have any chance of stealing away first place. They're playing excellent all tournament long. They're currently sitting comfortably in second. Now we're going to find out what they can do, and we're going to find out what Cloud9 can do as the flatline shots are really starting to hit. Valkyrie Tack coming in, but nobody home just yet. Can Cloud9 slay out and get in the hill?
And they're just third-partying here, poking away at TSM and this Noble fight, but no knocks on the other side, so they cannot find that opportunity for the third party. Cloud9, though, are going to be happy playing this choke right now with the ring, especially pulling over towards Harvester. So they have the raid. Zach Mazer can get them into safety with that port if they want to, as TSM are looking to find more kills. That's another one onto Klain. Remember, they were pretty close. They were like in the 4th place position, I believe, were TSM. But if they want to close the ground, if they want a chance at 2nd place, they need kill points here. Alberlele narrowly getting behind cover, almost going down on that caustic. But Cloud9, it's all about just holding their back, making sure no one comes up behind them.
Only 32 damage away from getting himself into red shields was our Wraith player. We're going to switch gears over towards Seer, who is getting some information as the tack did hit. He knows he has a player in front of him who currently has gold shields, and he knows their exact positioning. He's also watching around for the weak side flank. He's aware that anybody can come in on the weak side as a late rotator and trying to get in the hill.
Here's Team Razor, our current 2nd place team. They find themselves in a pretty decent spot. They've got high ground here, avoiding a lot of the nades that are coming down. They've already used their bubble as well, keeping an eye on Snake as the Knuckle Cluster is doing so much to them right now. Defensive bombardment just in case to slow down any possible push, as the Nox Gas Grenade is actually doing big work onto them. Zeratrick getting cracked, doesn't have his bubble for another few seconds, but he'll have a moment of reprieve. Needs the bubble now to get the res at the very least onto Tech, and so they will be able to secure that at the very least. But will any team try to get aggressive onto them? And it looks like they do stabilize.
Good call on the bubble, and clearly he heard you. I'm not sure if you're coaching the team right now, but he came in and got his Wraith player off. But it looks like the Wraith ends up going back down as the fuse tags are coming in and putting max amount of damage, getting maximum amount of value. So now Gibby and Octane by themselves trying to hold down the height. If anybody comes in, they won't probably get first shot on them, but most likely they'll end up in a 2v3 scenario.
Nades coming in looking to finish him off, but there is going to be another bubble res. But does Tech get up in time? He was getting tagged by that fuse Knuckle Cluster, and Tech is just so happy he's got Zeratrick here on that Gibraltar, getting him back up once more. TSM, though, still stuck over at Lava Siphon, has a team in front of him. Imperial Howl hitting that Q onto the squad, as another team is showing up behind them as well. So a lot of teams for TSM to try and farm, but here comes the push out. Nades out from either side as Snipe Down is trying to play that entry for his squad, hitting for Flash, forcing that team back at the very least. TSM can play off this tunnel here. They do have to be careful again about watching their back. Hal taking an off angle on the eastern side, excuse me, on the south side now, trying to cut off that team. Gotta be careful. He does have that Seer ultimate to use, and he gets tagged, almost taken down now. Refs will have the bubble for him just a moment if he needs to use it. Interrupted by that Seer Q. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix on the other side of this one. Nade spams, but they should be safe. Big cracks, though, with that frag grenade, and Greek wants the punish.
I was watching the kill feed, and Charlotte Phoenix just finished off 303 Esports and got all their shields via the shield swap, coming in and playing aggressive, trying to make quick work of TSM, but that's obviously going to be harder than expected because TSM putting up a good fight. Octane coming in, clutching out for Charlotte Phoenix, and the reses are coming in. Charlotte Phoenix literally knocked out 303 Esports, and then also TSM back-to-back 11 squads remaining.
Oh, the jump pad just not in time to save Greek. Do they have a mobile respawn beacon to play off of? Well, they don't even have the open air to actually get him back in. They're all actually stuck on this side of the zone. So it's all about trying to hope and wait that a lot of the lobby goes down. Team Razor in a fight up against Pringles, though, as the port was used. Zeratrick has to be careful. taking some ring damage there. Has his bubble if he needs to go for it. The reset, it looks like their high ground was taken away from them, or actually they're forced out of position there with this ring pull now going over to the southeast side of Harvester. CLG has had a largely quiet night. This is one of their best finishes so far. We've been able to utilize that Loba Black Market Boutique. We saw the gold armor down there for an armor swap, as well as Vax tries to go for the peak. That R301, but not getting much off of it. Now they're backing away. Era, though, find themselves in a fight now as it looks like Rockstar dropping down onto them. They've gotten 2 knocks. Stunny will fall, but here's Bowser with the reses to get them back into it.
Zaddy drives, but Zaddy was not able to be successful, and that team is going to end up being wiped. So we're going to switch gears over towards Splash, who has made it into the final 8, but they are not in a good position as the fuse pack is coming in. Knuckle clusters all over the place, being a nuisance, but also giving them the information. Nade hit markers in any FPS competitive game not only gives you that damage, but also gives you all the information that you need to know where your opponents are.
Nestle Splash here on the low. They are safe in the zone, and they have plenty of death boxes down here. They should start pulling out the armor swaps just in case for themselves, especially when you have 6 loot boxes down here. And here we go. They are starting to do that now. Knuckle clusters just to try and grief them a bit, but they're able to avoid that. Derek Tricky still in, finishing off Kodagami, the last member of Charlotte Phoenix, I believe. So it's good to see that Razor are still alive. I believe Liquid are knocked out. Razor need a big game here to finish things off if they want to steal away that first place position. Team Pringles, though, biting off a little bit more than they can chew. W going down. Boney, though, with the armor swap, he's tossing out those barrels. Needs to proc those early, go for the res, and he will try to, but Fury goes down next. Boney, the only one up now for Team Pringles, throwing down barrels off of cooldown here, but now he's getting pushed. It's going to be a full team push out from Cloud9, looking to close things out here. We're down to 6 final squads remaining. Razor might have been knocked out here. We'll see if Zeratricky's still alive for Team Razor, as Albert Lately gets cracked, is able to back off, has the bat and the rest of his squad. There it is. Zeratricky has gone down. Did Team Razor do enough to take away the first place position? This is going to be interesting here. Now, it's the final 5 squads remaining, but we have a lot of damaged teams. 12 players remaining for this final circle.
Loba the Thief electing to share a battery with our player here to try to keep them within the fight. We are down to the final 5 squads, and our Loba's ripping shots with the flatline. Not done yet. Goes, elects to go with the vault and is doing just the same. That player is not in the best position in the world. They do have low ground, and it looks like our team here is very comfortable with staying here with the high ground, defending this position. We're going into that final circle.
Got CLG. We got the Knights still alive. We've got Cloud9 as well. Force the rat down onto the low, I believe. No, we might actually just be stuck out there. Drezak's finishing off Phony, so it is the top 4. It's going to be a 3v3v3v2 in this final one, and there's the duo right below them. Bubble out early on. CLG have to be careful poking out here, but they got the knock onto Asura. That's right below them. It's going to be the commit onto the low ground here as they want to finish off this squad. Just one lone Wraith remaining, but he's able to queue out. Got the thirst onto one. That should be the armor swap for Mooney, unless Baxlon picked that one up. Now, it's about trying to avoid the fighting, allow the rest of the lobby start taking each other out as Mooney, he needs to reset once more. Pittsburgh Knights finishing off. Looks like one other squad. It's the final 2 teams, CLG versus Cloud9 now, but CLG, will they have the moment for the reset? Cloud9 pushing forward. Albert Laley gets melted. He goes down. It's the 3v2 now as CLG looking to finish things off in a big way, taking the jump pad right on top of Cloud9. CLG get the final win of the evening.
That was absolutely insane. That final 4 squads just end up dropping like flies, and CLG coming out on top, proving that Loba mains stay winning.
Now it's the big question. Who ends up in first place? Is it going to be Team Liquid or will it be Team Razor? We're going to allow time for our admins to, of course, add up the scores. When we get back from our last break, we'll go ahead and announce that for you guys. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up? My name is Z Davis, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts flavor. There's a reason why strawberry is the best Pop-Tart. That jam inside the middle and the frosted coating on top just makes it one of the best of all time. If you want to try any new Pop-Tarts, you got to try the strawberry. It's one of my favorites, and it's got to be one of the best out there. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, everyone, all of our games are done for the day, and CLG closes it out with a victory there. Well played in that final circle. Kind of chaos all around them, but they had the high ground positioning, were able to use it to their advantage, and they take out Cloud9 to grab the victory. Let's check out our final player of the game here for Pop-Tarts Week, and let's go to Mooney. Mooney subbing in here late for CLG, grabs 4 kills and an assist on the Loba, and just above 1,900 damage there, and CLG with a strong finish to the day. Not sure it jumps him into contention for kind of a top 3 spot there, but you heard Jamerson and Tony asking, is it going to be Team Liquid? Is it going to be Team Razor up top? I don't know that Team Razor were able to grab enough points to put themselves in contention for that first place spot, but they likely have secured second. We'll have to check that out when we go and look at our Mobile One leaderboard here in a few moments. Hope you guys enjoyed the show today. Ton of awesome games here, and the action will only continue next week as well, so make sure you don't miss out on that. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tony will break down and tell you who actually took first place tonight, and I'll be back to close the show. We'll see you in a few.
This is the line Pop-Tart. My ideal Pop-Tart would be a Nutella-filled Pop-Tart or like a hazelnut variation-filled Pop-Tart. I think it would go amazing because the pastry crust of the Pop-Tart and the hazelnut spread would just go ideal together. Perfect breakfast combination. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Now, the big question before the break was, did Team Razor do enough to take away that first place position from Team Liquid? Let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who our winners are for tonight. And Team Liquid clinch it, 74 points with a 13-point lead over Team Razor, who do come in second place. And we do have a two-way tie between G2 Esports and TSM for third place. But I was told by production that TSM do get third off of a tiebreaker. So congratulations once again, Team Liquid, Team Razor, for being our top two teams of the evening. Tony, thank you so much for joining me on tonight. What was your favorite part of the evening?
My favorite part of the evening is just watching Team Liquid just be so consistent. I just consistent excellence across the board coming out of them. And congratulations to TSM for winning that tiebreaker. However, I say maybe we should have the tiebreaker be them battling it out in the arenas or something to really earn that third place. Either way, it was a fantastic tournament. Thank you for having me by. I come from the Halo world and whatnot. I'm a guest here in Apex, but let me tell you, I've been loving every single moment. Thank you so much for being a fantastic co-host.
Yeah, and that was 6 weeks gone, but let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of that last game. Quick pivot out here from CLG, dealing with all the teams around him. First, dealing with the Pittsburgh Knights right below them as that duo, while also keeping that squad just below them in check as well. And you saw how quickly these teams have to, how quickly these players have to react, going for the quick armor swaps. You saw how close it was, turning around to make sure that their back is clear as well, and then taking a moment there just to go for the heals and then push once again. This was such a ballsy move coming out from CLG.
And it was only a matter of time before CLG came out on top. I love the patience out of them. They backed down. They played that cover. They got themselves the heals. And once the moment was right, they collapsed and they did it together as a team. That tells me just good communication, fantastic comms, and they've earned that final win. Sadly, it might have been too little too late because Team Liquid built themselves a nice lead. Team Razor was in it. They were right there, but Team Liquid ends up on top.
All right, that's going to do it for us. So once again, congratulations for Team Liquid taking first place. Team Razor, though, also congratulations for second place. We're going to go ahead and send it over to Yeso to finish out the week, finish out the halfway mark of Series E Season 3. Thank you all so much for joining us. We'll be back next week with more games for Series E week number 7. But Yeso, go ahead and close out the show.
Thank you, Jamerson. Thank you, Tony. Both of those two, obviously fantastic cast, and I give them some love, please, in Twitch chat. Always a pleasure to get to listen to those two on the cast. And a great Pop-Tarts week. Team Liquid ends up securing first place. Big win for them, and Team Razor with a strong second place performance. So Pop-Tarts week now closes. The great part, though, is if you guys missed any of the action, you want to kind of catch up on what happened this week and everything going on in the Apex scene, I want to remind you guys we've got Final Circle live this Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena. I'll be hosting and going through all of the highlights and talking about what is going on in the Apex Legends scene, so make sure not to miss out on that. And don't miss out on next week's shows, 4 p.m. Pacific time here again for Series E. That's Tuesday and Wednesday, so you're not going to want to miss out on that. I had a blast this week. I hope you guys had the same. Enjoy the rest of your week. For myself, everybody here at Esports Arena and the live broadcast crew, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time. Whoa.